Farm Squad.
The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome into the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee.
A little bit of a abbreviated version today. No Gavin Dawson. He is still getting himself taken care of. Blake Elliott. You just heard that from CA, the three-timer. And also the Super Bowl winning Scott Brian Broaddus. So us three will be holding you down until 11 o'clock. Broaddus will leave at 7. Blake will leave at 9. CA will be here the entire time. Khaki Kev will take over for me at 9 p.m. So we still got you covered on everything that's happening live and local here in the DFW. Your Texas Rangers lose 3-2 to the New York Yankees. We will recap that game, everything that's happening at Dallas Cowboys camp. There's a lot that's been going on. Brian Schottenheimer had a chance to talk to the media today about what he saw from yesterday's camp. We'll break that down. We got the Super Bowl winning Scott Brian Broaddus to do that. And, of course, you still got all your regulars. G-Bag of the Day, LA Live. Do not worry. We will get you guys covered on here. When we come back, we will give you guys the trending stories as well as G-Bag of the Day as we continue on the show with the Expressway next in the nation.
Tolos, what is up? Zach Wolchuk.
Welcome in to the GBAG Nation. Blake Elliott, CA, the three-timer,
Got you down.
as well as Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout. We're going to be doing an abbreviated GBAG Nation show today. We'll be taking you all the way up to 7 o'clock for GBAG Nation, then 7 to 9. Blake will still be here. CA will still be here. Broaddus will say his goodbyes, and we will do Fan After Dark from 7 to 9. And then at 9 o'clock, I will leave. Kevin Walker will take over. It'll be Kevin Walker and CA from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. So stay tuned if you want to hear everything that happened in the world of sports here in the DFW. We'll be doing G-Bag of the Day here in about 5 or so minutes, and I'll hand off the baton. But before that, I want to let you know this. We're in the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts, bringing you commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, cars.org, Cars for Kids.
Blake, before you go a step further,
Okay.
Tolos want to know a couple things. Where's Lucius and where's Gavin Dawson?
Well, Lucius is in the pimp cup. Making
Okay,
it
I
sound
thought
crispy.
that was him over there.
Making it sound
But you
crispy.
didn't introduce him, so I want to make sure we heard it.
Lucius in the pimp cup. We still got two members of the G-Bag Nation here. Someone texted in, I'm good to hear CA planting that flag on G-Bag again. Let's go.
Got you down.
They also asked CA a question, where's Zach and Eric been?
What had happened was, and Broaddus, you could say this best.
Yeah, young families,
and
Young
they
families.
just got back from California, and the kids, where's my daddy?
Yeah,
Yeah, daddy duty.
yeah.
And then someone else asking a pocket watching question, 877-881-1053, if you want to chime in on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. CA, what does the station pay you? What kind of bag to come in and do a 6-hour show on short notice? We talking
Enough.
Millions?
Enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough.
I was going to ask you, is it the same amount they pay me when we do the draft for 18 hours in a week?
See, Broaddus is, I'm telling you, Broaddus is the
we do
beast
it-
in here because he has 6-hour shows, nothing, or
Yeah.
a couple of shows.
Yeah.
Broaddus, when they do the draft, I don't know how you do this.
I'll tell you what, I did this one time, and it was pretty fun. I had to do a bet payoff
Mm-hmm.
because of some of crazy pick that I made over the weekend, and I bet that I would do everybody's show.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And I started with Sean and RJ, and I ended with Reggie.
I remember
and
that.
those guys, and that was a long day. That was to start the day at 5:30 in the morning
That
and then
was
be done.
crazy.
Reggie's like, man, I'll let you go at 9. You don't have to. I'm like, yeah, thanks, I appreciate
And
that.
didn't you do some long hours when you were with the pizza-thon with KNC?
KNC, yeah, we did that
Till
too.
3 in the morning
Yeah,
and stuff?
we used to do the piece on. I always volunteered for the time slot because of the after the after hours, because everybody was like struggling like after midnight, and I was like, nah, man, let's go, let's do this.
Right.
So I'd come in at 2 and work till 6, and then the funny part too was Jared Sandler would come in, and
Yes.
Jared would be like inebriated.
Yeah, he'd come in straight from
Sleep
the bars.
on the couch,
Yep.
and then he'd get up and he'd go downtown and run the turkey trot.
Right.
Well, you would be inebriated if you saw the Rangers pitching control
Yeah.
today. The command was not there. Jack Leiter, I thought, had a good start. He fell behind in the count 3-1, lets that leadoff hit, and then strikes out second and third, and looks like he's getting back to his command. And then that fourth inning has 3 walks, doesn't even get to face the next batter, and it was not. Hobie Milner comes in for him, gets him out of the jam, has a nice couple innings. He goes the most innings he's gone for the Texas Rangers this year. He goes 3 scoreless. I thought he had some nice plays. Adolis Garcia, though, 0 for 5.
Man,
Runners on
I feel
base
so bad
and
for him.
every opportunity for him. He left 9 on base
7th and the 9th.
for Adolis Garcia. We'll recap that game more at 6 o'clock as we go around the bases and let you know how the Rangers fell 3-2 to the Yankees. They still win the series, but they get the loss tonight. They won't play again until Friday against the Phillies, so a day off for them to kind of recoup and get things all back where they need to be.
Oh, real quick, the Yankees are going to host the Astros beginning Friday.
They are.
The Astros lost to Miami.
Okay.
And hopefully the Yankees can continue the whooping. So,
Yeah.
in other words, the Astros come back down to earth.
Yankees until the 4th inning, they had gone 18 scoreless innings. You know, they had that big explosion on Monday, but the Rangers pitching have been doing their things. Obviously held them scoreless the other night. When you had Evo on the bump, he goes 8 innings and only allows 1 hit, 1 base runner. Exactly. But you're going to lose some, as Jared Sandler said, but I still liked what the Rangers had. I thought there were some good at-bats there. And like I said, we'll recap this game even heavier at 6 o'clock.
One last note. If the Rangers had swept them, it would have been the first time they swept the Yankees in Texas since 2010.
Wow.
If they had just got El Bombi off, if they had just gotten him to Hit it in that center field somewhere.
No, El Bombi was not what you were hoping for. A lot of the people. Fred Davis texted me, said we should trade Adolis, and he said, "Oh
Stop."
wait." He said, "Oh wait," because obviously the deadline has passed. Let us know if you feel the same. 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Text into the show and let us know what you're doing on this. Okay, I always get my days mixed up. Wednesday? Is today Wednesday?
Yeah.
On this Wednesday, if you were enjoying the Rangers game like us three and watching, or if you're headed home from work, let us know what you got going on this Wednesday.
What 214 says, what time will y'all be topless? I thought KNC used to do that on topless Tuesdays or take it off Tuesdays.
I don't know. You tell me, Brian. Do y'all get topless right now?
There was 9 o'clock. There was
Shirtless.
There was shirtless at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So it was kind of there was a picture. There was a picture. We did this on a holiday. We all worked on a holiday, and I think it was that Jared was involved and all of us were involved. And then all of a sudden, you see in the fan cam, the camera in Lucius's area, like there's nothing, and then all of a sudden Lucius comes straight.
Well, speaking of the man,
we're all kind of like everyone's like. So it was like I think it was 9 o'clock. It was a 9 o'clock thing that they used to do, but we did it early for some reason.
Right.
Well, we can
like
get
they were
excited.
filling in. Yeah.
Let's get excited early. I'm gonna hand off the baton into the Pimp Cup for Lucius Alexander for G-Bag of the day.
Jupiter booty. Can you twerk something? Jupiter booty. Can you twerk something? Have you guys heard that song before?
I just did right there.
Oh my God.
That was a great rendition.
Who was that?
Shorty got hair like Rapunzel. Something, 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 dum 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 dum. Jupiter booty. Let me twerk something. I see it on Instagram, bro.
Jupiter booty be a great name for a boat.
Jupiter. Okay, I like that.
I was thinking a spaceship.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
You were thinking. I'm surprised. I'm happy about you doing that. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. On social media, I go by LA too. If you see me in the streets, you can call me Lucius. It's fine. It's fine. Shout out to that little dude that had, I say this respectfully, he had Tourette's. He was working at Tom Thumb. Thought fool was talking to me. Wow. I thought it was some smoke.
Yeah, right.
I thought it was
he was just spraying
He
the
was
room.
just cussing and fussing. I was like,
look out.
Is this guy talking to me?
Was he looking at you?
Why he's putting up the carts? I was walking to my truck and I just heard all types of flippity flapping or flapping a flap. I was like, who's he talking to? He's got the I got it.
You know it's we had that happen. Chris Jackson, the basketball player at LSU. We didn't know he plays a teammate of Shaq's, so we were in the athletic dorm eating one time, and Chris gave it one of those. He goes, "Whoa, wow, woo," that kind of thing. And we all looked at each other like, a man is a great basketball player, but what the hell's going on?
Yeah,
and we later learned.
Yeah.
Later learned that's what
got
he had.
a little tick. He's got a little tick.
And he later became Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
One of the greatest shooters of all time.
That guy could.
Steph Curry before Steph Curry when it comes to the shot, bro.
It would be inbound pass, 2 dribbles, and a shot is what we got.
And it's still wet to this day. Pause. It's still wet. Yeah. All right, our winner and champ so far. This is day 3 for Sean Sharif. We're going to the RJ and Choppy show where Tolo Ernesto, I like saying that. Tolo Ernesto.
He's trying to help us.
Tolo Ernesto.
All the Tolos.
Yeah, he got charged up on.
Live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for listening.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided if you would have signed Dak 2 years ago. We wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen? Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant. Because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down.
No,
I can't.
He said I'm talking about the Tolo.
He did. Don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, "Yeah, I wish you'd do this." Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Like, just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who just
He said.
What?
I said he was talking about the listeners who just called in.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to the Tolo.
Ernesto. Are you talking about us or the listeners?
Want to get away?
The listeners, dude. I'm not saying about you guys.
Put him down.
Let it go. Pot him down.
That's Jerry cutting Todd off. John, no, Todd, you're not going to ask your question.
Ernesto,
You stop talking.
I accept my nomination for GBAG of the day, week, month, and I apologize.
Nice.
I've got some thoughts about this.
I'm surprised. Get in your bag, bro.
This is my second day. This is my second day with this audio.
Synopsis is firing right now. You better use it.
Yesterday, I was just enjoying the clip, trying to film or whatever. Today, I had someone tweet at or whatever, and they go, I never heard him say, the caller, Ernesto, say at the Tolos at the beginning. And now I was really listening closely to that clip.
Said it twice.
It was not at the beginning.
It wasn't at the beginning.
It was when Sean was going on. He said, don't you listen?
Yeah.
So it makes sense why Sean didn't hear it at first, because he didn't
look
start
at you.
the call.
What is this? What, are you trying to kill the magic? Is this what happens?
No, he didn't start
Do you
the call
watch a
with
magic
the
show and try to
Tolos.
figure out how to do deals? So here's what happened, guys. Let me tell you.
He said in
the
the middle
magic
of Sean.
behind everything.
All I'm saying is, Sean,
It's behind his hand.
I might have done the same thing. I might have done the same thing as Sean. I might have crashed out. Still voting for it.
The guy said it twice.
Yeah, he said it. You gotta let
He
it
needs to say it with his chest. That's his problem. You gotta say it with your chest.
Okay. All right, let's go to Alabama football right here. SEC.
Alabama.
And now this has been sitting in the folder for a second, but hold on.
As she stands there,
Hold up, man.
singing for money, la la dee, la la dee, la la dee, la la dee.
All right, this has been sitting in the folder for a second.
This song needs to be played like at pool parties, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Like
It
when
probably is.
No doubt.
On the beach, on the coastlines. Yeah.
It's
got
funny
you.
you say that. It is on my playlist right here for pool.
Look out.
Cool, there
And
you
the
go.
playlist is titled Poolside at the Delano.
I've seen a
The
lot
Delano.
of. I've
That's
seen
in
a lot of
Miami. It's the
TikTok
Delano
videos.
Hotel.
Yeah,
I've
you
seen
know
a
what
lot
I'm
of
talking about.
TikToks that could have been this.
Any emojis next to the playlist name?
No, I don't have any. It's
Just
just a
pool.
name. It's just a name. It's just a name.
By the way,
it says Poolside at the Delano.
Well, Delano is the Delano Hotel. That's what it's the name of it. Delano.
I know.
Delano.
Thank you. Appreciate you, bro.
South Beach.
Having my back like that.
Got you, man.
All right, Auburn football head coach Hugh Freeze.
You freeze?
Now, this has been sitting in the folder for a second, but I got to get this out of here.
I don't really get hung up on the running back's weight, but it is good that you have some that have some girth to them.
Yep.
But there's no doubt you need length and girth in this league up front.
Wow. You're right, Hugh.
It was egregious to when he said up front.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that up front part.
It's the long delayed Southern accent that makes it even more. Where it's just like he's not skipping by it. It's length and girth and up front. Makes it more emphasized. Great clip.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying to let myself in to there we go. All right. What else we got on you boys?
Hugh.
Hey, Nancy Lieberman.
How many Hughes in the world nowadays? Many Hughes?
Hughes.
I think that's getting
Hughes
phased
is a
out.
very 1950s name.
Yeah. Your grandfather was Hugh in the 20s.
Well, yeah, like Leave It to Beaver, Hugh Beaumont.
Hugh Beaumont was daddy. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hugh Grant, the actor.
Grant.
Hugh Grant.
Yeah, he got
He's like 60 though, right?
Yeah, he's my age.
There's no more Hughes out there.
Not much. Yeah, Hugh's kind of a cool name.
Unless
though.
you're the third. You be Hugh the third, And now you're going by Trey, so you're really hiding the Hugh in your name.
What's your name, sir? Trey.
Yeah, Trey.
Trey.
Hugh Johnson the third.
Little Trey. Little Hugh.
Let's go to the Big Three podcast. Miss Nancy Lieberman, the great, the legend,
Dallas's
Nancy
own.
Lieberman. Yeah, Dallas's own. She was talking to Chris Hayes and Michael Beasley. By the way, Michael Beasley's missing a tooth on the side.
Uh-oh.
What's going on, bro?
Sold it. Those that know, they know.
Listen to Nancy talk about Jeff Teague like this.
I mean, like it or don't like it, when I don't agree with Jeff Teague, who I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark, well, she's just a good player. She's not a great player. Jeff,
He said that?
I love you. You weren't a great player, okay? You were serviceable. I know you made the All-Star team one time. I'm sorry. If we're gonna if we're gonna be honest, I'm happy for your career.
We won't honestly.
I'm happy for your career.
But you tripping. Caitlin's great.
She is great.
Wow, bro.
I appreciate Nancy bringing it.
Wow.
You bring that smoke.
Yeah.
Wow. Last one, too. Browns writer Mary Kay, what's her last name?
Cabot.
Yeah,
Cabot.
she's good. She's
Is
been
that
around.
Harry Potter?
No.
What did she write?
It's who wrote Harry Potter? I thought it was a guy that wrote Harry Potter.
A guy did not write Harry Potter.
Was it a lady?
She
But
got
her name was
initials.
the other
Cabot.
option.
I don't think her
She
name
got
was
initials. She got initials.
I thought. Okay, so who is Cabot? What did
R.L.
she write?
Stein.
There we go.
Is that right?
It's R.L. Stein.
That's a girl, right?
I'm just joking, bro. That is a writer. That is a writer, but it's not the one
I
you're
want to
thinking
say
about.
a girl wrote Harry Potter.
That's all right. Fantastic to tell you. All right, yeah.
J.K. Rowling.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And by the way, Hugh Jackman, total texted in. Don't forget about Wolverine on the Hughes.
Okay.
How old is he? Like 55?
He's
At least.
my age.
Ain't no young
looks like
Hughes.
no young Hughes
Ain't no
out
young
there.
Hughes out there.
Yeah, like a young Ernest.
Right.
I looked at that baby and named it Ernest. Yeah, right.
So earnest.
Yeah, she takes a shot at Bill Belichick. I've been sitting on this one too. My man Zach played it on Monday, so I gave it some space.
Bill Belichick was the first Browns coach I ever covered. You see, if you start out with Bill Belichick, no one can rattle you after that. If Bill didn't like something I wrote, he'd call and yell at me. If you asked a dumb question, he'd call you out.
Toxic.
Eventually, I had to learn to stand up to him. During one of those yelling matches, I told him, if you don't have the footballs to say that to the guys, then don't say it to me. Bam.
Take that, bucko.
Yeah.
Bam.
The hoodie wearing
But
bum.
now, I totally understand why Bill gave me such a hard time. I was 28 at the time, and he just couldn't relate to a woman that old.
That's fine.
Ask his new girlfriend.
That's a poet. That's a poet.
Mary Kay, she did a good job covering. She covers the Browns. Yeah, she's good.
Yeah.
Real
Okay.
good, yeah.
Okay. Any more clips? Is that all of them? All of them? Yeah.
That's it for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is Sean going to be a 3-time winner going off on Ernesto? Are we going to have Miss Cabot going off on Bill Belichick? I feel like I already know where my vote's leaning. What were the other two again?
Oh, sorry. I was reading the fan text.
Talking about the other Hughes.
Sean, the Big Three podcast
Big
with Nancy
Three
Lieberman.
going off on Jeff T.
Yeah.
And I think we have one more now.
No, I don't think so, man.
My vote's going to Sean, 3-timer.
We said
Lucius?
Hugh, right? We said Hugh, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going with Sean.
Sean?
Crashing out and then have to come back.
CA?
Hat in hand.
Sean.
Yeah.
Take us home, Brian.
I'll vote for the Hall of Famer, Miss Cabot.
Well, the score of 3-1, Sean becomes a 3-time GBAG of the day. Or going off on our boy Ernesto. We'll see if he can make it 4 times tomorrow, which you will have Eric Chiafalo back tomorrow for the voting process. So all of you GBAG listeners know that you'll have Eric Chiafalo back for that. You'll have Blake and CA after A Fan After Dark, and you will have the fan phenom following GBAG at Jake's Burger and Saxy.
And for all the Tolos who are texting in because they listen and they're longtime listeners, the 9 o'clock thing that the KNC used to do, no shirt 9 o'clock.
No shirt.
That's what they call it.
No shirt 9
We
o'clock.
might do that tonight.
We might have to do that tonight.
Might have to do
Why
that
did you
tonight.
call it earlier, Chris?
I don't
What'd you
know.
say? Naked at noon or something? What you say?
Oh,
You
I was
said
saying
something crazy.
bucket naked Wednesdays.
We
about Eric about doing.
We are getting.
bucket
We got
naked
3 or
Wednesdays.
4 song or questions about the song Lucius. People saying, "What is the pool song Lucius was playing? Y'all the song? What is it?" So, are you going to gatekeep it or are you going to let
They
people
love
know?
that song.
Yeah. I might keep it right there. But
Stick
she's
around.
homeless. Just Google but she's homeless. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time you smoke. Let's fire up this funk and let's have a toke. Hello, dance or something. Everybody get high.
What's your top 3 favorite things about your girlfriend?
She's got a family thing going on, and she hates me sometimes, hate and love. Dysfunction is like
No, what's your top 3 favorite things about your girlfriend?
my favorite. She just does what I don't know. It's complicated. She does what I want her to do, so. And she'll drive my car if I don't want to.
Okay, so what's your favorite thing about your girlfriend?
Because she will go over and beyond, to check on her man. So that's it.
It's butt naked Wednesdays.
We can do that.
But look at this.
Get Diego Maradona, the English version.
This is LA Live for Wednesday, August 6th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. And shout out to Miss Erica Badu. Peace, 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 peace to the gods.
Dallas's own.
Peace to the gods and earths out there. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. All right. See what I got for you boys lined up. I got a question for the Tolos here that I asked on Facebook. You can follow me on Facebook at Lucky Lucius P. That's not even an at, right? It's just Lucius Alexander, Lucius.
How does that work? No ads, right? On Facebook? I don't use Facebook, so don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Facebook's pretty cool, man, when it comes to like the response.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Our boss made me follow him the other day, so that's the only reason I've gotten on in the last 12 months.
Showing off his photos of his dogs.
No, Tim wanted me to see the movie reviews.
Tim, okay. I got you.
It's good for keeping up on birthdays, by the way, too.
Yeah, they will let you. They will remind you.
Isn't that kind of disingenuous when you wish someone a happy birthday that you don't actually talk to? Never mind. Okay.
No, I want you to have a good day.
There's nothing
if that's the only text you send them in 12 months.
No, because you don't go on Facebook. You don't know. The Facebook birthday shout is one of the greatest of all time. You might get 200.
Yeah.
Just like that. And it makes your day. Make you feel good.
Yeah. You're right, buddy.
It makes you think about somebody you hadn't thought about in a while. Yeah. It's not about them thinking about you.
I stopped
it's about
wishing
you thinking about them.
I stopped wishing people a happy birthday that I don't talk to. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm alone. If I don't talk to you, I'm not wishing you happy birthday.
That's fine. You know.
Yeah.
What does your shirt say?
I don't give, and it has a donkey and a mouse.
A rat.
Yeah, on a rat.
A rat's donkey.
Okay. All right, let's get the vibe right. Get the vibe right. On a butt naked Wednesday. Time is going by so fast, y'all.
It is.
I ain't heard the song in a while.
It's just flying. It's the vibe right here, Chris.
Donna Summer.
Here's the question, folks.
Someone found the letter you wrote me on the radio.
Sing it, CA.
Man, she can sing it.
Yes.
And they told the world just how you felt.
Very 1977, huh, Chris?
Yeah. I'm telling you, that song hurt me. Made me cry.
All right, here's the question. What is extremely unhygienic?
Oh, jeez. Our bathroom here at the work.
But most people seem to do it anyway. What is extremely unhygienic, but most people seem to do it anyway?
They will pick up food off the ground. You drop
Kiss
food.
it up to God.
Yeah, 5 second rule.
Yeah, they put the 5 second rule.
Isn't that crazy?
You can drop a piece of pizza on the ground and people will just immediately pick it up.
I feel like someone made up the 5 second rule, and almost all of us have just lived by that theory. That probably is not true.
Very unhygienic.
I would say probably not washing your towel as often as you should.
I like that one. I do like that one. You got to keep that.
Or how about the
towels
bed
clean.
sheets? Like bed sheets.
The bed sheets. I do those once a week.
Yeah.
I definitely try to get those towels in.
Pillowcases?
That's all. Yeah, all that stuff.
I got to do that because I have dogs and they like to jump on my bed when I'm not there, so I definitely have to keep it clean.
How about the text not washing your hands after using the restroom?
Layup right there. That's a good one. I like that.
How about coughing into their hand?
That's just nasty.
And then they shake your hand later.
Yeah. You know, I think more people doing it in their elbow.
I'm an
elbow guy.
But a lot of people cough right into their hand. Hey, how you doing, Bob? Long time no see.
Yeah, just brainless. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Okay.
I got answers like this one on my Facebook. Keep their shoes on when they get home.
Oh,
walk around the house with your shoes on.
That's nasty. People do that? That's nasty. Keep their shoes on in their house?
Yeah.
No, never.
I got like a special pair of shoes that I wear in the crib.
You got slippers, yeah?
Yeah, I got slippers.
I work with Mr. Rogers.
I'm very happy tomorrow.
He puts on a sweater.
Not just Mr. Rogers, Mr. Robinson, Eddie Murphy, Saturday Night Live.
Hell yeah. Every time I move in the neighborhood, y'all move away. Laying on your bed with outside clothes on, one Tolo said. That's nasty.
People don't think about that.
Bringing food and beverage into the restroom.
Ooh.
I knew a scout with the Raiders that called me one time. He was eating a cheeseburger
Sitting on the toilet.
Sitting on the toilet. He said, hey, I wanted to ask you about this player. I'm like, where are you?
That's pretty high up there on the nasty level. I can't lie. If you're eating while using the restroom,
yeah, you're a different breed, bro. Coughing over food. How about coughing over food? Yeah. At the table.
What if it's your own? Is it nasty, or if it's someone else's?
If it's your own, that's fine. But is there anybody else at the table?
Agreed.
Are you by yourself?
Agreed. Yeah.
All right. If you're by yourself, you're okay.
I eat by myself.
All right. Keep the lid up while flushing. Somebody says that's nasty.
That must be a woman.
Have y'all ever closed it and
Listen,
flushed?
women get mad because guys leave the seat up.
Yeah.
And they're like, you left the seat up.
But
so women get mad if you pee on the seat.
Oh yeah, anybody should. But even if you're flushing the toilet, wouldn't you close the lid after? I wouldn't close the lid, then flush the toilet, and then walk away. That seems like bad order of practice. Even if I were gonna have the lid closed after I leave the restroom.
Whatever you do, wipe it off if you leave it down while you're taking a leak.
You gotta watch your progress.
Somebody said on the fan text, what is outside clothes? The clothes you've been wearing all day. All day. You've been at work with them and everything. Outside clothes?
Mow the lawn.
Oh my!
Mow the lawn.
Somebody said, "What is outside clothes?"
Yeah.
Putting your suitcase on the bed,
especially if you've checked your bag.
But it's a hotel bed, so
in your own. Like I came home from California the other day. That thing was in the belly of an American Airlines plane, 777.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
I put that bad boy on the ground. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What else do we have right here? Touching the seasoning jars with meat juice on your hands.
It's pretty.
That sounds like a barbecue guy.
I'm just telling you, man. Always wear a towel, like a utility towel on your belt.
There you go.
Wipe your hands.
Look at you, broad ass.
That's it.
Yeah.
Tell the truth.
Look at you, broad ass.
Put it over the shoulder. I'm getting loose inside some Gatorade Dallas Cowboy towels.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, when they get back in town, we're getting those blue towels and stuff. Yeah.
You need. I imagine Broadus when he's cooking, he's got it in his front waist like he's a quarterback.
I look. I do. I put the towel through my belt, and I am always wiping my hands with the towel. Always.
And then Broadus goes, here we go.
Yep. He's making.
Put eye black on.
Right.
Here we go. This Tolo right here said eating peaches, I think, because he had like a little peach emoji.
Oh.
Eating, and it had a peach emoji next to it. He said it's unsanitary. It takes a lot of trust to do that. You know what I mean?
Trust.
So you did wash up, right?
There's how many questions you ask before you do that?
This morning? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. How many questions?
No. If you've got to ask questions, you're doing it wrong. You need to see. You need to see the process.
yeah, you're right. You're right. I want to see it nice and soapy. Nice and
I don't
soapy.
see any suds.
See that coast all over it? Yeah, all right.
What is extremely unhygienic, but most people seem to do it anyway?
Pee in the shower.
Oh man, I love peeing in the shower.
Is that unhygienic?
I think you get it on your feet. I think that's not
bad aim, Brian. How are you getting it on your feet?
I'm just saying, but when you do it, and the water collects.
I don't do it last.
No, Brian. You stand at the end of the shower and you use. You use number one towards the head of the shower and towards the drain. I'm not standing in between the drainage.
I'm just telling you, sometimes that area it puddles a little bit. I'm just saying.
If you ever get stung by a jellyfish,
you're supposed to pee on it.
Pee on your foot.
Yeah. I ain't going in the ocean, so I ain't getting stung.
I like to pee in the shower. You're a smart man. Don't go in the ocean, dog. It's not worth it.
I'm just saying. The most hygienic guy I know and peeing in the shower.
I'll pee in the shower, yeah. It's amazing.
No,
but I do it first too.
Yeah,
so it's
with
not
the
like
water
afterwards.
on?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Water on.
I don't like pull back the shower curtain and just pee in the shower.
I've thought about that before when I was hammered.
No, I don't blame you, dog. You can't miss.
Make it. It's a wide berth.
Here's another one. When people lick their fingers to separate papers, this guy doesn't like that.
On the same licking tip, two different Tolos
Mark that.
on the same licking subject. Tolos are texting in. about letting a dog lick your face or having a dog lick something off of your kid's face.
Wow. Okay. What a text.
I love when Cleo kisses me on the face. She knows I don't like it too, so she'll get like a little quick one.
As long as you don't lick her back.
No, I don't lick her back. I did try to bite her, and she bites me. Oh. You know, you act like you're biting your dog.
Yeah.
Right. I was like, oh my God.
And then you have a scratch on the face.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, she's about to tear me up. Seasoning their meat/chicken in the kitchen sink. Somebody says that's unsanitary.
Yeah.
Wearing house slippers and pajamas outside.
I've seen people fly with them now, Lucius.
Okay, so I don't
people
mind.
fly with pajamas on now.
I don't mind. It matters what time we're leaving that plane. What time does that plane leave?
Agreed.
Does it leave in the times where I might be wearing pajamas anyway? Fine. But if it's like midday, afternoon, no, man. Put on some clothes, bro.
There could be a whole segment on airport etiquette and all the unwritten rules. So
when we were named Hugh, we used to wear ties.
Yeah. Smoke mad cigarettes. Unfiltered.
Lucius, you got a lot of Tolos texting in that said if you roll your own, I'm paraphrasing, you roll your own and you lick it, and then you puff pass. That's
yeah, brothers be making out with that thing. Bro, I got this wood, cuz. I got this wood, cuz. Yeah, and then share it.
No stems, no six, no paper.
Share a toothbrush with your significant other. That is in love right there. That's love.
Yeah, that's love.
Toothbrush.
That's love.
That's love.
Living with animals in your house. Potluck dinners, they said, is nasty.
Wow.
Hold on. Yeah.
Potluck dinners aren't bad.
That's weed. That's weed.
Sorry about that. Another Tolo says thongs.
Thong.
Extremely unhygienic. I'm trying to get through these real quick.
What?
When people let their children lay on public floors. Okay.
Yeah,
The airport again. I see kids laying all over the airport floor. Yeah.
we need to bring back spankings.
I've never hit my son.
We need to bring him back.
I've never hit him in my life, but he is getting close to it. He's getting close.
I'll bring him back. When Blake's a dad, I'll bring him back.
Yeah. You might get a headlock or something out of me soon.
Yeah.
Not regularly. I can't say that. Regularly.
There it is.
Washing their reusable cups, tumblers, or water bottles.
That's true.
Okay, so that's unsanitary.
Use a dishwasher.
Pumping gas without washing or sanitizing your hands afterwards.
Your hands of gasoline.
I'm guilty of that.
Me too.
I'm guilty.
That's a real clean freak. I'm going to be honest. I don't do that.
But during the pandemic, I did. But during nowadays, I pump gas on the way over here.
And they got most of them got the little gel thing where you can wipe your hands off.
there.
I just walk by it like there's no tomorrow.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
I know. You're right.
You could use the windshield wiper in a pinch. The little windshield wiper situation they have.
The squidgy.
The squeegee.
Yeah.
For a
you
little
can just dip your hands in the water?
in a pinch. It's worse than that.
You might just go and just splash them on your face while you're at it.
Get you some sanitary situations. I got some in the console, so I'll lift it up. It's just all types of sanitary stuff in there. Somebody said washing chicken is unsanitary. Passing the blunt.
Yeah.
People rely. What? He said people haven't changed their air filters in 5 years.
You got to change your air filters, man.
You gotta change that.
I change mine once a month.
I'm about with you. At least every 3 months. Summertime, several times.
With Amazon, you can buy the packs of filters. It makes a difference, folks. I'm telling you that.
Are you
Go to
talking
Home
car or
Depot.
house?
The house. I'm telling you
With
what,
the air
those things get clogged
and
up
your
and
bill
dirty.
will go down.
Yeah, absolutely. And the air blows colder too.
Sure does. Clean air.
Having pets in your house is unsanitary, somebody said.
Wait a minute.
That's not bad.
Wait a minute.
That's not bad.
Washing your hands after touching money. Kissing strangers in the club. You're going to hit some things on your lip. You do that, bruh.
That's when I was named Hugh.
Yeah.
Back in the Hugh days.
Mechanics eating their lunch without washing hands. Yeah. Floating in the river is very unhygienic, this Tolo says.
Brazzles.
Only if you fall in,
You gotta
right?
do what you do.
What's that one in Austin, though, Chris? The Travis? What's the one?
Travis, Lake
New
Travis.
Bronzeville?
Yep.
That's another one you float.
Yeah.
That seems like a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun. It's not
a lot of fun.
unsanitary.
And what is extremely unhygienic, but most people seem to do it anyway, this Tolo says, listening to Bobby Belt on the regular. My name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That is my time. I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.
Thank you, Lucius Alexander.
That was great.
Giving us a nice little time.
As always.
Nice time here in LA Live. Well, it's fun hanging out with you. It's fun hanging out with you boys. We got CA, we got Brian, we got Lucius. I'm Blake Elliott. And when we come back, we'll go around the bases and let you know what happened in Jack Leiter's start and why both the Garcias are not playing well right now for your Rangers.
That's summer madness.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders will be the starting quarterback for the Browns in their first preseason game in a room that seems complicated, but it's quite simple. First of all, Kenny Pickett's in the way, get rid of him. Start Joe Flacco. If he does well, ride him. When he doesn't, figure out which rookie gives you the best chance at a future. And then if it's neither, draft another quarterback in next year's draft. Their strategy a bit odd, but they do have long-term options. This year should be all about figuring out which one is their best. I'm Bart Winkler.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Chia, follow back here on behalf of my good friends at Advanced Hair Restoration and AdvancedHair.com. The Tolos keep asking me, what makes Advanced Hair Restoration different? Well, allow me to share along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Now, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and their before and afters are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge-quality experience that's truly hard to find elsewhere. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It's quick, it's simple, and it's super easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, it is here. It's time to capitalize, Tolos. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. So for details and to schedule your free consultation, call 469-599-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Jerry Jones versus Micah Parsons. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. With all the Parsons rumors out there, the Cowboys' win total is sitting at 7.5. Dak Prescott returned from serious injuries in 2021 and 23, 4,500 passing yards and more than 35 passing touchdowns in each season. Dak over 3,850 passing yards. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by what? You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back into the nation. Blake Elliott, joined by the three-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
Super Bowl winning Scott Brian Broaddus, and of course, Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup holding us down, making us sound crispy on a Wednesday afternoon. Unfortunately, it is a Wednesday afternoon following a Rangers loss. They lose 3-2 to the New York Yankees. They still win the series over them, but now you need to catch ground as you're still behind them in the wild card race. We'll be talking all things Texas Rangers and what went wrong for them in this game. Before we do, though, we just did LA Live, another great edition of that. If you missed, you can go back on the Odyssey app and check that out. We were talking about things that are unhygienic that most of us do. I want to shout out one more we got from the 214. blowing out birthday cake candles, you're just blowing your bad breath all over the place.
Yeah, that's nasty, bro. It really is. Especially if it's a kid's birthday.
Yeah, have a slice of this cake.
Yeah.
It is one of those things that you don't realize how nasty it is until someone like that texts it in, and you realize, don't go to a children's birthday party and be close to the cake. I think that's just a good practice. Be far away where you can get a video and capture the moment of little Jimmy turning 7, but you don't need to be in the close proximity.
Let's do cupcakes.
Yeah.
Let's do
the cupcakes.
Let's do cookie
Cupcake
cake.
saves on the cakes, by the way. You waste a lot of cake at a birthday.
Yeah,
Cupcakes,
buddy.
All the kids just want
no-
the icing. They're
Yeah, no
7 years
waste.
old.
That's because they're eating all the pizza and then they don't want the cake.
Are you an icing or a cake part? Do you like?
I tell you, I like I'm a fan of what they call the sheet cake.
Yes.
Where it's just like a
Flat.
a flat cake.
No icing.
No,
No,
it has
it's
icing.
It's not icing.
Icing,
It's
but
simple.
I'm kind of a basic, but
Yeah.
but you got to put ice cream on it. So you like those little cups of ice cream.
Am I
and scoop those
in
out.
the minority for not liking
Yes.
icing on cake?
Well, it depends on the icing. I do not eat red icing, green icing, or blue icing because that dye is sour.
And it's just not good.
It's not good. There's some icing that's got some kind of cream in it, whippy creamy.
Probably cream cheese.
Yeah, cream cheese whip. Yeah, that's what
That's
it
like
is.
a red velvet cake. I think it goes with cream cheese.
Yeah.
But the cake has to be
what
moist.
do you do? So you just take the icing off the top of the cake?
I don't completely take it off, but I'll take off about 87%. Leave about 13% icing for the cake.
It's like okay, like you go to a dessert situation. You go on a date and you get a dessert situation.
I'm not ordering a cake.
You're not ordering a cake, are you? Because you don't want to show her that you're an idiot, right?
No, I'm going mousse. I'm going something that has no icing.
You don't want to just give her a clue. You want her just to kind of hang out with you a little longer.
Brian,
I gotta
find out the long way.
I gotta go interview basketball players. I gotta go eat football players. And then
Brian, I learned this a long time. Sometimes you keep some skeletons in the closet and then you reveal them later. You reveal them too early, that's how you lose somebody.
Is that your worst food take? No icing.
Oh no, people roast me all the time for my food takes. I said mayo is just cold gravy and it's disgusting. I said ranch was disgusting.
Oh, okay, you tripping.
Yeah.
Bro.
Luke's about to walk over there.
Unball your fist, Lucas.
The views expressed on this thing.
The golf show.
A lot of people disagree, but something I think we can all agree on is the Texas Rangers in the last 3 games have looked better at the plate. Obviously, they only were able to score 2 runs today as they lose to the New York Yankees. Jack Leiter getting a start. Started off his first at bat. He goes down 3-1 in the count, gives up the hit to Grisham, kind of dribbling through the right side. I got a little nervous because he had 3 pitches in a row that he pulled. It's inside. It's not looking good for a Jack Leiter start. Then after that, he is nails, gets out Rice, gets Judge out on a pop out, then gets Cody Bellinger striking out as well. So got out of that first inning jam. Second inning, he's nails. Third inning, he's nails. So I'm thinking, okay, Jack Leiter's going to have himself a game. He got the command back on his side. He had that one walk had the one walk early.
Yeah. And
then in the 4th inning, everything falls apart. He has 3 walks in the inning, lets up first and third, and then Higgy with the error, allowing the run to score, and then Hobie Milner coming in to kind of make sure that situation didn't get any worse than it was coming in the jam. I thought it was interesting that Boch and Maddox didn't even let Hobie Milner warm up from what I saw. What was it, 1 or 2 pitches he threw? Yeah. And then they just pulled our boy Leiter because he had a lack of command there.
Yeah, I mean, Boch is doing the best he can. I think, to be honest with you guys, the bigger concern for me now is Garcia.
Yeah.
And the home runs.
Oh, Robert Garcia.
Both Garcias. Let's be honest, both Garcias.
I'll focus on the one that's been pitching, who has been, he's been outstanding this year. But now the second half of the season, it's just been these home runs at the worst time.
Robert Garcia in the month of July, 0 home runs allowed.
Yeah.
First 3 starts in August, 3 home runs allowed.
Yeah.
It's scary. You can't ride that roller coaster.
That's the thing about it too. And then even Boch put him in the 7th. He didn't even use him as a high leverage situation, and just to try and kind of maybe get him some confidence there. And then he gives up the homer to Goldschmidt, which ultimately was the winner. But that's the one that's starting to get a little bit of like, okay, first time it's like, hey, okay, fine, hey, we can live with this. Second time you're like, whoa, and then now it's like, man, where's your trust level? You're putting him in the 7th, and that was a game winner right there.
It was.
And unfortunately for him and the Rangers.
Yeah. You you said it best. You can't really count on him. And see why I told you guys.
Yeah.
This is going to be bullpen by committee.
Yeah.
And I don't like the by committee thing. And in fact, when they went to the World Series, they got Chapman in Kansas City, and that was your closer. He had some adventures, but you knew he had the pedigree. Garcia, you don't have a pedigree. The other thing about Leiter, real quick, speaking of the pitchers, now you know exactly why at the trade deadline they brought in Merrill Kelly. He's like, wait a minute, you already got a starter. Well, you don't have to worry about Leiter.
And Merrill Kelly will be presumably starting for your Rangers on Friday when they welcome in the Phillies.
There you go.
I thought Jack Leiter showed some promise out there. I think he's still a guy that you can go to. Me and Dylon, one of our great producers, were talking about before the show. Hopefully people aren't too hard on Leiter. I mean, he only allowed 2 runs. One of them was on an error. He had command issues in that fourth, but I don't think it was an overall just horrible outing from Leiter.
No, it wasn't horrible.
Started off.
But you want to be able to trust your pitching rotation in the playoffs.
Correct.
And it's like, okay, he's still growing. Let's bring in Kale.
And that's why Boch had the short leash, I believe. I think I counted, and Tolos let me know if you had a different count, 8 to 10 pitches that were just unhittable, where nobody was going to swing them. They just weren't good pitches in the dirt, out of the zone by a couple inches. So Leiter obviously had command issues. Boch and Maddox saw it, and they bring in Holby Milner quickly. Like I said, he only had like 1 or 2 pitches in the pen before they brought him in. And Holby Milner, I got to give him a shout out. In that fourth inning, you got runners on first and third, 1 out. And he's got 2 back-to-back great defensive plays. The little dribbler hit to him. He gets in the chase down situation, gets the runner out at third, and then the next pitch or next batter, same kind of situation, but at the first base side, a little dribbler to him. So shout out to Holby Milner, who even came out another inning, the longest stretch of his career with the Rangers. 3 innings he did today, all scoreless. So he was great in a pinch.
But John Gray too has been in the first game. He came in and did a nice job. And and then the trade for Phil Maton has been I think has paid off. Especially last night with Evaldi going 8 innings, and just really just kind of keeping the bats at bay for the Yankees. But Maton has came in. Maybe that's now what we're going to start to see.
You've now found a couple guys in your pen. I think through this last week of games, you're starting to solidify the guys you can kind of trust. I think you feel pretty good about Maton.
Yeah.
You feel very good about Kalum. I think we're starting to feel good about Crivello, and I think people were hoping for him. And then you got your guys like Latz and Armstrong that kind of fill in the gaps here and there.
They sent Latz down. They sent Latz down
to make room.
Yeah. But you're talking about it this year. Latz has been actually really good, and I know what you're talking about.
I would love to have Latz back up here because, I mean, as you mentioned, Robert Garcia.
It's a little scary right now.
Boch talks glowingly about him. Boch never.
Well, he didn't want to lose his confidence.
Post game,
he tried. He put him in the 7th to try and
get him out of it. Yeah,
and you see him on the mound. There's times he has confidence, and then times where pitches just get away. The home run to Goldschmidt, he's trying to fit it in inside, leaves it over the plate, and Goldschmidt just smacks it up into the seats. So
2 games
for Robert Garcia, 877-881-1053. Do you want to see Robert Garcia in another high leverage situation, or are you ready to give somebody else a chance? I want to ask you guys about at the plate. I thought Ezekiel Duran had a phenomenal outing. He goes 3 for 3, all against lefties. I thought he had a really good showing and getting good contact on the bat. Another guy that I want to say either got 1 hit, or I think he had 1 hit, Simeon. The first couple of bats, obviously there were outs. It was to third base and then the sac fly. But I do want to give him his flowers. They were great contact. I want to say the exit velo on both of those was 95 or at 100. So I thought he had some quality at bat. So if you're a box score watching, you saw Simeon, I think he actually had a quality day. The guy I want to ask you about, though, CA, Brian, Adolis Garcia. Every time he came up on base today, there were runners on base. Whether it was first, third, bases loaded, high leverage, end of the game.
7th and 9th.
And I'm not like, hey, I need a grand slam, Adolis Garcia. You're our power guy. Yeah. I just need him to put it in play. He is swinging at some of the worst pitches I've seen.
You saw that in the 9th. Yeah. He reached and fortunately made contact, or it would have been a crazy strikeout.
And I want to say that was the 5th or 4th time this game.
Yes.
He swung at something that was like a yard or 2 off of the plate.
Yeah.
Well, last night, man, if you want to talk about with Garcia not having a quality at bat, especially in that situation, Tellez, when he fought off like 10 pitches.
Pinch hit tonight.
And then he unfortunately didn't come through tonight. But last night, when you watch him pitch hit, he's able to just fight off pitch, and then dump it. That's all you needed, man. You just needed something. You just needed a flair, something just, you don't have to, like Garcia, when he's up there, you're kind of feeling like, okay, he's trying to play for the dramatic here, and he's delivered the dramatic a lot of times.
I'm going to say
but in that situation, just get the game tied.
Disconnect.
Just get the game tied. Find a way to, with the pitches, just make sure if you're going to swing at pitches and miss pitches, make sure there's strikes.
You feel him pressing, and not to an extent of like, it feels like he's trying to hit everything be a home run. There's no just let me get
situation.
contact.
He's been huge. I mean, he's delivered some major league hits.
All you needed was a single to win the game.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. Tellez last night, where he fought off all those pitches, and then was able
just a little blooper.
Just a little
That's
blooper
all you
that
needed.
scored too.
We saw Corey Seager today. Obviously, he's known for his slugging, but he's been doing a great job getting on base with the great streak and all that. Does it again today. Outruns a little dribbler down the first base line. An errant throw by Rodon, and he's able to get into first. Then later on in the game, he has the little blooper where everyone, myself included, Seager, thought it was going to be an out. He kind of shakes his head coming out of the box, drops him between three fielders, and now all of a sudden I think that was bases loaded or first and second after that. So Corey Seager found a way to manufacture stuff. Already talked about Duran kind of with his bloops. I think we had Haggard.
We're not dancing with you on this Garcia thing. Is that kind of making you mad?
No, Adolis Garcia is my guy. When we do our haikus.
Oh, I love Obambi, but today was not his
when
day.
we did our haikus, I said the reason the Rangers are going to make the playoffs because of Adolis. So I'm on the Adolis hype train. I was even saying it last night at the game. I said Adolis is the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah,
Corey Seager might be the best, and DeGrom and Evo and all that stuff. But if you go to a Rangers game, when they announce Adolis Garcia's name, that is when the place gets the loudest. No matter if he's 0 for 4.
In that clubhouse, too, he's the emotional guy. I'm not saying he's a leader, but he is the emotion of that team because the rest of those guys, they go about their work. They do everything the right way, and they're real quiet. When you guys had Josh Young on, he even kind of explained it that way. And the other thing that Josh Young said, and I hate to switch gears to
as many gears as you want.
Well, back to the pitching. There's a lot of people just amazed at Evo and how well he's pitching this year, and he never really showed it before. Josh Young explained why briefly with you guys. He said Evo is doing his routine. It's mundane, it's boring, and he's locked in.
Seager-esque.
Yeah, it's like he's doing the exact same thing over and over again because that's his routine, and he's got it down. Just like you said, Seager-esque. It's even kind of like a DeGrom-esque as well. When DeGrom was just doing everything the exact same way. Right. So that's the difference when you're like, last year he didn't do it. The year before he kind of showed, this is unbelievable what he's doing. Well, he's locked in and he's going about his business the exact same damn boring way.
Yeah.
Someone asked, why did Duran get pinch hit for Jock Peterson in the ninth when he was 3 for 3? Because a righty was in. So that's why they brought in Jock Peterson and let Duran sit that one out. And
Peterson actually, I think Peterson's been on base 6 straight times.
Yeah, Jock Peterson drew the walk, and then they pinch hit or pinch ran and had Alejandro Osuna come in for him. But the Texas Rangers fall no matter what, 3-2. They win the series over the Yankees. They will be back in action on Friday against the Phillies as they welcome in. I believe Merrill Kelly will be on the bump for your Texas Rangers. When we come back, we're going to go to Krusty's Corner. What is happening in the Dallas Cowboys camp? What has Micah said, or what has he not said? Next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
If you're getting ready to head home from work or you're on your way to work, whatever you're doing this evening or afternoon, if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, we would advise you strongly to call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at krld-fm.com. The Frankels are the best, helping you make a recovery when you're the victim of somebody's negligence. Especially if it's an 18-wheeler, big commercial vehicle. With great power comes great responsibility. You're talking about tons and tons of vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed. It can literally throw you into a wall. It can turn your life upside down and create tragedy for your family. So if you or a loved one is the victim, call the Frankels, and they'll make sure you don't settle for less. And that's easy to do, when you're talking about a loss of that magnitude, or you're talking about pain and suffering on board for the rest of your life. Maybe you need to change careers. These settlements are absolutely massive, and you got to make sure that you're not leaving something on the table, because you'll be dealing with the consequences of this for the rest of you and your family's life. So call the Frankels when you're hurt, not your fault. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, krld-fm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Follow back here on behalf of my great friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. I love supporting supporting local family-owned businesses here in the DFW, and that's exactly what Greystone is, especially when you consider the roofing business here in the Metroplex being kind of like the Wild Wild West. I mean, it's unpredictable, chaotic, and very risky at times. That's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can visit greystone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining, high school sweethearts, power couple, fantastic people, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They bring you the honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. Never cutting corners, just pure dedication. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak, or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule your no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Connect, invest, grow. Taiwan Expo 2025 is where innovation meets opportunity. August 14th to the 16th at the K. Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. Free admission. Learn more at TaiwanExpoUSA.com.
You and your friends are invited to indulge in a Tanqueray martini. Start your night with Fancy Hour, the early evening moment that celebrates an iconic duo. Martinis and fries. Step out in style and set the tone for the night ahead. This is your moment to get dressed up. Own your fancy and step into the spotlight with Tanqueray Gin. Book your table today at one of Dallas's trendiest restaurants on DFWRestaurantWeek.com and make it Fancy Hour. Please drink responsibly.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Mostly clear skies tonight. Will be close to 80 overnight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Constellation. Switch for good.
It's shocking how much some electricity providers charge you. Switch to Constellation for a great electricity rate and up to $600 in annual bill credits. Just call 888-921-MORE to see how easy it is to switch and save. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
Welcome back, Nation here. GBAG Nation here. Blake Elliott, joined by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, and of course Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, making sure that we sound all good on a Wednesday afternoon. A fun one here in the Nation as we're about to go do Krusty's Corner and figure out what's happening with your Dallas Cowboys. They got the day off today. We had a Brian Schottenheimer press conference, and what Brian learned and talking to his friends and watching videos from yesterday's joint practice with the Rams. Just reading a couple texts before we get to that. They were enjoying the baseball talk. Garcia cost us 2 games against Seattle. Y'all already know, pop up or strike out. I will be watching El Bombi to make sure he can get back on his groove, because going 0 for 5 with runners in score position is not what he is here for. But we'll talk about that more when we get Khaki Kev here at 6:40. But before that, let's go to Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, what do you got for us today?
Thank you very much, Blake. Appreciate that. Chris, always good to work with you.
You too.
It's always funny. I always think about, with Chris and I did a show together one time, and we started talking about like 1970s football and 1980s football, and everybody was like, okay. At the end of it, the response of it was like actually pretty good. I was surprised. I'm like, gosh, Chris and I went way back. The Gary Hogaboom era and stuff like that.
The Wayback Machine.
The Wayback Machine. So
70s football or 80s football, which one did you enjoy more?
Well, 70s, they were going to Super Bowls.
Yeah, Dallas Cowboys in the 70s. I was totally, my family had season tickets from 1972 till 1992 at Texas Stadium. And then my dad gave them up when I went to work for the Packers. And then it was hilarious. Like, we'd come, like Green Bay, we'd come play, and I would go and like go up in the stands and talk to the people sitting in our seats. And I would tell them less stories of what, and all that stuff like that.
Here we go. This might be the text of the segment. They said, all black GBAG crew today. We know Brian is black for real.
He is. For real.
For real. No, I just, like I said, I think 70s football for me, for Dallas Cowboys, was really, I think that was special.
Do you think
it was 5 Super Bowls, man?
Do you think Brian Schottenheimer is bringing any of that old school football from what you're seeing in that joint practice?
You know what? This is where I think that we have to be careful watching it. And you and I were doing like basically play-by-play from the NFL Network yesterday, and we were doing like, it looked like a goal line period, and so we were kind of talking. I just feel like that we have to be a little careful. And I talked to some people who were at the practice, and they were to a man and a lady that I was talking to, that they were saying, listen, the practice started off rough. That like the Rams brought a lot of energy. The Cowboys looked like a team that was trying to install things, where the Rams were working on things that they were.
And let's be honest, Sean McVay in year 8?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. They're really good defensively up front. And it was like we were seeing. I wish we got to see earlier practice, because there were, from talking to people, there were some problems running the football. And I said, well, was it in a way of just getting overpowered, getting overwhelmed, bad technique? What was the problem? And my folks were telling me, no, the biggest issue was the Rams play a front that likes to move, and they like to adjust. And they And so what happens was, when they were trying to get in, we've talked about this a bunch, this power gap scheme that Dallas runs, it's hip to hip, push and get to the second level if you can. And then when you get movement, when you get a lot of movement, then all of a sudden it's like you're not hip to hip, and you're trying to fight. And there was some times where they got guys up on second levels to get blocks, but they weren't square. They hit maybe what we call half man, and so now you're not able to sustain the block. We saw one good thing, I know, on Twitter, where they were able to get TJ Bass. They were able to get him around the corner, and then it was a good run by Williams, was right behind it, but you could see the blocks of how it's supposed to work, and they just, like my friends were saying, sources were saying, hey, they just did not early have enough of that. Now, throwing the football was a different story for them.
Right.
A lot of success.
But see, this is what I like. This is why we like listening to you. And let me explain why. A scout knows the details of what is going on.
Yeah.
A lot of reporters, even though they watch a lot of tape, they don't know what the guys are working on.
They're just looking at results.
And what's the bottom line? Practice and training camp is to try stuff, to see what might work and what might not work. You can break it down, and other guys are say, "Oh, he failed."
No, you could. You want to be able to, like, the Rams had some success against you. Again, everybody was saying that Dallas offensively and defensively, once the scrimmage was going on or once the practice was going on, kind of settled in. Everything just kind of settled in, and there was another clip that you could watch where the ball went to CeeDee Lamb. It looked like to me the Rams busted the coverage. CeeDee threw his hand up, knowing exactly he read the coverage. Dak read the coverage. Those are the things that are
the little
encouraging.
things.
And now the ball is going to see. But on the play, if you watch the play, here's Nate Thomas playing left tackle. Hasn't played a lot of left tackle. Not making excuses for him. Going against Verse is not an easy thing to do. You've got a game plan for Verse. And what they did one time, and I think it affected Verse, is they took Ferguson and chipped him. They hit him, like Nate Thomas set, and then Ferguson came down and chipped him, hit him in the ribs. And then that stopped Verse. Verse is like, whoa, wait a minute, I haven't been chipped all day. And now it helps Nate Thomas, so you can game plan those things like that. But throwing the football yesterday, Dallas looked pretty good and talking to people again. I keep saying that because I wasn't at the practice.
Right.
But they were throwing the ball with some effectiveness. It looked like to me that Turpin had a productive day. Pickens is going to find a way. He got called by these NFL officials for pushing off a couple of times down in the red zone. Pickens is really good at doing that, though. Pickens is not going to he's not going to two-hand shove you, but he's going to drive into your lower shoulder, use his forearm, try and find space that way. But in the red zone, they were able to make some plays. Running the ball, it looked like they were able to make some plays. But defensively, I was asking because I didn't get to see a whole lot because what Blake and I were doing. But I'm asking like, okay, well, tell me some things that are going on with the deep. This person told me Marquise Bell. Marquise Bell was getting called out by Sean McVay. Like, I see you 14. I see you 14.
Making those plays.
Like he's making those plays. So he was like, they were saying this guy was like, McVay's calling plays to try and mess with Marquise Bell playing down in the box and things like that. And McVay kept like, I see you, man. But I heard Maris Leofau had some good reps.
I like him.
Clark had some good reps, and that's important, I think.
Did anybody say anything about Lyle Collins?
See, the Lyle Collins, I did not hear anything about Lyle Collins. I know Lyle Collins was playing on the right side, playing at the right tackle. I needed to ask about Lyle Collins. I know he got some work in there, but nothing that I was like, oh, this guy's was standout and stuff like that. I think there was, we'll see how that all plays. But I was just, like I said, going back, Chris, I was just looking at this defensive, asking questions about the defense group. And I said, okay, well, the Rams, I heard, were having success throwing the ball. And it goes, yeah, a lot of it came on Andrew Booth. They went away. They went away from Bland, and then they were kind of just
picking on him.
They were picking on Andrew Booth. So all of a sudden, if you start to see, a lot, maybe some clips, maybe you hear, oh, well, the secondary was bad, this, that, and the other. Well, Andrew Booth had a little bit of a struggle yesterday.
Nick Eben was saying that the defense missed Micah. Anybody say anything about they don't look right without Micah out there?
Well,
you better not.
Yeah,
you better not let Jerry hear you say that. Well, we sure need Micah.
We sure need Micah. I think to me that it sounds like that Dallas played them pretty straight up and pretty vanilla.
Yeah.
And for the people who didn't get a chance to hear or see the practice, the narrative coming out of yesterday was the Rams overwhelmed the Cowboys in the trenches, ran the ball where they wanted to. The Cowboys were not able to get much success in the run game. And me and Brian were just seeing what people were saying on Twitter, looking at the videos, and that didn't seem very far off. The passing attack seemed to be the only place where the Cowboys were successful.
Yeah.
Then you hear Brian Schottenheimer's press conference today, which I thought was a phenomenal one, and he kind of explains, hey, we were being vanilla.
Yeah.
We were kind of playing with the 7-iron the entire practice. We're purposefully not showing a lot of things because I am a first-year head coach in Brian Schottenheimer. So there's a good thing holding some stuff close to vest and using that advantage going into the season.
But you need to be good on basic stuff, though, too. I'm not going to wash my... I'll say this.
The answer's somewhere in the middle.
Karen Williams had a run that was...
A little toss-crack on the right side.
Yeah, it was toss-crack. And what happened is that it was Sam Williams' side, and Sam has got to know, or somebody's got to make the call on that, hey, crack.
And he bites inside, next thing you know, the outside's wide open.
That's what I'm saying.
Karen just get paid.
You just,
You're rich.
He just got paid. But when you get, you can't you got to realize that was one of the good things about a guy like Tank Lawrence.
Yeah,
that a veteran guy, and he would yell at a linebacker or anybody or his corner that wasn't making a crack call.
I think that's so important. What Brian's talking about. There's a lot of linemen, linebacker, safeties that make calls and realize where guys are set, where their splits are, what kind of formation, and
watch the crack.
Kind of predict what type of play might be coming. Hey, this wide receiver split is a little bit closer than it usually is. He's probably coming in for a crack block rather than this guy's about to run. I need to be worrying about this guy. And when Brian's talking about when you don't have veterans on that outside defensive line in that linebacking room, you're kind of just relying on your safeties to make calls.
Yeah, this is where though I was hearing that. A positive thing when you talk about communication as the practice was going on, again, was Marquise Bell and Jack Sanborn. There was really good communication between those.
Who's wearing the green dot right now?
I think it's Sanborn is wearing it. Well, right now, because like we need to see about with Kenneth Murray.
Yeah,
you need to see if Kenneth Murray. I mean, he's just coming back now from having a child. So It is really
it's in flux, man.
Yeah, you just listen. Is there things that they have to do better? Absolutely. Are there things base wise they have to do better? Absolutely. Right. So the thing to me is where running the football, they've got to figure out. Okay, listen, if we get a front that is predicated on movement, and Dallas, the Cowboys, because they don't have that massive one technique, it's a starter. They're probably going to have to play a little bit lighter, so you have to play a little bit on the move.
I heard Mazy got hurt.
Mazy got hurt the day before.
Okay.
And he was dealing with that. And,
something minor?
Yeah. He practiced yesterday, but I'll say this with Mazy. I really do worry about Mazy. And it's just going to be very critical of him to say. And I think Will McClay said it actually best coming in this draft, talking about we have to get players that love the game. We have to get guys that love to play the game. The last two drafts, that was in question. Mazy, first round, and then also, though, Tyler Guyton. Do these guys really loving football? Are they mature? And Will said that. He goes, hey, we have got to pick players that love football and love to play the game.
Brian, this question coming in from Fred Davis, a teammate of ours.
Yeah.
He said, ask Brian about the quarterback room, how Joe Melton looked, and if his hand is okay.
Well, okay.
That's right. He got hurt.
I didn't get to see it when Joe Milton. When we got to clips, it looked like that Joe Milton was throwing the ball well. I think there was a shot that he made down there. I think he hit Turpin down the middle of the field on one.
The 65-yarder to Brooks.
Yeah, the Brooks. I mean, that part of Joe is capable of making throws. Joe also doesn't know where the ball's going to go sometimes.
Right.
And that's the thing that's frustrating about watching Joe practice is like you want him to drop back and then make the throw. Too many times it's drop back,
and run.
I don't see it, and now run, where you don't really get something out of that. So I think that to me is where Joe's got to be a little bit better. And when you'll see in the preseason, he'll probably lead the team in rushing is probably what will happen. He'll probably run for 10 carries for 85 yards or something like that.
Speaking of running, is it true that they're trying to do something with Deuce Vaughn, like make him a hybrid wide receiver / running back, something like that?
Well, they've tried that before with Deuce. They've tried to make him a slot player. We go back to the OTAs. This was under the Mike McCarthy administration. They tried to do things of playing him on the outside and getting him going. I'll say this: there were times in training camp he was really good running the football, and I'm thinking,
preseason too.
Yeah, I'm not liking that. I don't think they've got too many guys. But we'll see with Phil Maffa and all. It's going to be kind of a little bit of a struggle, I think, for Deuce because he doesn't have the sponsors that.
Right.
Give me this: anymore. Phil Maffa, Deuce Vaughn, Kavontae Turpin, who gets more running back snaps and handoffs, touches, if you will, this upcoming season.
I think that probably will be Turpin will probably get the most.
I would agree. We like seeing him in a gadget. That was a little bit of Krusty's Corner, getting you caught up on everything Dallas Cowboys. We'll have some more questions as we got one more segment here in the nation. What is happening with the adult toys at WNBA games? We got a news story about that coming up next in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers complete the sweep? We'll have the payload at 6:40, a Nelly ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway, and Tommy Yarsh from Oxnard. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
You have spent the last 10 years building a successful business, but recently it's been tough. You are behind on payroll taxes, and the IRS is coming after your business and you personally. Hi, I'm local attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, located right here in Dallas. Don't spend sleepless nights wondering if you are going to lose your business and your personal assets. The IRS is one of the most powerful agencies in the federal government, and it can and will aggressively target businesses who have not paid their payroll taxes, and can also target the business owner personally. If you are facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, call me, Nick Namath, today. I have helped many businesses and individuals in DFW resolve payroll and other types of tax problems. So whether you owe the IRS $20,000 or $2 million, why not let us try and help you? Your first visit is free and confidential, and we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So call us now at 972-484-0829. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myiRSteam.com.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
It's tax-free weekend, Texas. Gear up for school at Academy Sports and Outdoors and skip the taxes on top brands starting Friday. Plus, shop our extended hours, Friday and Saturday 7 to 11, Sunday 8 to 10. Don't miss out.
Let's talk Trajan Wealth, though. That's TRAJA. And do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do for that summer road trip? Well, as summer's winding down, why don't you get off that pool raft and head down to Trajan Wealth today? Start planning for your financial future. Consultation's absolutely free. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. They've got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. I love the Frisco location. It's absolutely beautiful. My guy Steve over there is awesome. They've also got spots in Arlington, Southlake. I know Eric loves Fort Worth, and they're even in McKinney there, Chiafalo.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And when you make more money, they make more money. So they're in this with you. They want to see you win, and Trajan Wealth is family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
One visit can change your life. Men's Tea Clinic offers a variety of men's wellness programs to help you meet your goals and keep you as strong as you've ever been. Call 972-GO-MEN's-TEA today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
The boys are back. Catch your Dallas Cowboys at training camp presented by American Airlines at the Star in Frisco on August 19th and 20th. It all kicks off Tuesday night with an epic opening ceremony featuring the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, mascot Rowdy, and welcome remarks from special guests. Open practice follows at 6 p.m. Wednesday is Cowboys night and another chance to see your Cowboys practice from 6 to 8 p.m. Admission is free. Details at dallascowboys.com/training camp.
All right, Tolos, football is back for epic game day eats. The only call is Wild Fork Foods. Forget ordinary. Wild Fork brings unbeatable variety of premium meats and seafood, all blast frozen for peak freshness, locking in the flavor. Our crew ensures incredible quality and value every time, making it a truly great process with amazing prices. Time to level up your tailgate or watch party, and you can grab everything from prime steaks and juicy burgers to exotic meats and seafood. Visit Wild Fork Foods or order online for delivery.
Attention Dallas.
Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-famous Spearmint Rhino. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street.
And enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality.
Want to know who's performing?
Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
See the entertainers before you even arrive.
Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now.
Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away one kid's ride-on car every day for a year. To enter, send a video of your child singing their jingle at carsforkids.org/30.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your AC system. And here's why. Right now, you can stack 3 incredible rebates together. A $1,900 factory rebate, a $1,500 utility rebate, and the $2,000 federal tax credit. That's $5,400. And when you leverage our factory direct pricing, that means you can buy the top-of-the-line 24-SEER AC system for what most people are paying for the base model. Plus, these systems can cut your electric bill by over 60%. That's over $1,000 a year. We're so confident in this offer that we actually encourage you to call 2 other companies first, get their price, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com, where we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Our Rangers are in the wild card hunt, and the Fan is where to get that baseball fix. President of Baseball Operations Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20 with GBAG. A different Rangers player every Tuesday afternoon, and then a doubleheader Wednesday with Brett Boone at 9:20 with Sean and RJ, followed by manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Final segment here in the nation. Blake Elliott here. I want to shout out to my friends at the Frankels First. If you've ever been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels First. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. That's 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also want to shout out Cars for Kids. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Donate the kids, not the car.
How do you feel?
Final segment here in the nation. Blake Elliott filling in for Gavin Dawson, who is still sick. May or may not be on the GBAG Nation tomorrow, but don't fret. Either way, you will have Lucius Alexander. You will have Brian Broaddus. You have Eric Chiafalo back in there, and you may have the 3-time Hall of Famer CA. Just be on standby for that. But for now, we still got CA in studio, and we still got Brian.
Have you got any updates from Dawson? Anybody?
I sent him a text, Lucius, and asked if he was feeling. He said he wasn't feeling very good.
Oh my God!
So I just kind of left it. Hey, bro,
that's scary.
Yeah.
So we joked on him for about 2.5 hours.
I know. That's what I was.
Men are awful.
I know.
I think I saw a tweet that said, "Dudes
I
will
feel
have
bad about that, Lucius. I ain't gonna lie.
We was scoring jokes on this fool.
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here. I got a fever and a bump. I don't know what's going on. We're just 2.5 hours just going off on. And then he didn't show up today. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, he was. It was a struggle yesterday.
Guys are the worst. So you'll be having the worst day ever, and then you'll just send someone a meme, and just hopefully your day gets better. It's like, hey man, you're fine. Just shake it.
When I asked him this morning, I said, hey, how you feeling? He says, not great. I don't think I'm coming in. I might see you tomorrow. Is what he said.
Well, what you will not see tomorrow is a bag at WNBA games. There is a new bag policy being enforced. WNBA games are implementing a no bag policies to prevent adult
items
smuggling getting into games. If you miss it, there was another green adult item thrown on the court. It hit Fever star Sophie Cunningham in the leg. She then, while there was a free throw being shot, She kicked it off and then made some jokes on Twitter because she was the one a couple days ago when it first happened. She said, stop throwing these items on the court. You're going to hurt someone. And then lo and behold, Tuesday afternoon, she gets hit by a green item.
It was green?
It was green. Apparently, it was a little moist as well. That's what the streets are saying.
No. Don't believe the streets.
That's just what they're saying on the Twitter sphere. Polymarket.
Because it got snuck in there.
It got
and it wasn't in the bag.
Got it. I think you get what he's saying. Polymarket, which
didn't Cole Beasley used to say, eat a bagger?
Yeah. That was his response to everything. Everything. That was like his tagline.
That was
for
his
a while.
tagline.
Yeah.
He didn't want to answer the question. Eat a bagger.
I'll tell you, nobody jumped on Twitter faster than him after a game.
He was like Kevin Durant.
I mean, it was amazing. Like, we'd be flying home after a game, and my man would be sitting there just
tweeting away.
Yeah.
So Polymarket, which is a betting kind of trend following, they follow the trends in the betting market, and you can make bets on Polymarket. Fred is a big proponent of this because it shows where the money's actually at. Instead of places like DraftKings and all those other places, he's a fan of watching what's happening on Polymarket. I enjoy Polymarket as well. Either way, they came out with their what kind of bets are being done. There are more bets on what adult item is going to be thrown on the court for WNBA more than who is going to win the game. More people are betting on that than the actual outcome of the game.
So like next items?
The next item.
Like a little rabbit or a rose or something?
So
it got hit with a rose.
So they're just banning a whole bag. You can't even bring a bag in because they don't know what you got in the bag.
Yeah,
it's getting insane. So Polymarket has it as this. You can bet if it's going to be Wednesday, August 6th, which is today. There's a 16% chance. You can buy and bet into that. You can do August 7th, 28% chance. August 8th, 35% chance. Sunday, 28% chance. So the numbers go down a little bit.
Yeah, church day, as Lucius would say.
And then on Monday, August 11th, 15%.
I'm not going to bring it today and throw it because of Jesus. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
The Holy Spirit is not going to get him today. Satan, back up.
Holy Jesus.
My question that I feel like maybe a lot of people at home or driving are thinking this, but maybe haven't put it into their mind. If you can bet on this, couldn't you just go to a game and then you be the one that throws it and then make money off of it? Is that a crazy idea?
No,
it's like the folks that like jump on the field.
Yeah,
like they're in the Super Bowl,
right? Or
like,
streak.
Bet on like if you're going to have a person jump on the field.
I bet you won't do it.
I bet you won't do it. Yeah, and then you bet on that. You bet that prop, and then you pay the $500 fine for jumping on the field. But
you made
$1,000. You make some cash.
Yeah. Another one. After 4 divorces and 6 engagements, Jennifer Lopez says she will not be getting married again. She is choosing herself from now on. Your reaction to J-Lo, no longer dating.
She's dating, but she says she's not going to get married. She gets married. That's what she does. She won a ring on it.
Did she marry Ben Affleck? How many times? Is that a
Well, she almost married him the first time. And then she married him after she got a divorce from Mark.
Anthony,
yeah.
How about me knowing stuff?
Yeah, but they were item about to get married. They were engaged, and then they broke it off.
Was she and A-Rod? They were never married?
They were not married, but they were an item.
They were an item, okay.
And then before that, she married a backup dancer way back in the day.
Lucius, what's wrong with her?
Yeah, she did marry that backup dancer. She's too beautiful, bro.
Do you think she's still sought after in the celebrity community?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? She's drop dead gorgeous.
Okay, slow it down. All three. I'm not saying she's not beautiful. Is she at the top of the pecking order still in 2025?
She's got it together. Yeah.
You think she's in top 5 most desirable women in the acting scene?
In the acting scene?
You mean in entertainment world?
Entertainment, acting, music.
Are we talking about these gals now that are?
I'm talking about all of them. That's what I'm saying.
TikTok gals and all that stuff.
Everybody that's not playing sports that is an entertainment value. Y'all said she's still the stuff, and I agree. I'm just wondering if celebrities also still have her on that pecking order, or do they see this post and like, that's old news?
No, watch who she goes out with next. Just watch.
Tom Brady,
Cooper Flag.
You think they're going to run away from J-Lo, bro?
I'm asking y'all.
You see how these NBA players be passing around these little hood rat skanks? And I say that respectfully.
Yeah. I want to say
they pop up on different people's arms, dog.
I want to say J-Lo did something with Drake one time.
She wanted him.
Yeah. She one of them.
Yeah, that's why
And
she's always dropping
got her
dudes.
own money too.
Yeah, she's one of them, dog. She's a boss,
Are
bro.
you kidding me?
Speaking of money, Disney Plus and Hulu are launching a unified streaming app in 2026, fully integrating Hulu into Disney Plus. Standalone Hulu streaming service will be discontinued.
Oh,
so
man, I love
if you got Hulu on your Apple TV on your phone, it will be, I guess it'll just be gone, or will it just become Disney Plus? Will the app icon change?
Well, they always
How
want.
that works.
I got Hulu, and it's already with
got
Disney
premium?
Plus. Was Disney some kind of way? Disney Plus, you got to.
Do you have ads?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, look at the big ball over here. I always run
I
ads.
do not do no dads.
You
I
do
cannot
no
do ads on anything.
I've got
bro.
7 jobs, so I don't have to watch ads.
No, that's why I have YouTube Premium. I don't even want to see no ads anywhere.
No,
I don't know what a commercial looks like until it's like live programming.
He's right about that YouTube stuff. That will wear you down. That
20 seconds, especially in the middle of a song.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Can I have a rebuttal about the ads? Now, if I had the money going, of course I would love to have no ads.
You're gonna
but
have the ads.
Either way, I don't mind ads for 2 reasons. One, I like to see what brands are pushing and see if they got the little psychological. Like, is this working? Is this making me want this item?
No,
or is
guess
it
what,
not?
Blake? Nowadays, AI is giving you what they think you want.
And see, it
you
probably
look up one ad, all of a sudden you get all these ads. Like what? I
and
didn't
that's the
order
other
that.
thing, especially when you're on YouTube and you're on the socials. These are directed ads for you.
Exactly.
The same ad Brian's getting, I'm not getting a Hams ad.
There's no ads because I'm paying $20-something a month to not have ads.
Smith said he likes commercials. He's the Don Draper of the fan.
Don Draper, yeah.
Admin right there.
The other reason I
Is
don't
this
mind
hitting? It's not hitting.
Your cigarette company's not going to do anything.
The other reason I don't mind ads and commercials.
What are you doing, bro?
See, it gives me a chance to reset. Maybe I'm watching a video, whatever. This gives me a chance to text somebody back.
Interrupts.
What I hate is I can't skip past my ads. It drives me crazy. I've learned tricks though. You can go live and then go backwards.
We're cooking, and all of a sudden I get an ad where I'm supposed to add ingredients to something.
And that's a moment, Brian, you take a second to take a deep breath.
No.
The ad is like 15 seconds max.
Yeah, it's too long.
I think we all need to practice patience.
I agree with you on that, but I'm not going to do it on YouTube because I watch way too much of it.
Facts.
It's a great time machine, by the way.
It really
I
is.
can go back and watch. Roger
Anything you
Summer went
think
to the
of.
Playoff game the other night, 75 playoff game.
That's why it's hard to watch Tubi and those other little because you're forced to watch the ads.
Are you playing the late great Chuck Mangione?
I surely am.
Feels so good.
Yes.
Oh, that does.
Well, it's always a pleasure. This felt like a time machine hanging out with you
did
guys.
a great job, bro.
Doing the
Seriously,
show
2
with
days.
y'all.
Thank you, man.
Got the 3-timer Super Bowl winning scout makes it easy. Got Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup. It's real easy doing radio when you got these guys with you. If you're wondering, Gavin Dawson may be back tomorrow. You will have Eric Chia following the GBAG Nation with Brian Broaddus and Lucius Alexander. You might have CA.
Come see us
jump
at
in there.
Jake's.
Come see us, Jake's Burgers, tomorrow, 2 to 7. Fan Phenom and Saxy. Come hang out with the boys in fellowship. Following GBAG Nation, you have the Fan Phenom auditions. If you think you have it cut,
Get a Blake.
maybe you'll be filling in for Gavin Dawson. You won't know until you show up to the Fan Phenom. Me and CA got you until 9 o'clock, but for now, that's what we got for the nation. Deuces.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Maverick fans, where are you?
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to...
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
For Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. That's your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Skillet? Doesn't sound right. Was it some folks' work?
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. It is The Fan After Dark. Broadus has left us. It's just me and CA now. No more GBAG Nation. I know you guys have been
Ryan
wondering.
took Lucius with him.
He did take Lucius with him. I think that Lucius is still back there.
Oh, yeah, there he is, way back there.
Dylon is kind of like Lucius 2.0. So we got Dylon.
good.
We got Dylon in the back. He's making us sound crispy here on this Wednesday. I'm still here with you guys up until 9 o'clock. So me and CA got you locked in for the next 2 hours on all things DFW. And then at 9 o'clock, I'm going to pass the baton up to Kevin Walker. And
Khaki
Kev and CA will take you home until 11 p.m.
It's almost like a Fan After Dark anyway.
It's a little Fan After Darkish now.
I'm surrounded by the Fan After Dark crew.
You are. We got Fred Davis on the KNC Masterpiece this week. He's filling in for Kevin Hagelin, who's in Germany. So he was out at the Globe today before the Rangers game. Got a chance to talk to Bruce Bochy, so I'm a little jealous of him for that. But he's been doing a great job filling in, so make sure you guys show some fatty love over there to Fred Davis. But we got plenty to talk about, CA. It's been a while since me and you have been in the booth.
That's right. In fact, let's see, one point you were in Greece and I was in Brazil.
Yep.
So we never even, for a couple of weeks, we've been missing each other.
We was going international. We was going international, CA.
Worldwide.
So we could do a whole segment just on that. Well, before we get into any of the super fun stuff, Dylon, how are you doing today? I haven't got a chance to talk to you on the radio waves. You were watching the Rangers game and unfortunately having to cut up a bunch of Adolis Garcia striking out.
Well, the good thing is we don't cut the strikeouts, but I was working the game, cutting up some audio, cutting up some highlights. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but we did win the series, so that is a positive. But I'm doing good. It's going well.
I'm going to get into some Dallas Mavericks questions, so I got the man CA here. But before I do that, Dylon, what did you think? What did you overall take? I already got mine out from this Rangers series with the Yankees. Do you feel overall better about the Rangers? Do you feel the same? Do you feel any worse? Were there some spots that you saw that go, hey, that's going to be a big problem moving forward? What was your overall takeaway from them winning the series versus the Yankees?
What happened to Robert Garcia? That's my biggest question.
It turned into August.
I mean, he's been good. I mean, he hasn't been great, but he's been good. But overall, as a series, Jock Peterson, maybe, hopefully, starting to turn things around a little bit. If Jock Peterson can fill that DH role, I feel pretty good about it. And Nathan Eovaldi, again, absolutely incredible.
Nathan Eovaldi is nails. Your pitching, for the most part, has been pretty nails. You had Jack Leiter, who's a little bit of a command issue, especially in that fourth inning. But overall, I'm not too mad at the start. He doesn't get out of the fourth inning. Only allows the 4 walks, 3 in the fourth, and he gets pulled out for Holby Milner. Your Texas Rangers lose 3-2 versus the Yankees. They still win the series, and they'll welcome in the Phillies on Friday. We have our boy Merrill Kelly, who's the tentative starter for that game when you welcome in Philadelphia. But CA, Dallas Mavericks, we haven't had a chance to really chat about him. Cooper Flagg now being on the squad. How well, I'll just say in generalities before we get into specifics, do you feel about this 10-man rotation, barring everyone's health? So you got Kyrie back in the starting lineup. D'Angelo Russell is your backup point guard. How well do you feel about that 10-man group right there?
Oh, I feel strong. I feel the depth is there. Let me say this for those who haven't been keeping up, because a lot of baseball,
a lot of stuff
Cowboys
going on.
Training
Maybe they've been traveling.
Big pardon?
I was saying maybe the Tolas have been traveling as well. Maybe having a chance to tune in.
They released the preseason schedule. They also announced they're going to have training camp in Vancouver. But more importantly, the first preseason game is going to be at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth.
So people can go to that.
Yes, Fort Worth. Malish, love you. Leon Bridges is a part of our family. He's a legendary guitarist, young buck, getting those Grammy Awards and whatnot. But at the same time, the next game after that, your doppelganger will be here.
Josh Green? LaMelo?
No.
Which one? I got a
LaMelo.
LaMelo Ball?
Yeah, LaMelo.
You seen his tattoos, the Cheeto toes? He got a tattoo, the hot Cheetos?
Yeah.
He got all of his toes hot Cheeto colored. Like they're red and it's like at the tip of his toes or like the yellow, like a hot Cheeto.
Oh my goodness.
It's not a good look.
Hot Cheetos and Takis.
What part of his body's not tattooed at this point?
Yeah, he's got a lot of tattoos going on over there. But
that's the saying. The third game will be against Luka and the Lakers in Vegas. And the fourth game, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's 4 games, and then they start the regular season.
No Oklahoma City?
No, the first game, Oklahoma City Thunder in Fort Worth.
Okay.
That's who they're playing in Fort Worth. But the 4th preseason game, I can't think of.
We'll just say the Jazz.
Probably. and then, seriously, it probably is. And then the regular season starts. They're going to be in Mexico City on November the 1st. It may not be the first game because they haven't announced the regular season schedule yet. It should drop in the next few days, if not the next week. But they will be playing like November the 1st in Mexico City against Detroit.
I'll ask you this. This has been a hot topic for me and Fred and some of the Tolos. Who do you want to be the starting shooting guard? I want to say this is in a perfect place. So Kyrie Irving's there, but if you want to put D'Angelo for the situation, either way, it's one of those two guys. Kyrie hurt or Kyrie healthy, it's him, D'Lo, whatever. Then you've got Anthony Davis / Gafford Lively. Whoever you want to put in there, doesn't really matter to me. Then you got Cooper Flagg, who I think we all presume will start. Who is going to be that guy next to him? You've got a couple guys up for contention. I want to know your opinion. 877-881-1053, the Frankel injury returning text line. Who do you want to start along with these 4 guys? Kyrie, Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, Derek Lively. Who do you want that 5th guy to be? You've got Klay Thompson, who's probably the obvious choice. If you look at the depth chart right now, that's probably the guy that would be there. PJ Washington, kind of mentioned by Jason Kidd, kind of hinted at, I'll say, by Jason Kidd saying, we can play big. And that sparked everyone's mind. Maybe PJ Washington.
He thinks outside the box.
I'll throw another guy's name in the hat. Max Christie, 3-and-D guy, kind of fits that 2-guard mold probably the best. And that'd probably be maybe Najee Marshall, but I think we all can agree he's kind of your bench guy right now. Out of those 3 guys, who do you think they'll start and who would CA start?
The Klay the Thompson.
Okay. And for both years, who you want them to start?
Klay the. This is the new name. Klay.
For Meg?
Yeah, Megan. It's got to be Klay. Let me explain why. It has more to do.
Is this Klay for both your answers? Who you think they'll start and who you want to start? Okay.
Yes, and the reason why is because Klay does something where he doesn't even have to shoot the ball that changes the defense. It allows Anthony Davis to cook. Watch when this season starts and when Klay Thompson plays, he will always be on the side that Anthony Davis is on, which is probably going to be on the left side. But still, he's going to be on the same side wherever Anthony Davis is because you can't leave Klay Thompson open. And in other words, the defense can't cheat and double down on Anthony Davis if Klay Thompson is right there on the perimeter. That's what a lot of fans or people who watch basketball, they don't do the deeper dive on that. And you got to say, wait a minute, what's the best thing to make Anthony Davis better? Klay Thompson over there. It's kind of like I was trying to explain to a lot of people when they thought because Luka and LeBron were gelling well in the end of the regular season, they wound up in third place in the West, and they were, oh, they're going to the finals. I said, no, they're not. Because you're not getting all of Luka. You're getting his scoring, but when the finals start, the defenses are going to dictate what you cannot do, which is they don't have real centers to lob to. Notice they just picked up DeAndre Ayton, okay, because they didn't have real centers. JJ couldn't use those centers, and if the centers weren't there to get the lobs, they played on the perimeter, which took Austin Reeves away. So Luka couldn't get the assists. You couldn't get you follow what I'm saying? There was no reason for him, no way for him to drive. So you have to be a coach to understand the deeper dive, which Jason Kidd is excellent at, and you will see that Klay Thompson is going to start. I'm not saying he's going to eat up all these minutes. It depends on the matchups. But he's going to start every game he's available unless they're resting him for the playoffs. And that's what they were doing a lot of. So just know the best thing that can happen to Anthony Davis beyond Kyrie, setting him up as a facilitator is to have Anthony Davis on that perimeter.
Tolos, Fatties, do you agree with CA? Do you think Klay Thompson will start? And do you want Klay Thompson to start for your 2025-26 Dallas Mavericks?
It's the same lesson I was trying to tell people about. What's the kid that was the walking bucket a couple of years ago? And
we got a lot of walking buckets. Not Hardy?
Oh, no.
Tall.
Christian Wood. I swear to God. Oh, Christian Wood is a bucket. Why is Jason Kidd leaving on the bench? He doesn't play defense. That doesn't matter. He gets 24. The deeper dive is if you put him in a playoff series and the playoff time come, that 20 points will be put in a pick and roll blender. They call it barbecue chicken time. His ass will be sitting on the bench, and those 20 points that you counted on are not available to you no more. They put a guy who plays no defense into blenders and gets him in foul trouble. So you got to take the deeper dive and say, what's best for Anthony Davis? What's best for the whole team? Klay Thompson right there. So there's a lot of people who say, I want him to come off the bench. He's old. It has nothing to do with him being old. It has nothing to do with, is he gonna cook tonight or not? It has to do with what's going to be the greatest threat for the defense that they're playing.
So I believe who the Dallas Mavericks will start in 2025-2026 season alongside the four names that I mentioned earlier will be Klay Thompson. But my answer differs from CA of who I would want to start. I want to offer a different opinion. You guys see if you guys agree. I would throw out Max Christie. The reason being, Max Christie, I think, is a comparable three-point shooter. I would say Klay Thompson is a better three-point shooter. Just for the stats, Max Christie shot 36.4% threes. Obviously shot about half the amount that Klay shot. Klay shot 39% on about double the amount of threes Max Christie shot. But it's less about the offensive side. I think Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, and Cooper Flag are going to give you enough offense. And you've got shooting from Kyrie, who was your highest three-point shooter at 40%. You've got shooting from Cooper Flag, who shot 38% from three last year. Now, he didn't look great in the Summer League with the shot. We'll have to kind of wait and see with that. I'm not heavily banking on that, but I'm not discounting it either. I think he'll be an all-right three-point shooter, at least in his rookie year. And then we know what AD is able to do all around the court, and then Lively and Gafford finishing around the rim. I am more worried, CA and the Tolos.
Perimeter defense?
Perimeter defense. And while Klay Thompson has been that guy, I think we can all agree he's not that guy anymore. After the surgeries, getting a little up there in age. Do I think that Klay is a cone on defense? No, I do not. I do not think Klay, if he's out there, whoever's Klay's guard is going to give you an easy 30. I don't think that, and you'd be naive to think that. I think you'd also be naive to think that Klay Thompson can go out there and guard the best player on an opposing team and shut him down. I don't think the Mavs have that guy on that roster, but the closest guy I think that they do have that can also give you a little bit of offense is Max Christie. Do I think he's that guy right now? I think he's about as close as you're going to get on this roster. So I personally think Max Christie next to Kyrie Irving, especially D'Angelo Russell. I love Kyrie. I love D'Lo. Neither of those guys play defense. Kyrie gets in passing lanes and gets steals, but they don't play defense. They're not sitting in a chair and locking up when you go play these Anthony Edwards, when you go play Derek White who can get open, when you play all these Jalen Brunsons of the league, whatever it may be. You need a guy out there that likes playing perimeter defense, that gets in a stance, and I think Max Christie gives you the best chance to do that. Now, I'm going to agree with CA. Who they're going to start is going to be Klay Thompson. And we can debate all day long about who's going to start. I think it matters more about who's playing those heavy minutes, who's playing in the fourth quarter, who's in that closing lineup when things really matter. And I think it'll be I think it'll be Kyrie Irving, Max Christie, Cooper Flag, Anthony Davis. And I think you might even see some PJ in there instead of a center and having AD play the 5 in some closing minutes. So I think you could see PJ being the 4 and Anthony Davis playing the 5 because AD will play the 5 guys.
Yeah, he will.
Now,
He just
does he
prefers
want to, and will he do it a lot? No.
No.
But will he, especially, I think, during closing time?
Sure.
I think that'll be your closing time lineup. Now I'm talking about when Kyrie's healthy later on in the season. You can insert D'Angelo Russell for the time being.
This is what's so great about this conversation. You were talking about defensively what's better for the Mavericks, and I was talking about what was better for the Mavericks offensively. But what's so amazing about what Jason Kidd has on his roster is lots of options, and it's all about the matchups, and he is not Thibodeau, who's going to go with the same 5 guys. He's going to go what the matchups look like. And with that being said, there'll be situations where P.J. Washington may be on that perimeter because he's quick enough to do that. It could be Najee Marshall. It could be Najee Marshall easily. And it doesn't have – it's kind of like Cooper Flagg. Everybody's saying, well, Cooper Flagg's going to start. Well, he probably will, but that doesn't mean he's going to start and play long minutes. You want to see him get better and better and better, but at the same time, you want to win games so that you're in position to possibly have home court in the playoffs. With that being said, it's because we've got so many options on this Mavericks roster. None of us are wrong.
No,
it's just like it could change on a dime. In fact, people forget Derek Lively started the season last year, and it wasn't working right. He inserted Daniel Gafford, and off to the races they went for a while.
Gafford, he had on that. I think this is back-to-back years where he had like a 20-plus game streak of not missing a shot, breaking records. Both of those guys being high efficiency at the rim.
The other great thing about this Mavericks team, unlike some other teams where guys demand touches and minutes and have egos, this is an egoless team. These guys are true playing for each other.
I'm going to read off the depth chart just for the people that at home that maybe haven't put this.
It's mind-boggling. The 10 is deep.
I want to say they have 11, maybe even 12 guys.
Seriously.
That I, as a Mavs fan, and I'm a nervous Mavs fan when I'm watching games, that I do trust. You've got Kyrie Irving, D'Angelo Russell. That's 2 point guards that either one is there. Obviously, is Kyrie better? I don't think we need to debate that, but I trust both of them to execute what the coach is asking them to do. You've got Klay Thompson and Max Christie. I'm a little timid, but I feel comfortable about both of them being on the court. I'm not like, oh my God, Klay's on the court. Oh my God, Max Christie's on the court. We're gonna fall apart. At the 3, you've got Najee and Cooper Flagg. I think everybody listening right now feels good about both of those guys. At the 4, you've got Anthony Davis and PJ Washington. People will make their jokes about AD, but let's be serious. This guy's top 10, top 15 if he's healthy. We all feel good about him producing on the court. Derek Lively, and Daniel Gafford. That's 10 guys right now that I'm sure all those names I just said, nobody really squinted, nobody clinched up and go, ooh, that guy's going to be getting minutes for me this year. Didn't even mention Brandon Williams, who I'm a huge fan of. I've been on the Be Well fan club.
Me too.
If you're a fatty, you're on the Be Well fan club.
You didn't mention Dante Exum.
Who they re-signed this year. Another guy that they can trust and
totally trust.
Hey, maybe D'Lo's not giving us what we want and Brandon's banged up. I can throw in Dante. Or maybe one of the guys is doing this.
Or the matchups.
The matchups. So I'm not going to mention Caleb Martin. Caleb Martin's the only guy on the team. I don't know what his role is going to be. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's a trade piece. I see.
You know what they said?
What's up?
They say he is the low-key, lockdown perimeter defender.
Well, he needs to be able to score, too. That's great.
We know that, but I'm just saying that's what he can do. When you were talking about defense and how Max Christie, he's a better defender than Max Christie. And by the way, he's on this roster only because he had a controllable contract, and you can see, don't get me wrong, everybody loved our boy went to Philadelphia. Everybody,
Grimes.
But it has nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
Because the Mavericks loved him.
Business.
No, it's all business. It had nothing to do with him. It was his contract was going to expire, and there's no way they could have kept him. He would have been gone because we couldn't have matched the money.
Send in who your 5 you want to be the starting lineup for your Dallas Mavericks. Fun conversation with CA. Woo-hoo. Well, coming up on the other side, I've got a couple names that I'm going to pit against each other for your Dallas Cowboys, and I'm going to ask CA who is more impactful for the Cowboys' success in the upcoming season. Next, Fan After Dark.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
You've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Dylon, here on the Fan After Dark. Blake Elliott joined by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got our boy Dylon keeping us crispy in the Pimp Cup. Gonna ask CA some Dallas Cowboys questions, pit two players against each other, and tell me which one he thinks will be more impactful for them winning. But before we get to that, a little housekeeping. We got some fun texts as well as some NFL news for you guys. I asked who you would rather start and who would you want to be in the Dallas Mavericks starting five. We got, you could start big, then pull Thompson off the bench and be the sixth man of the year, or opposite and have Washington. They're both talented enough to be sixth man off the bench. That's going to be our boy Baker. I agree wholeheartedly. Hey, Blake, I have a question for you. Would love a piece of advice for Fan Phenom. Tomorrow, could I ask you a question? Yeah, shoot it my way. I'll answer it. 214 says PJ better start. I don't know how probable that will be. Like if I had to make a bet, I would say PJ Washington will not start.
I'm going to think that it just depends on how it goes. And when I say how it goes, remember, Cooper Flagg is a generational talent, but he's still a rookie. And because he's just a rookie, there will be situations where Jason Kidd will say, you know what, not this game. You're not going to start this game. Or guess what? This is too much for you right now. And we got to win this game. Or we need to start off this certain way. And one thing about it is PJ's not one of these guys that demands minutes. He's not an ego-driven guy. But at the same time, neither is Cooper Flagg. So just know that they're interchangeable. It's not like PJ has to start. And it's not like Cooper Flagg has to start. He'll probably start quite a few games, but there might be a situation where guess what? He might be banged up a little bit, or maybe PJ's banged up a little bit. I think they're intertwinable right now. Right? You can switch them out any way right now, depending upon the matchups. And that's the best thing about this team. You've got so many comparable guys. It's not like there's a fall off if one guy goes to the bench.
I agree.
It's kind of like you got a squad full of Livelies and Gaffords.
You do. You got a lot of positional flexibility. 713, you trust D'Angelo Russell and Anthony Davis. You've got to be new. Not new, been watching basketball a long time. And if I had to say two guys in a lineup that are injury prone and have a low floor, D'Angelo Russell would be one of those guys, and Anthony Davis because of his injury history. But overall, just looking at it objectively of when they are healthy and on the court, I'm not that nervous about Anthony Davis producing. And D'Angelo Russell will be a fine stopgap because you got Dante Exum and Brandon Williams behind him, so he's not going to have to do that much.
One other note on that real quick, because everything you said is exactly correct. But the thing about D'Lo that drove the Laker fans crazy was he didn't produce in the playoffs. He gave you great numbers in the regular season. What do we need him for?
Yeah.
Regular season. I'm not worried about the playoffs because Kyrie's going to be back by then.
And at that point, Brandon Williams,
He didn't have to carry it,
or
yes.
D'Lo, whoever's
He
playing
won't-
the best,
yes,
can be the backup.
Exactly. It's like depth.
It's not going to make anyone mad if Exum's the backup. Or
He is a
B-Will or-
veteran that can handle the regular season and usually explodes in the regular season, where that's why Laker fans were mad at him in the playoffs where he didn't do too much.
Well, George Kittle thought handling the regular season was going to be a lot harder because a couple of days ago, a post comes out from the NFL saying they are banning smelling salts. George Kittle then goes, kind of jokingly, I'm going to have to consider retirement because I need these smelling salts and these ammonia pills, and a lot of players were kind of saying that they use them and whatever. NFL comes out today, and Adam Schefter kind of cleaned up the story for everybody. He says, get a whiff of this. Nice joke, Shefty. It turns out that players, NFL players, can still use smelling salts under the NFL's new policy. It's just that the teams cannot provide the smelling salts.
Bring your own.
So it's a BYOS, bring your own smelling. BYOSS, bring your own
Bring
smelling.
your own B with a bottle of smelling sauce.
Bring your own B bottle of smell. BWOBS, bring your own bottle of smelling salts.
BYOBSS.
BWOBs.
Or you could go like Sean Lee, Cowboys great linebacker 10 years ago, whatever. Sean used to always drink crazy coffee combinations, just coffee.
Coffee is one of those things that I've never been a huge fan of.
I don't drink it.
Come on, CA.
I love the smell of it. Growing up, I loved the smell of coffee. And then when my mom finally let me try some coffee, it was so bitter. It wasn't even about caffeine. I didn't know what caffeine meant. I just knew that it didn't live up to the smell. And so I never really cared for it anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna give you two Cowboys players, and you say, Blake, this guy is gonna be more impactful to winning. If he is not good, I do not feel good about the Cowboys season, etc., etc. Okay, combo number one: Malik Hooker, Kenneth Murray. Who needs to be better for the Cowboys to have an impactful season, or it needs to impact for the Cowboys to have a winning season? If you
Malik Hooker.
Okay, why so?
The reason I say that, he's always been solid when he's 100% healthy. When he was with Indianapolis, was just amazing. And don't get me wrong, nothing against Murray. I just think that Malik Hooker has got the wits about him because he's got that, put it like this, he's been around a little bit longer. So he should know all the different things, the ins and outs, and I think he's very mature.
Okay.
Health.
Next matchup I got for you, Jake Ferguson or George Pickens. Not who is better, who needs to be better.
This is tricky because psychologically, it needs to be Pickens. He needs to be better so he can feel like, okay, I'm needed, I'm wanted, I'm good, and see, this is how much I'm worth.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Ferguson already got his money. Mm-hmm. Jake Ferguson is solid, but Jake Ferguson needs to be better.
Jake Ferguson struggles. Does that hurt the Cowboys more than George Pickens struggling?
Yes, because C.D. Lamb and George Pickens are almost intertwinable.
Yeah.
I used that word again wrong earlier.
Interchangeable?
Interchangeable, thank you.
I like intertwinable better.
Yeah, but Jake Ferguson, he didn't have a big year this last year, and people forget the second game, I believe it was, he almost had a compound fracture of his knee. Mm-hmm. Remember that? He said it was that bad. And he just never was right the rest of the way. So I think he needs to get back to his old self again, where he's hurdling over people.
Trayvon Diggs doesn't play well this season, or Mazy Smith does not play well this season. Which one do you not want to happen? Which one's going to hurt the Cowboys more?
I like our depth in the secondary better, but we got
I haven't
more.
heard that much.
we got more pass rushers, and we got some more inside guys. We're not dependent on Mazy. I think Trayvon. Let me tell you why I think we need Trayvon Diggs to be stellar, because we're still looking for Trayvon Diggs and Bland to play together for at least 10 games. And nobody be able to throw down the field. It'd be nice if Jay Lou was still here, but he's not. With that being said, if Trayvon Diggs plays well, maybe they'll keep him.
I think he has to have like an all-pro season.
Exactly, because they've given you every indication that he is gone.
Blake has no insider information. It's just outside looking in. I find it very hard to believe Trayvon Diggs will be on this team long term, unless he just has some stellar comeback season and looks phenomenal. Okay.
10 picks.
Next name
Two of them to the house. Pick 6.
Next name I want to go to for you. Jaden Blue, Luke Schoonmaker. Some backups, but they're still going to get reps. Who do you need to be a better contributor?
Blue, no doubt, don't get me wrong. Scooney, I like
run
him.
some 12 personnel. He's going to be out there.
Scooney, I just don't have. To me, Scooney was drafted too high for his abilities.
Hey, you don't got to tell me.
And Blue, I think his upside is so big. He just have to don't fumble the ball, handle the ball better. Watch out for the punch outs, the peanut punch outs, the peanut Thomas. Just hold on to the football. Because I don't want the by committee. I want it to be two backs and you to be the change of pace back that they got to watch out for.
Okay, let's move on to the defensive line. When you look at a guy like Marshawn Nealon or Dante Fowler, who do you need to step up more to have a successful season? Barring, might not have Micah Parsons out there. We don't know. We're just waiting and seeing.
Dante Fowler.
Why Fowler?
Don't get me wrong. Nealon, to me, it's almost coin flip. But I'm just saying Fowler because I always go by a little bit more veteran wisdom. In other words, you're not going to make the wrong play, or you'll be in position, or you won't get fooled that quickly. You won't get fooled that easily.
I think when you look at
who do you like, Nealon?
No, I would agree. I think you need Fowler to step up more than Nealon because he does have a little bit more veteran leadership. That defensive line is not an old. You got a lot of young guys along.
Yes,
I mean, Micah Parsons.
Sam Williams.
Micah Parsons is one of the elder statesmen.
And that's where I also wonder who's the damn leader on the field. Not the guy with the green dot, but who's the leader on the field? It used to be Tank. You don't have Tank, and I don't know if Mike is going to play against Philadelphia. We'll find out.
That's a good question. Who is the leader of the defense right now?
There's a lot of talent, and I'm glad. See, this is one of the reasons.
Maybe one of your safeties.
It's possible.
They've been there a while.
It's possible, but
Dono.
You almost have to. Yeah, it could be Dono.
If I had to put my mark on it, this is outside looking in. Blake is not at Oxnard right now. I would have to guess it's Donovan Wilson.
I'm thinking it's Donovan Wilson.
I mean, as far as a guy that's been there more than 5 years, a guy that's been in the defense now.
You got respect, but that may not be his personality.
Now coming in, Eberflus, green dot, who's calling us up. Sanborn might start asserting himself as that, but it's also this is his first time being in the Cowboys.
Exactly.
He just got to training camp.
Right. He's just the guy delivering the coach's message. Eberflus has more time with the Cowboys than him.
Okay, this is not pitting the questions. You pass. You did great on the questions. It's just a general question I have for you. The wide receiver 3 position, how have you seen it being playing out with all the training camp videos are going in? Obviously, CD and Pickens are 1A, 1B. We don't have to discuss that. Coming into training camp, it was Tolbert's job to lose. I think most people kind of agreed that. He was your wide receiver 2/3 last year. You obviously make the trade for George, so he gets packed down to 3. So it was Tolbert's job to lose. And I feel like a lot of people are on the Mingo mania. He's had some phenomenal catches, big body receiver, making stuff on the sideline, whether it's Milton or Dak in there. So I've liked what I've seen from him. If you watch the joint practice videos yesterday, it's very hard not to see Kevontae Turpin popping up in highlights, 20-yard gains, 3 or 4 of them. We see Trayshawn Holden making one-handed catches, back of the end zone grabs, looking good on one-on-ones. And then obviously guys like Brooks catching 65-yard bomb from Joe Milton, making some plays. We haven't really heard much from Ryan Flournoy, so he's kind of just at the back end of this conversation for now. And then Tolbert, he's a weird one because we've heard from Broadus, we've heard from Wilchuk, kind of had a quiet camp. And then you'll see 1 or 2 videos pop up from him. He caught a screen pass. Oh, he had a nice block. He didn't drop the ball today. So it's just been kind of a lackluster camp. How do you see the wide receiver room playing out outside of CD and George Pickens?
Turpin, that's it. I don't dislike Tolbert as a human being. I just hate the fact that Stephen Jones overhyped him when he traded away Amari Cooper, as if he can just bring in another guy that can give you 800, 9,000 yards, and look what he did when he was in college. He's a really nice guy. But I still can't get over he cost the Cowboys that game in Green Bay. Yeah. Lined up wrong. And I'm like, and it wasn't really his fault as much as the fact that he's young. And you trade away Amari for a 5th-round pick. I ain't never going to forget that. Never going to forget that. So, again, Tolbert has not shown me enough where I'm just saying, okay, he's good enough to be your 3rd wide receiver. I just don't see it at all.
You do not have to convince Blake on that. I have been on the like I said, don't hate Tolbert as a human. We interviewed him once. Great guy. Great guy. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to win football games, CA.
Exactly.
Sometimes you got to be a little cutthroat, and just because we're the home of the Cowboys doesn't mean we can't be cutthroat and just be honest. I think Mingo gives you a different skill set that you don't have with Pickens and CD. He gives you something different. I didn't say better, different. Turpin, one of the fastest guys in the NFL.
I'm tired of him being the decoy. Use him the right way now. Use him.
You got to call Fred and tell him this.
Thank you.
I'd be trying to tell Fred this, and Fred is like, he's just a gadget guy.
No.
All right, let me see him run a couple routes. Ran the best slant route that we saw all year at home. I think it was against the Falcons or something. So I think Turpin, as we've seen, is going to be used a lot in this offense, especially with Schottenheimer's motion, with him moving guys around. I'm very excited to see what Turpin can do, what Mingo can do. Maybe even Trayshawn Holden makes the roster. So we'll have to wait and see. Tolbert, he's got his work cut out for him as far as not making the roster, but as far as getting some reps. Also, another note, Jalen Brooks got first-team reps with the special teams unit, which I think is something to monitor. He's going to be that other gunner with C.J. Godwin, barring if we go by what we saw in that practice. That's a good indicator for him making the roster because you're not out there in first-team special team reps if we're about to cut you.
Okay,
that would be bad reps wasted.
Let me throw in this one thought about Mingo, and I like him as a person too. You talked to him in the locker room when you first got here from Carolina and whatnot. They're looking for him as a big body and catching the ball in traffic. And, at one point somebody said, he's not Dez, but just imagine, he could make a play like Dez because he got people on him. He can still make that catch. Dak don't throw to people in traffic like that.
Well, you have to throw to George Pickens because George Pickens said, it don't matter if I'm covered up, I am open. Throw it up to me, number 4.
Well, put it like this. If Dez ain't throwing it to him the first couple of games, that means he ain't trusting it. And one thing about Dak, don't get me wrong, Dak is a really solid quarterback, but he knows his limitations, which is why he's turnover adverse. That's why you can flood a secondary and basically blueprint the Cowboys into being basic.
Well, let's hope Brian Schottenheimer's got some new confidence in Dak because he's got a lot of weapons to work with.
Yes, sir.
Coming up on the other side, we'll do a little fair or foul. What if I told you a man sued a woman for $17 during their date? What happened next?
Uh-oh.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ.
skills? Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
Table and bar. For the latest from Cowboys Camp. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024. Take it away, Blake.
Sorry, Dylon, just cut you off. Just got really excited to tease a segment. Listen to Fan After Dark. Blake Elliott, joined by the three-time Hall of Famer CA.
Got you down.
And Dylon in the Pimp Cup doing a read before I cut him off. A little fair or foul here. Do we got the intro? Did Fred make an intro for fair or foul or any music?
He took it with him to the baseball game.
Him? Did he take it with him to KNC?
He's out there with the KNC Masterpiece.
If he's got anything, any kind of music or whatever, you can play that. I'm sure he's listening right now to us botching his intro and he's slamming his hand on the table. Just there it is.
There we go.
Get your glow sticks out, people, because I got a story for you. I'm gonna do my best Fred Davis impersonation. Okay, ready?
Go for it.
What if I told you a man sued a woman for $17 for texting during their date? A Texas man, Brandon Vesmar, filed a lawsuit against a woman for $17.31 after she texted during their first date at the movies. He argued that her texting disrupted the film and violated theater rules, even calling it, in quotes, a threat to civilized society. The woman, Crystal Cruz, initially refused to pay, insisting it was just a date. She later reimbursed him, prompting Vesmar to drop the case. She called it, in quote, a first date from hell. So fair or foul, suing a woman for $17 because she texted during the movie date. So yeah.
It's just outrageous. Is the guy a lawyer? Is he a lawyer?
They're not saying he's a lawyer.
The reason I'm asking is because I just get tired of litigation. Just every time you look up in the world today, somebody's suing somebody else and somebody's just doing litigation just to tie things up in court. I can't handle it. I'm tired of litigation.
Let's call it what it is. This guy needed a little bit of money, or he's just petty.
He's petty. This is $17 is not its money.
Hey, $17 can go a long way though.
It can, but this is being petty.
And a 31 cents. So it was just the movie ticket. It was he had the movie ticket receipt.
He will probably say it's the principle of the thing.
I'm gonna ask Dylon, what movie you think they were watching?
Petty.
What movie were they watching that she was so bored that she texted during the movie?
Was it like Fantastic Four or something?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
We're just hypothesizing.
The thing about it is.
The thing about it is, and doing our Fredisms.
There you go. Are you really that down in your luck for $17?
See, I'm agreeing with CA. I think it's just petty. Yeah. I actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a stance. I'm with the guy. If you take a girl on a date and you spend your hard-earned money and time, I'm going to take off work or go after work while I'm tired and I say, hey, baby, we're going to go watch a new Superman. We're going to go watch a new Fantastic Four. I really want to get to know you. I want to get to know you because it shouldn't be a first date. Maybe if it's a third or fourth date. I want to go on another time to hang out with you. And you're thinking you're having a grand old time and you look over at, what was her name? Miss Cruz?
Karen.
Crystal. Crystal. Might as well be. Crystal, you got to watch out with the crystals. That should have been his first misstep. Either way, I look over at Miss Cruz, Miss Crystal, and she's texting in the group chat. Don't let the noise be on, the little typing. What is that noise called? Is there a name for that?
No, it just
the type thing on the phone.
Yeah.
Who still has that on?
Haptics? Is it haptic feedback?
I don't use it. I got busted in a Zoom.
That's like you have to be like 60 or older to use.
Wow.
That.
So yeah, you hear that?
If you use the tap.
that?
No, I don't use it. It was my old phone. I wasn't even paying attention to it.
This guy's over here trying to roast. He said 60 or older. You're over here.
I think that applies to people who don't give a F.
Fair.
See?
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people are saying fair. Dude got petty because he didn't get what he wanted on the date. Now, that could also be a play.
Yeah.
Now, I think we need to know how long was she on the phone? Was it a quick, hey, I'm just letting my mom know where I'm at, texting my friends, or was it a, I'm on my phone during the date?
She probably was saying she was texting, but I bet she was playing a video game.
If I take a girl on a date to the movies and she's playing a video game on her phone, one, I'm going to rethink my life. How boring am I? How boring am I that she doesn't even want to chat with me during the movie? She'd rather text or play a game. If she's playing like Fruit Ninja or Subway Surfers.
Some people are addicted to those games, man. And so let me say this. He actually got off lightly. Let me explain something. Imagine, because I just saw this text from Otello said, it's from the 530, says, watching a movie on a first date is crazy. You should be trying to get to know each other. So imagine this. Let's say he took her out.
I think that's a bad first date. It's a bad first date.
No question. But this is what I'm saying. This guy actually got off lightly. He dodged a bullet. What if he took her to dinner and spent, a couple $100 on dinner, or at least $100 on dinner, first date, and she's texting the whole damn date? Come on now. That's rude. You think the movie's rude? You go to dinner with somebody on the first date and they're sitting there on the phone like Blake is right now?
I'm trying to find another story. I'm listening to you.
See, what do you think, Dylan?
Wait, when you're on a date, you don't need to have your phone out. Whenever you're having dinner or eating with anyone, for that matter, you shouldn't be on your phone. It's just considered rude.
Especially first date. Especially.
If you have to for an emergency, you start saying, hey, I'm having an emergency. If I check my phone, that's what it is. But aside from that, put it up.
Someone said she was probably turning on a location because she knew the dude was a creep.
Trying to escape.
Well,
that's what I want to know. If she was on her phone for less than 20 seconds combined, I'm not. If she was on her phone like that, I'm not mad at the dude for standing on business and saying, you know what? I need my movie ticket back and we're going to court.
817 says, Blake, haptic feedback is only vibrations. The tap sound is different.
Crystal Cruz coming to the stage now.
Is a stripper name.
She's got her phone on her. No haptic feedback. She's going to bring in haptic feedback to your laps coming up next. Okay, I got another story. By the way,
another Tolo was backing you up. 469 says, Blake, my friend, haptic feedback was exactly the correct answer, sir.
Okay, let's go. So we all say fair? Fair for him suing her?
Foul for suing, but it's
foul.
also foul that she's on her phone.
I say foul only because I'm tired of litigation in my mind. I'm just, every time I hear somebody's got a lawsuit, I just roll my eyes.
I say fair for suing. My man's standing on business. We got another story about someone getting sued for two decades.
What?
French engineer Frederic R. went to work, clocked in, and did nothing.
Who?
I'm gonna say that one more time. For 2 decades, French engineer Frederic R. went to work, clocked in, and did nothing. Her company reportedly paid her, there you go, paid her full salary for 20 years, but assigned her zero project and gave her no responsibilities for 20 years.
In the words of Hove, zip zero, stingy with the Nero.
Eventually,
might like your wrist, but that's about it.
Eventually, hear this out, the emotional toll and isolation became unbearable for Frederica. She sued her employer for, end quote, workplace harassment by exclusion, arguing that being paid to do nothing was psychologically damaging. Now her story has sparked debate among the community. So fair or foul, going to work for 20 years, clocking in, getting paid, and then suing your company for excluding you from working.
You're saying fair or foul?
Fair or foul?
First of all, it wasn't like she was a slave where she couldn't leave and quit. My goodness.
Or
If
ask
it
for
was
some work or
driving her
something.
crazy, why was she there 20 years? She's just
Not
trying
20
to get paid.
days.
Yeah.
20 years.
I could see 20 days.
Yeah.
And she's like, they don't have me do anything. I'm bored. I quit. But guess what? My time is money, and it's more valuable than the money they pay me. Whatever the argument. This is 20 years.
So I don't know why, if this was happening, you wouldn't just like play on your phone, talk on the phone with a friend. I mean, bring a guitar to work, read a book. You're getting paid to do nothing. I think Tolos, am I tripping? 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. If you were able to go to your job and get paid and have zero responsibility, would you be mad? Would you quit? Would you sue? Or would you just be like, hey, I got the best job in the world. I literally do nothing and make a salary.
And in this day and age, when you got a phone and you could do other things while you're killing time, come on. It's not like you're just sitting there.
This story makes dial on fair or foul.
I mean, I wouldn't like doing nothing for 20 years, but I mean, she had options. You can like be on your phone, watch YouTube all day, play video games. Suing is kind of ridiculous.
By the way,
I try not
Blake,
to
you
read
have
everything on
hijacked the text because the fatties are wearing you out and saying,
I have it timestamped, everybody.
Yeah,
I have it timestamped.
Yes. For those who were wondering, yes, he's got the clip of Blake misspeaking.
I don't misspeak. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, you'll hear it back on GBAG of the day.
I got one more for you. Heinz Ketchup. I've already had like 2 GBAG of the days
He's
today.
ain't scared of that.
Heinz Ketchup. We all know the ketchup brand Heinz, H-E-I-N-Z.
Is it ketchup or catsup?
Ketchup. They released a new smoothie. They're teaming up with Smoothie King to make a Heinz ketchup-flavored smoothie. Fair or foul, will you be buying a smoothie that tastes like ketchup?
I just had my Smoothie King smoothie before I came on the air here. I'm not going to try it, even though I don't dislike ketchup or catsup. I just don't put that in my smoothie, even though technically tomatoes are a fruit.
I would never. I would throw up if I had to eat a smoothie that tasted like ketchup. Ketchup's like all right for me. All right, like it's like a 4 out of 10 as far as dipping sauces and condiments. It's very mid-pack, if you will, very mid. If I had a Smoothie King is phenomenal.
Yeah, they are.
They've got great smoothies that make my day even better. If they handed me a tomato-flavored ketchup and with a straight face, oh, I'm suing. I'm pulling Frederica. I'm suing.
The only shot they would have is if they said this is a Whataburger flavored ketchup, the spicy ketchup.
Ooh,
they got some.
That would make me. I would
make you pause.
I'd make me pause.
Make you pause.
Dylon, what do you think?
A ketchup smoothie?
Yep, ketchup smoothie.
That's an easy pass. Ketchup by itself is not good.
$15. You get $15 and you get the smoothie for free. You do it. You drink it.
How much? All of it?
Yeah, you got to finish the
It's
smoothie.
not poison.
He said all of it.
I do it.
You get the smoothie, and I hand you $15. Would you drink it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd
CA,
that, yeah, because it's not poison. Come on,
I would not.
You would not?
No, you'd have to give me over $50. That sounds repulsive. Like that.
No,
okay, I want everyone who's thinking about it and is calling me crazy. I want you to go get a straw. And I want you to go find your local ketchup packet that's in the bottom of your drawer and suck up the ketchup and tell me what you think. Suck up the ketchup, and if anybody does it with a straight face, then you can call me crazy. Because I don't think any of you guys, none of the Tolos listening, not CA, not that, you wouldn't do it.
It's almost barbecue sauce. Come on.
It's not going to kill you.
It's not going to kill you.
He did not just say it's almost like
it's
barbecue
almost
sauce.
barbecue. But you put a little bit more. What's the basis of a barbecue sauce? Come on. Made of the same kind of ketchup. Tomatoes.
I say foul. This show is foul. When we come back, we're going to go around the NFL. Shador Sanders starting in a preseason game.
Yeah.
What Cowboys starters will you see on Saturday? And the latest training camp updates next on The Fan.
Ketchup.
Our goal is to be your Buckies of radio. You know, where you stay for a while. Except we can't promise our bathrooms are going to be clean with these guys. Stick around. More laughs and sports ahead right here on The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
You worked hard for your 401k. But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows and make no payments with no interest for 24 months. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey, and you could even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-99.
Even some of the young guys stepping up. I didn't really want to see Robert Garcia, but you already won the series.
Yeah.
You said 7th inning.
7th inning, no pressure.
Jack Leiter didn't have a great start, so it's not like I'm ruining some great
You got time
Evaldi
to fix
game.
it.
And he comes in and he gives up to Jimmy Jack, what ends up being the game-winning run. The Yankees win 3-2, but you take the series. You'll be taking on the Philadelphia Phillies on Friday. So you got Trey Turner, Harper, Schwarber, who's been nailing the ball recently. You got them coming to town, and they got a great pitching staff as well. So we'll see if the Texas Rangers can continue the hot streak of winning series and on Friday when they take on the Phillies. But do a little around the NFL here for you guys. The preseason. Are we counting the Hall of Fame game as a start of the preseason, or is this the start of the preseason?
Yeah, most people do, especially since the Cowboys have played in that game before, and those years. It's kind of
so technically the preseason has already started.
By the way, you got to see what's his name?
Who do we get to see?
Former Cowboy quarterback.
Oh yeah, Trey Lance, who was he balled. He balled. Two tutties.
He always does in July and August.
We'll have to see. Maybe Harbaugh's got it figured out over there. But the preseason, as far as a bunch of games, will kick off tomorrow. Football season is upon us. The first game tomorrow is going to be at 6 o'clock. We got Colts versus the Ravens. So you'll be seeing Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones tomorrow. And for the Ravens, I don't think anybody cares. Lamar Jackson will not be out there.
No.
The only reason you're watching that game is, one, if you're a Colts Ravens fan, and two, just to kind of see what Anthony Richardson looks like. Will he ball? Will he not ball? Can he win the starting job?
I do not believe.
So you got Daniel Jones winning the starting job?
Yes. Okay. But also, I know they're going to keep giving him chances because they wanted him to be Cam Newton, just like a lot of people wanted Joe Milton to be Cam Newton. There's only one Cam Newton, okay? Anthony Richardson, when he was being drafted, I was saying at that time, you cannot assume because he won the combine and he had some highlight clips, some reels, some shorts, some YouTube shorts, that would be enough to make him a Cam Newton. No, he's still too young, and I don't know if he's going to be ruined because he's so big and they tackle him hard.
The next game at 6:30, we've got the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, Jalen Hurts is not going to play. Nope. You're going to see, I want to say the backup over. I was doing this the other day. How do I know? I know Tanner McKee's over there. I want to say he's their third string, though. Who's the Philadelphia Eagles backup quarterback?
Give he won the Heisman Trophy?
Is it Kenny Pickett still?
No. He's in the Browns.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, no, he's with the
Kyle McCord. No. It's Tanner McKee, Kyle McCord, and DTR, Dorian Thompson Robinson.
He played
UCLA.
for the Dolphins at one point, like last season.
I want to say, if he did, he rode the bench. I just know him from UCLA. So we're going to see a lot of Tanner McKee, DTR, and Kyle McCord. I assume you're going to see all three of them. But on the Bengals side, Zach Taylor saying Joe Burrow will play in tomorrow's preseason game.
Who does he think he is? Patrick Mahomes?
Now,
because Patrick Mahomes plays all preseason.
I don't mind Joe Burrow playing in tomorrow's preseason game. Now, he says that Zach Taylor said that he'll play about a quarter.
A series, yeah. Okay.
About a quarter in the preseason opener tomorrow. Because the Bengals are terrible at the beginning of the season.
Okay, so they want to, but
I'm assuming that's what they're doing.
So let me tell you why they've been terrible the last 2 years of the start season.
3 years. They've been bad every year. Joe Burrow's there at the beginning of the year.
Because he's coming off of some kind of injury in training camp. He always is.
A strained calf, a rib.
Didn't he have 1 year like a tonsillitis or appendix taken out? Something. It's always something that's not like, she's always kind of hurt.
Yeah, so the Bengals are Zach Taylor's trying to figure out to not have these slow starts going into the season, knowing how important a good start is in the NFL. So Joe Burrow will be playing tomorrow. The next game after that at 9 o'clock, we got the Raiders versus the Seahawks. Now, this one is interesting for me for two reasons.
Ashton Jeanty.
On the Raiders side, you're getting Ashton Jeanty.
Yes, Frisco's own.
Now, me and Fred were talking about this. If you were doing a betting line and I put the betting line at 22 yards for Ashton Jeanty, would you take the over or the under? The talent says the over, duh. But how much are the Raiders really going to really say we need to see Ashton Jeanty prove himself? He's kind of their offense, outside of Brock Bowers, of course. I don't know if you want to risk him getting hurt. I think he has no more than a series or two, personally.
I agree. I don't think it'd be more than a series. And seriously, what do they have to prove?
Yeah. I drafted him in the top 15.
It's not like he's got to get his timing down. Come on, he's a running back.
No, I agree. I think you're not going to see much Ashton Jeanty. I don't think you're going to see much Brock Bowers. I don't think you're going to see Geno Smith. For the Seahawks, I guess Gino's over there now.
Pete Carroll chewing gum on the sidelines.
For the Seattle Seahawks, you got, I think you're going to see Jalen Milroe.
You won't see Tank Lawrence.
Won't see Tank Lawrence. So I think that game can be semi-interesting for the Ginty, Jalen Milroe ad. But the game we're all waiting for on Friday.
I forgot Milroe was there.
Yeah, Jalen Milroe is the backup in Seattle. Mm-hmm. So the game that I'm waiting for Friday at 6 o'clock. You got 2 6 o'clock games. You got Lions-Falcons, which I'm trying to think, is there anybody that we're caring about in that game? Falcons, it's going to be defensive ends. It's not going to play. They drafted all defense. The Lions, they didn't draft anybody that's going to be jumping out of our screens.
Here's what's interesting. You know their new coordinators are going to be judged harshly.
Yeah, they were in that Hall of Fame game.
But they're not going to show their hand.
Yeah, that game I'm not that worried about. Also at 6:30, Commanders-Patriots. So you're going to see Drake May, I assume. I assume he's still going to be out there and give you a couple quarters. Jalen Polk and kind of what that receiver core looks like over there. They got a lot of young guys that'll be fun to watch. The Commanders, I don't think you're going to see that much. Jaden Daniels. No. Might need to throw Debo out there. But the game that we're all waiting for.
You saying he needs to get in shape?
Yeah, he does. 6 o'clock, Friday, August 8th. Mark your calendar. Browns-Panthers. On the Panthers side, I assume maybe a quarter or two out of Bryce.
Yes, they're expecting that because you got a new coach.
Yeah, so you'll see some Bryce thing. But on the opposite side, you're going to see Shedeur Sanders. Now, whether you're a fan or not, I think this is going to be, I don't want to say a make or break. I don't want to be hyperbolic. But I think this is a big chance for Shedeur because this is going to be the first time where it's live. It's not practice. This isn't stats that are being manipulated. This isn't agendas. If he's out there, people are going to the Brian Broaddus of the world. They're going to watch his mechanics. Is this guy ready for prime time? And can he throw the football?
And this is what I like about the coach's decision. He's not going to let Flacco play. He's not going to let what's his name, Kenny Pickett, whoever's. Are you
talking about the Browns? You got they got an interesting room. So they got Flacco, Deshaun Watson's obviously not going to play. You got the two rookies, Gabriel and Sanders, and then they just signed Tyler Huntley.
Only Huntley's going to play if needed because they want to see what Shedeur can do.
Yep.
In other words, he's not going to get a series, and the other guy's going to get a series. Gabriel's going to get a series, and then Flacco might not play at all because he's old. No, they're going to say, Shedeur, let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
And so you get a chance to see what because at first there was like, he's fourth string on the quarterback. That's what they said earlier in the week.
Yeah.
On the depth chart, he's number 4. Well, here's his chance to go up the depth chart and not get lost. And like I said, you're not going to see him competing, quote unquote, against those other guys because, like you do in camp and in practice, because it's a preseason game.
Well, if I had to put my money out there, I've said it multiple times, I think Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback on the roster.
I do too.
I think he's going to prove it on Friday. If you guys agree or disagree, 877-881-1053. How do you think Shedeur Sanders will look for the first time in live action? I think this is the most important preseason game we're going to see for all the teams.
I totally agree. And I think a reason he should excel, because normally you say, preseason, that a lot of teams aren't going to show their hands, but also more importantly, the different offensive line might not be set. They got rookies playing a lot. Guess what kind of offensive line did he have in Colorado? It was raggedy. He was running for his life every freaking game in Colorado. So he's used to not having this perfect line, Jalen Milroe. I'm just giving Milroe, for example, because Alabama always has a perfect offensive line. That's why they call them the elephants. That's why their logo is the elephant, because of that offensive line from back in the 20s.
So make sure you guys are tuned in for that one. On Saturday, you're going to get all the teams playing. Your Cowboys will play, Chiefs, Titans. Everyone's going to be playing on Saturday. If I didn't mention them playing Thursday or Friday. Some other NFL news, corner J.C. Horn was involved in a car accident this morning on his way to work and did not practice today. It says J.C., he tweeted at himself and Adam Schefter quoted it, J.C. Horn is not thought to have sustained any significant injuries, and he's on the field watching practice. So he ended up watching practice. He did not participate as he got in a little bit of the car accident. And then also coming out, we saw that the Chargers and Justin Herbert, this happened the other day, signing Keenan Allen after Mike Williams decided to retire. So Justin Herbert getting one of his old running mates back. Funny, they all spin the block. Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were once thought to be one of the best wide receiver tandems. They start getting a little bit older. The team moves on from them. They go to different teams. You see the Bears. You see the Jets. Neither really works out for them. Mike Williams comes back. He retires. Next thing you know,
here comes Keenan.
Justin Herbert's looking at his receiver room. He's like, I got Quentin Johnston. I got Ladd. I think we all like Ladd McConkey, but let's be honest, you're not winning a game by just throwing to Ladd 100 times, because I don't think Will Dissly, who played in the preseason game, is inspiring any confidence in any Chargers fans. So you get Keenan Allen back in the fold. I think that's a big jump for them. Speaking of jumps, we saw.
But it won't win the division.
No, that's going to be a tough division over there.
It's going to be tough. It's so tough. Do you think that division is tougher than the AFC Central with Pittsburgh and
Baltimore?
Baltimore?
Yes. Because you got two competitive teams. I don't think Pittsburgh's that competitive. You got two competitive teams over there.
That's it.
And Cincinnati, honestly, hadn't even been that great. Honestly, I think that division's a little overhyped. The AFC North is nothing. I don't think it's the beast it once was. Baltimore's going to win that division. I like the Bengals are one of my favorite teams. I like them. That doesn't mean
Cleveland's no good.
Cleveland's no good. Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers. I was texting with a Pittsburgh fan the other day. They were like, I have no confidence in Rodgers. They've been watching him in training camp. He looks old. He looks old.
He needs his mushrooms.
So you got that situation going on. They just lost George Pickens. Shout out to them. Cowboys were loving him over here. You replaced them with just DK Metcalf. So you went from one receiver just another. You didn't change the dynamic of your offense.
Nope.
Jalen Warren over there. So I'm not really believing in Pittsburgh. We'll wait and see if the Bengals can, one, play defense, and two, show up the season, and if they can show up in the season early where they're not 1-4 going into week 5. So that division is not what it used to be. Some other news: Jordan Addison. This happened yesterday morning. Excuse me. The NFL suspended Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison for the first 3 games of the 2025 regular season for violating the league's substance abuse policy. I think he did have a DUI and a substance abuse situation going on. So he will miss the Chicago game, the Falcons game, and the Bengals game.
But he can stay at practice and training camp.
Still can do training camp, thank you, CA, and can practice, but will not be there for the regular season games. I'll ask you this on kind of a side tangent. Do you think J.J. McCarthy's rookie season is going to be a little underwhelming? No Jordan Addison for the first 3 games. Hasn't looked great in camp. Teams are going to quadruple cover Justin Jefferson at this point. What other threat do I have down the field other than Jay Jettis?
Don't get me wrong.
Don't say TJ Hawkinson either.
No.
TJ Hawkinson is all right, but
don't get me wrong. I think JJ is going to be good, but at the same time, I don't think he's going to have the season that Sam Darnold just had. And Sam Darnold, don't get me wrong, he didn't do anything in the playoffs. That's why he's not there anymore. But at the same time, the expectation for Viking fans cannot be a replica or better than what Sam Darnold did last year.
I think it's going to be interesting. I've been on the J.J. McCarthy love train. Fred's been on the hate train. I'm kind of tempering towards not liking what I'm seeing based on what's coming out of training camp. Let us know what you think, J.J. McCarthy. Are you drafting Justin Jefferson in the top 2 picks after seeing everything that's going on, Jordan Addison being suspended? You might think that means more targets for Jefferson, but what do you think the defense is thinking as well?
And do you think the young quarterback is brave enough to try to get it to him?
We'll have to wait and see. A couple more notes before we get out of here. Yesterday, Kyren Williams, who was just against this Cowboys defense, reached an agreement on a 3-year, $33 million extension, including $23 million guaranteed. So Kyren Williams, one of the better running backs in the league, gets his money. My question is, with that happening, do you think James Cook and his agent are slamming the table? Because James Cook reportedly was wanting around $15 million a year.
Buffalo Bills. Which
would put him at 45 if you got that same contract for 3 years, which would put him at 45. He sees Kyren, who I think is maybe a hair worse than James Cook, but they're in the same stratosphere.
They're the same tier.
They're B+.
Same tier. When they do power rankings and tiers of quarterbacks, they're the same tier running back.
They're B+. They're very good running backs, but James Cook can't walk in and be like, I'm
James Cook, except against the Cowboys.
Except it's put on the Cowboys tape. James Cook still is holding in at practice. Do you think this deal hurts his stock, and do you think he'll be back with the Bills as far as getting a contract done, or do you think this plays out and maybe James Cook's on a different team?
I think he's going to still be with the Bills, but I don't know if he's going to get the same kind of deal. Again, I don't think he's going to get more than that, so I guess it hurts him.
Yeah, it's an interesting story to watch with all these players holding in.
That's the bar.
Holding out. It's kind of a whirlwind to figure out what's going to happen with all these guys and contracts. It's one of those things that gets misconstrued. We see the guys on the field, but we forget it's a business. It's a business at the end of the day. These guys
and the reason they're having the hold ins is because coaches these days know that, and they don't try to say, hey, you better be out here. They know. They know.
When we come back, I want to give you guys a little bit of baseball news with the AL Cy Young is looking like where Nathan Eovaldi fits into an ISCA. Can this Rangers team, are they legit? Can they make a run? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you where?
remember that who eats their protein.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
next segment on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back. You're listening to the Fan After Dark. Blake Elliott, joined by the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Got our boy Dylon in here. It's been a really fun Wednesday with you guys, hanging out, doing a little GBAG, doing a little Fan After Dark.
Where Fred? Where Dawson?
Yeah, both of the ones who usually carry those shows. Fred filling in for KNC Masterpiece. Dawson sick right now. We're hoping to get our teammate back tomorrow, but if not, you're going to have Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and possibly CA out at Jake's Burgers and Saxy. That is going to be for the Fan Phenom. So go hang out with the GBAG Nation from 2 to 7. Show up whenever you'd like, earlier rather than later? Sooner rather than later. Hang out with those guys, fellowship, and then you want to go to the little sign-up sheet, get your name on the list for the Fan Phenom, and then get on the mic, talk to the big bosses, and show them the hot takes that you got.
So if they get somebody in the next month to be the new fan phenom, that means you give up the crown?
That's a great question.
Because you have been the fan phenom for the last 2 years.
Fred introduces me as the phenom. He goes, and the phenom, Blake Elliott. So I feel like he can't call me that. If someone starts working here and they are the newest fan
phenom,
am I going to be like, I wonder if anybody's going to get this reference. You know, Lightning McQueen in the newest one where he gets passed up by the I don't know the name of the car. It's like black and purple, and it's like, McQueen is fading. I guess it's going to be me.
Yeah, you can't be a phenom for everywhere.
Yeah, I'm going to just be Blake. Balake. But I wanted to ask you, the AL Cy Young, they released their list of guys on there. And
he's from Detroit.
It got me a little. It got my boxers in a little bit of a twist.
Oh, no Evo?
Just wait till you hear this one. AL Cy Young. This is 5 hours ago. This is today. So I don't need anybody texting. Hey, Blake, you're reading an old one. At number 1, Tarek Skubal. You know,
that's Detroit.
Sense, you know, he's a good pitcher. Number 2, our boy Garrett Crochet for the Red Sox.
Yep.
Number 3, the hated Astros, Hunter Brown. Number 4, Texas Ranger, Jacob deGrom.
Solid.
And number 5, you just beat them, the Yankees, Max. Our boy Max. Fried or Fried? Fried? I want to say it's Fried.
It's Fried.
Okay, making sure I'm not mispronouncing it. Max Fried.
He got whooped.
He got fried.
Yeah, he got fried. Fried got fried.
And I love deGrom, but deGrom been getting fried. This was his worst month. And like I said, this Cy Young stuff came out today.
Yeah.
How is Nathan Eovaldi, who just went 5-0, sub-1 ERA, I think allowed 1 run in all of July, is not in the top 5?
It's because
leading the league in MLB, leading the Major League Baseball in ERA with the only guy below a 2.
They want to name 2 Rangers, and at the same time, we'll go with the more famous Ranger, even though Eovaldi is the one that won the World Series for us at the end.
Like, what?
DeGrom didn't even pitch that year.
What are we doing
at the end of the year?
I feel like I would still be on the station right now getting mad if Evo was 5 or 4. I'd be like, why is he not 1? He's not even on the list. That feels like malpractice. And maybe somebody can text in if he doesn't have enough innings, because I know he missed 4 games.
Yeah.
That would be the only reason. If someone texts in and goes, hey, he didn't have enough innings, he doesn't qualify.
972 said that time when he got hurt docked him in those rankings. So that's the answer right there. 972 just texted that in.
Okay, so
but you know what?
Which one's worse, being hurt or being out there and not playing well? Because love deGrom, he didn't play well in July.
It's not over. It's not over. This is early. And the reason I say that is because
this is man.
Don't get mad yet.
Man, I'm getting mad.
All it does is make Evo say, I'll show him, and keep it up. And put it like this. I remember there was this quarterback.
I remember.
Do you remember when they showed up with what's her name in our concert the other night? Earth, Wind & Fire showed up at what's her name? Dylan, the singer.
Come on, Dylon.
There's a lot of singers out there. Who are we talking about?
The little blonde girl.
Sabrina Carpenter?
Yes, she brought them out. They lost their damn minds. They sounded great. Do you remember?
Okay, someone said he needs 5 more innings to qualify. Okay, shout out to the Tolos.
There you go. There you go. ERA.
Okay, 5 more innings. So so 1 more start, he's gonna be number 1. Because he's been the best pitcher in baseball. Shout out to you guys for letting me know that. Scubal's still gonna be up there.
Yeah, he's still up there.
Shout out. Hey,
Reputation.
Max Fried, this is going to be his last week on the rankings. This is going to be his last week on the rankings.
He's free falling. Another song.
Another MLB story I want to give you guys. Jen Powell, P-A-W-L, will become the first female umpire ever to work a regular season major league game during this weekend's Marlins-Braves series. Powell, a minor league umpire since 2016, is one of the 17 current AAA call-up umpires eligible to substitute in the major league. She will be the first woman to umpire a regular season MLB game this weekend.
So who's going to argue with her? Who's going to run out there and kick dirt on her?
What do you think about? What do you think the
They
fan,
always do. That's how you get initiated.
What do you think the fan reaction is going to be? Like the fans behind home plate when she makes a bad call? No, when she makes a bad call.
Where are they going to be? Where are they?
This is the Miami Marlins versus the Braves. I have to see who's
I think
home
those
for that
fans on both of those locations are not like Philadelphia. They're not like.
Well, nothing's like Philadelphia.
Yeah, I know.
It's
but
in Atlanta.
Yeah, they'll be all right. Don't get me wrong. Braves fans are passionate, but they're not crazy like some of those East Coast teams.
Is this the future of umpiring? I mean, I love it. We already have female refs. In the NBA.
Nobody cares about it.
We've got females in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Why not get a female behind the plate? Let's be inclusive. Is that the right? I don't want to say the wrong. Inclusive, right?
Yeah.
That means I never making sure I didn't
I
say
don't have
it.
a problem with it, but the umpire, at least traditionally, they got a mind of their own. And so that's why for baseball purists, those old heads, they might be grumpy. And I don't think they're against her, but just know that she's going to be a lightning rod for some people. I don't think this day and age she's going to be a lightning rod. I think one thing about baseball players and managers, they will try you. That's the way that clubhouse is. They will try you. But I wonder if they try her. She's been in the minors, so she used to knuckleheads.
Yep. Two more baseball stories I just want to give you real quick. Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony agreed to an 8-year extension today. That's quite the years. Baseball be throwing around years.
Man.
Like it's nothing. 8-year for the young man, Roman Anthony, to stay with the Red
Dodgers
Sox.
started that mess.
And then Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had his game-tying home run yesterday. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact the pitch that was thrown to him was 103.9 miles per hour. You might be saying, Blake, why are you reading that? I don't care. He doesn't play for the Rangers. Well, that would be the fastest pitch homered in the pitch tracking era, which means since 2008. So Gurriel with the homer the other night, fastest pitch that has been hit out of the park since 2008.
That means he was guessing, right? He had to be guessing because there's no way hand-eye coordination. You blink. Come on now.
If you played MLB the show, that's a perfect. He read it all the way.
He had to guess.
Perfect for. Let's switch gears for your Texas Rangers. Let's go on to your Dallas Cowboys. They were not perfect in yesterday's scrimmage versus the Rams. We had Schottenheimer who talked to the media today, and shout out to Schottenheimer. I feel like he's never afraid of the question.
No, he's good.
And he answers kind of all the coaches that I liked growing up, they had his kind of mentality. He's like, yep, okay, yep, I know where you're going with this. This is why we did this. He's not like, oh, man, I never thought about that, and just kind of down and just slumping. He's got a positive attitude to him, so I enjoy all his press conferences.
And he doesn't Belichick it.
No. He gives you a full answer and kind of gives you a lot of insight. So
yeah,
a lot of people,
he's not boring. He doesn't do a lot of coach speak.
A lot of people were hating on him for some of the play calling. Why were we getting killed out there? Well, here's Schottenheimer kind of putting all those claims down and letting them know we weren't really playing with all of our clubs. We were holding some stuff back.
Don't read too much into it, guys. We literally played 2 coverages. We literally kept all of our clubs in the bag. It was like we were out there playing with a 7-iron. I hate to tell you guys, but I'm going to be honest. Like, we're going to be playing with a 7-iron most of the preseason. So unless I get pissed. If I get pissed, the ball's probably going down the field if I get pissed.
Your thoughts of holding stuff close vest in these joint practices in preseason?
I like him being transparent with the media because, like I said, that's what training camp and preseason is for, is to try things. He just said in these joint practices and in the preseason, he's not going to try a bunch of stuff. So therefore, don't judge him. Don't judge the team, because that's another thing. You see some practices, you see somebody get beat, but you don't know what that person was supposed to do, and if he was working on something completely different than what you were expecting. This isn't a real game. It's kind of like spring training. When people go to spring, and Dylan, you love baseball. What do pitchers do in spring training?
They go out there, throw the same pitch about 80 million times. They basically work on the pitch they need to work on.
They're
don't care
working
about
on
the
stuff.
outcome.
They care nothing about the outcome.
They may go out there and throw 50 curveballs in a row.
They will do whatever they're working on.
Curveball's coming, they'll tell you.
And so, with that being said, you can't really judge a pitcher in spring training unless you're a scout or a coach.
Yeah.
So all the different reporters, all the different fans, guys watching tapes and stuff or watching stuff live, you don't know what you're watching for sure unless you know the playbook and the plays they're working on.
And like, hey, we're trying to implement this. We want to see if this running back can do
handle
this.
it. Yes.
We want to see if when we call this play, what does our tight end do on the weak side?
Right.
We don't care if we get -5 yards or 7 yards. We're really just looking at this one play.
Exactly. You have no idea.
We're seeing if when we're in this type of coverage, what is open.
Yes.
Maybe if we bring Donovan Wilson or Malik Hooker in the box, is this our team's going to exploit this, or is this not look as open as we thought it was on tape? And
right.
You run through these things, and guys, we do have to remember Schottenheimer is a rookie head coach. So he's going to have, one, some growing pains, and two, some stuff that he feels like they do very well. He's going to hold close to vest and go, hey, man, when we use Turpin in this spot, this is going to be a touchdown right here.
Right.
I'm not going to show that in the preseason, the training camp joint practice while I got Nate Thomas, no Tyler Smith. There's stuff they're going to hold close to vest. So I agree with you, CA.
But I love his transparency,
Yes.
explaining it to guys who don't know any better.
Because I bet you there's a lot of people that are listening right now and goes, oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now I understand.
This is the way they were doing it. Well, this was also Schottenheimer talking about maybe one time he did call a play he wasn't supposed to.
I'll give myself a C, maybe a C minus. You know, just we didn't have as much success, but I also had a lot of bullets I didn't use. I actually screwed myself up. I got pissed, so I called the bomb. I called the bomb. I wasn't supposed to call the bomb. The coaches were like, "Really? I thought we were leaving that out." I was like, "Yeah, I kind of got pissed off," and so we do have those plays. Just so you guys know, we have those plays. But literally, I did that, and I was like, "Man, that felt really good." But now they know we have that play. So, yeah, I was like the squad, just okay.
And excuse me, that was at the beginning, him asking how he would grade his play calling. He gave himself a C minus. So again, transparency. Said, hey, wasn't my best stuff, but also I'm holding a lot of things. I'm not going to show everything. At another point in his press conference, he said, we might have 50 pass plays we really like. We probably ran 10 to 12. So that gives you 30-plus pass plays that he feels very confident and good about that he's not going to expose until week 1 versus the Eagles.
You want to hear something crazy? On the other end of the spectrum, there's this coach down there in New Orleans who was the offensive coordinator for the team that won the Super Bowl a few months ago. His name's Kellen Moore. He used to work here. I've always said Kellen Moore is an offensive genius. He just needs seasoning. And even though they won a Super Bowl, I'm not saying it's all Kellen Moore that won that Super Bowl. I just always felt like he's got this brilliant mind. He just doesn't know when to call these plays correctly. I was talking to Tony Pollard back on one of those 12-5 seasons where everything was going right. And they were coming up with all these crazy plays and they were working. And I said, and this was like in October, I said, Tony, but you guys are using those plays now. Why don't you say some of that stuff? He goes, you have no idea. We got 20 more that you have never seen before. He said, Kellen doesn't care if they figure out. He said, so there's a different philosophy here. He said, Kellen Moore runs these plays now to give them stuff to worry about. You follow where I'm going with this?
Yep.
The other team has to spend their practice time worrying about a gadget play that they may never run again because they got 20 more they can use. So it's just two opposite streams, and neither one of them is wrong.
You've got to give something for people to guess about. Sean McVay has been doing this for 7-8 years. He knows exactly what he wants to get out of training camp. And another note, there was no Stafford out there. They're still nursing him. It was Jimmy G out there. They still carved up the Cowboys secondary. Devontae Adams and Puka are very good receivers, in case anyone forgot.
Puka going up against his cousin.
And I don't think anybody is a competent corner to guard them outside Deron Bland. You got Troy Pride out there. You got Kyer Elam trying their best. I mean, love the kids, but Devontae Adams and Puka are a different dog, especially when you're out there.
Another level.
You don't have your full defense. No Overshown out there. No Mike out there. You don't have probably 3 of your best defenders out there going against a very talented Rams offense. I think they're actually, funny enough, randomly at 8:35 on a Wednesday, the Rams are my pick to win the NFC.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now,
the
Stafford
NFC.
Stafford needs to be healthy.
Got to stay healthy. Yeah.
Like if Stafford even misses 2 weeks, I'm taking that pick off.
I got you.
But if Stafford's healthy week 1 and they're buzzing, they're my pick.
Because low key, end of the season last year, they came on.
They're my pick. Well, Speaking of end of the season, it's almost the end of the show. We got one more segment coming up, but before we do that, we're going to crosstalk with Khaki Kev, give you the latest on Micah Parsons, and breast milk might be available in your area next on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 12:40, it's going to be Cowboys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, with your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
segment of the Fan After Dark is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Final segment here on the Fan After Dark for Blake, because we're cross-talking with Khaki Kev, who is going to be taking over for me. We still got the 3-time Hall of Famer CA with us. CA is going to be staying with you guys until 11 p.m., so do not worry. The coverage will continue. CAC and CA will take you from 9 to 11 all the way home. But final segment from me here, as we got Khaki Kevin Walker in the booth. We still got Dylon in the Pimp Cup. Dylon, you're staying until 11, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm making sure we're still going to have a producer. Kevin, a little bit of a whirlwind day with the Yankees, with us filling in. How are you feeling about to host and hang out for 2 hours?
I mean, how could I be any happier? I always excited to get to host, especially when you get to do it with a 3-time Hall of Famer, 3-time CA. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Okay.
What if he was a 2-time Hall of Famer? Would you still feel as excited?
Look, I'm 22 years old. If I get to host with a 3-time Hall of Famer, 2-time Hall of Famer, or Hall of Famer in general, I'm gonna take it.
And
especially
we have
with
done
CA
this
though.
before. There's a comfort level here.
Oh yeah, of course. Me and CA know what we're doing.
Well, you know, comfort kills success.
Put it like this. There's a chemistry level here. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, there is no chemistry between Micah and Jerry Jones right now. A contract still has not been worked out for the star pass rusher for your Dallas Cowboys. Still under contract, but in the final year of it, wants that new money, wants that TJ Watt, wants that Myles Garrett money. You guys have been following the story here on The Fan. We had Bobby Belt on this morning, who had the David Mulligetta story.
What a pull.
If you guys missed that, you can go on to YouTube and find the clip. Shout out to Carter Freeman. You can go on the Odyssey app and go back and listen for all the live commentary, but it's something you do not want to miss. CA, what did you take from the conversation this morning, and what are you hearing everything that has to do with Micah Parsons right now?
Okay, so props to Bobby Belt for getting in touch with David Mulligetta. Mulligetta, of course, is Micah's agent. And Mulligetta grew up here in Dallas. He went to UT. He's 42 years old. He is the first agent to do $1 billion worth of contracts for his clients in NFL history. He's the #1 agent in the NFL. He did this back in November when all of the money brought in added up to be $1 billion. He and Todd France, who was Dak Prescott's agent, worked at the same agency, Athletes First. And then they both broke off and formed their own stuff because that's how good they are. Well, David Mulligetta has been representing Micah from the get-go. And Bobby got a hold of him, and Bobby
Shout out, Bob.
Shout out to Bob. I was trying to follow Bobby along with this. I want to say that, so I'm paraphrasing. He asked David Mulligetta specifically about when they first reached out to Jerry to negotiate the contract. And Mulligetta said to Bobby that it was right after the end of the 2023 season, which was like March of 2024. So like over a year ago, right? And he said, we're open for business. And then the Joneses said, and this is Stephen and the people below, because he had never talked to Jerry. They said, we're working on CD, we're working on Dak. Let's get those done first, and we'll get back to you. He said, no problem. And of course, Jerry didn't get Dak done until the first game of the season, right? Last year. So Micah's not going to talk negotiations during the season. So no seasonal talks. As soon as the season ended this past year, this last March in 2025, came back to ready to do business. And they've never heard from him since.
Well, there's been a lot of consternation about the meeting that happened earlier this year in the spring, around the March time, where
Jerry and Micah,
where it was supposed to be a leadership talk. Micah side saying, hey, I was just talking leadership. Jerry brought up some contract stuff. I was like, yeah, we can do something around there, but you got to talk to my agent. Jerry, on the other hand, saying, I thought that conversation meant we were on the same page. You understood that you were signing up for whatever it may be. We don't know the exact numbers in years, but you guys can hypothesize 4 years, 5 years, how much guaranteed. We have to wait and see.
The framework of the deal was set in place in that meeting.
Framework was set in place, but what actually happened, we have to wait and see. We're getting both sides of the story. Well, this was Jerry Jones. Last 24 hours, he let us know this when he had a chance to talk to the media. about the handshake deals and how things used to be done back in his day and why he thought Micah Parsons would be the same deal.
It's my understanding nothing was put in writing. So how would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds. And I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later.
Classic Jerry.
As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So is there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. All parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So much for that.
So what's the sticking point for you right now at this point?
Again, there are no point. There's points of varying degrees of influencing, not having something done, but nothing that I would say is out of the ordinary.
So that was Jerry Jones letting us know that, hey, when I bought the Cowboys, it was a handshake deal, CA. We didn't have to do all this numbers and agent and mulligetta. We just got stuff done.
Let's talk about that part first. That was a last century deal. He bought the Cowboys. Do you know how much he bought the Cowboys for, gentlemen?
I want to say it was in the low millions.
It was $160 million. The deal he's working with Micah is the deal he just did with Dak is more than that.
Yeah.
He's going to give Micah at least $200 million.
Correct.
So don't even go there. And he knows he's a businessman. He's negotiated from that point on contracts with the NFL, contracts with the TV networks.
He's done contracts.
I've said this over and over again because I've been here since 1980 covering the Dallas Cowboys and all the other sports. And so all of me and Jerry Cool, I've covered everything he's ever done and all the negotiations, including the Emmitt Smith situation where he missed the first 2 games of the season. I was there for all of that. Jerry loves to negotiate. That's his sport. That's why he's got the most valuable franchise in the world. It's the ancillary things that he's added to it through negotiations that made it so valuable. With that being said, this is his Super Bowl to negotiate a contract where the agent is the number 1 agent in the NFL. So here's the deal. Jerry he said a couple of things that you got to pay attention to over his Cowboys ownership. He says deadlines make deals, so they're not near a deadline. He's also said he has a high tolerance for ambiguity. Do y'all know what ambiguity means?
That's a big word. I remember it, though.
Jerry loves to use that word.
It means, okay, wait, let me try to guess. Ambiguity. I know this word. This is like when stuff's up in the air and there's not a clear answer.
Thank you. He loves the chaos. He can be calm when everybody else loses their mind because things are not nailed down. He loves ambiguity. In other words, he has a high tolerance for it.
Not having the answer doesn't bother Jerry Jones.
At all. So what he's getting out of this is, for the fans, blah, 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 blah. This is not just getting pub. He knows the pub's going to be there because it's Micah Parsons. But when it comes to superstars, he doesn't mind, in his mind, going down to the deadline, which is whatever his deadline is, and he does not lose the deal, even though he might pay more. He wound up paying Dak too much. He wound up paying CD too much because he likes the game of poker. In other words, he likes the back and forth and the strategies and people stressing out because he doesn't stress out.
Well, and I think, you know what, Blake, I think you made a really good point about this when we talked about the Micah situation maybe a week or so ago. All the deals that he's done, talk about Dak, you talk about CD and some of the others, we're talking September. We're in August. We just started August.
Late August, early September.
So, I mean, history proves what Jerry views as a deadline. Whether that be the first day of the season or not, we know what his version of a deadline is, and it's not early August. He's not sweating bullets
The
at
other
all.
thing he's not concerned with, when Micah said, well, he's requested a trade. Notice he didn't demand a trade. He requested it. There's a reason those words are words, right?
I don't want to be here no more. That was hard to read.
It's posturing. It's a strategy.
That
It's a
tweet's
t-
going
it's a-
viral.
it's a tactic.
I think it's at 27 million views.
I'll check it.
Well, it may be, but it doesn't.
even be in
It doesn't
30s
mean
now.
anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean.
How
a
many
thing.
views you get does not let other NFL GMs make you more available or less.
But here's the number one thing. Jerry knows Micah's got one more year on his rookie deal. He's paying him $2 million this year.
And those 2 tags.
And 2 franchise tags after that. Micah ain't going nowhere. All he can do is retire. All he can do is retire. But guess what? Micah and David Mulligetta know that their leverage is, guess what? Do you want to go to the Super Bowl, Jerry? Guess what? Do you want the team to fracture internally?
Well, he was asked about how confident, Jerry Jones was asked, how confident are you that Micah Parsons will be out there in week 1? He said not confident because I'm not Micah Parsons.
Right.
I can't decide how he's going to, I'm paraphrasing, how he's going to feel and what's going to be out there. And now the contract goes, it's a sensitive subject that's going on right now. We obviously want him out there right now, but I can't answer for Micah Parsons. And then someone, I think it was Clarence, asked like, is it urgent to? And he goes like, I stay urgent.
Yeah, he says that he's saying all the right things because he wants Micah to know, yeah, I love you. It's this, we're just doing negotiations here. And in his mind, it's up to Micah to decide if he's going to miss a game or not. Emmitt Smith missed 2 games.
Yep.
And I told this to Kevin, I get a chance to tell you, Blake, I was there when the deal finally got done. That second game, they were playing against the Kansas City team that was terrible. Kansas City came to Texas Stadium and beat the Cowboys on a missed field goal. They fired the field goal kicker, Lynn Elliott, and after the game, we're going to the locker room. The media goes to the locker room afterwards. There's a hole in the damn wall. I find out from the players a little bit later, that hole in the wall is because Charles Haley threw his helmet at Jerry. Jerry ducked, and Charles yelled out, "We can't win with a backup running back."
We need
and
that energy now.
Jerry signed Emmett a day later. So with that being said, understand this as well. He likes to. You brought up the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to say, "Me and Micah, we had a handshake deal." Jerry loves to talk to the player. He loves the players, especially superstars. And some fans say he's too close to the players. Jerry thinks him being close to the players can make him go around an agent. Well, guess what? This is not about Micah Parsons. To Jerry, this is about him showing the other owners how to defeat the number 1 agent in the NFL.
Well,
and he doesn't even know. He's not mad at Micah. He's not mad at Micah. He's not mad at David Mulligetta. In his mind, David Mulligetta is not me. And I'm not these other owners. I'm the big dog. I'm owner emeritus. I'm the longest tenured owner. I'm the number 1 franchise owner in the world. David Mulligetta, you just represent players. I will show the other owners how to tame you.
Will Jerry Jones come out on top of this negotiation, or David Mulligetta and Micah Parsons get their way? We'll have to wait and see. You can text into the program and let us know your opinion. I teased this on the other side. Frida, Frida, ice cream brand, is going to be having a new flavor coming available in Texas. Now, boys, brace yourself for this.
I saw this.
It's a Bluebell flavor for sure. Breast milk flavored ice cream from Frida. It's available right now. You can go to your stores and buy breast milk flavored ice cream at your local store. Now, it doesn't say what store. It says they teamed up with baby care products, known for Frida, known for teaming up with baby care products, has teamed up with the Brooklyn ice cream shop to come up with breast milk flavored ice cream. So I got to ask you, would y'all buy breast milk flavored ice cream?
I think I'm gonna sit this one out.
You sit it out?
I'm gonna sit this one out.
This is what I used to say when we were doing GBAG at night. Me and Gavin and Jeff and Lucius.
Would make for a great payoff,
This is what I would say at night. He'd say, the GBAG Nation, we're this is what Dawson would say. And I would say, it's an acquired taste.
No, for sure.
So I think I'm too old for breast milk, baby. Breast milk.
I don't think there's an age limit on it.
I know. I'm just saying it's an acquired taste. Well, I say it's an acquired taste.
Now, Dylon, you can't slap this ice cream, but would you eat this ice cream?
No.
No?
No.
Would you even consider it?
I mean, if you pay me.
Okay, here we go. Bringing it full circle. Heinz tomato ketchup smoothie, breast milk ice cream. You have to eat/drink
Now,
one.
from the 9-4, made from breast milk or just flavored?
Hey, bud, I'm just reading the headline.
No, that is a good question.
I think
though.
it's flavored. They can't come up with enough.
I would probably
How do we
imagine
get
flavored.
flavored?
You can get flavored anything.
How do we know what
Blake.
the flavor of breast milk is?
AI?
Someone's tasted it.
Is it?
You don't think AI can
It's
see
gonna be
that?
both tasted it. Is it all one consistent flavor, though? Is there different,
I have no idea.
flavors?
I mean, I'm sure whatever you put in the body influences
you're
the
a
flavor a little
connoisseur.
Are we
bit.
getting like
You
a
tell
cookies
us.
and cream flavored breast milk or vanilla?
Different
or
flavored of
chocolate?
breast milk.
972 says only if it's Cambodian.
Well,
breast milk.
it was really fun doing the show with you guys, filling in
Yes,
for
sir.
GBAG 5 to 7.
Stellar job on your part.
Me and CA 7 to 9. Don't stay right here though, because the show does not end. Khaki Kev and CA are going to take you from 9 all the way to 11. Y'all make sure, if you want to keep up on all my crazy takes, at Blake Live _ on all the socials. And stay tuned for whatever CA and Kevin got for you next, coming up on the Fan After Dark.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the whole.
Roger that, Sally.
It's a gig economy. There may be people working at night. That's right. When it's a gig economy, some people gig because they're trying to make it all add up. There are some people who gig on purpose because you know what? They like the lifestyle of doing it the way they want to do it and not having to do a 9 to 5. And again, we know there's people just driving around. So 877-881-1053, we thank you very much. We also know that we're on the fan cam. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. Thank you all for joining us on all the multiple platforms that you can. 877-881-1053. Dylan, how things going in the Pimp Cup over there?
Things are going well. I'm just podcasting our last hour so they can listen to it all the time.
Hey, you've been in there for a minute. How long have you been in the Pimp Cup today?
I've been here a long time. I was working the Ranger game, so I mean, I got here at like
shouts out to the boy Dylon for just grinding away.
Okay, so this is what you just brought up something I was kind of curious about. So we've had all kinds of different kind of lineups today on the fan. Because
batting lineup changed for the fan.
Various hosts have been in and out for whatever the reason. Gavin Dawson, he had to take care of an injury, and he should be back tomorrow, but maybe not. We'll find out. We got the Fan Phenom going on in Saxe, and it's going to be at the Jake's Hamburgers at Saxe, so make sure you show up if you want to be the new Fan Phenom.
Yep.
But I'm bringing this up because we had different rotations of guys. Fred was on earlier with KNC Masterpiece because he's in for Kevin, who's in Germany right now. I just came back from Brazil myself.
Yep.
All right, so we've been all over the place. Different guys coming back from Oxnard. You know, it's kind of crazy.
All kinds of travel.
But if you Tolo, it's kind of fun because you hear the voices matching up with different people at different times that you don't expect.
Yeah, you're getting all kinds of different show mismatches and everything.
So what I'm going to ask you two guys about in particular, when Fred Davis got here and started working with Blake, and then you guys started working with Blake and Fred, and Fan After Dark became the Fan After Dark, he started giving you guys nicknames.
Yeah.
I want to know the truth because I've been hearing this. You guys call each other these nicknames when you're not even on the air. So do you like being called Khaki Kev?
Yeah, no, I do like it. I think it's the alliteration that people enjoy, and I think it's the originality. You know, it's not anything like I would be shocked if anybody else had the nickname Khaki Kev around. So, you know, it's something that I'll be able to carry on with me for quite a while. And then when
will you take it to another place if you're not here anymore?
Well, obviously I want to stay here, but
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
let's say
I would like to.
Let's say you wind up with a big money offer and be in New York or something.
Yeah, and I'd be like, I'd be
Khaki Kev in New York.
Fred Davis gave me the nickname, and it sticks. So you know, and plus I made it my social handle. So if that's not official, then I don't know what else is, right? So.
What about you, Dylan? Because Dylan is Dylan and Dylan. That's a bit off of a Dave Chappelle show.
I mean, I don't mind. It's a little long of a nickname, but
would you rather us just call you Dylon?
Either way.
As long as we call you.
Well, do you like your name 3 times?
Well, that's not my name. My name is Chris Arnold.
Name is Chris Arnold.
It's CA, but Kevin Gray is the one that started saying back in the day, after I got in the third Hall of Fame, he's like, 3 times. He said it's a wrestling thing. It's a WWE thing because there was one guy that was doing a 2 time. And now it's 3 times. I don't care.
It feels right. I don't know. Whenever I hear CA and I hear 3-time Hall of Famer, in my head, I just want to be like 3 times. I don't know. It's just something I've always, I like it. I think it has a ring to it.
Just kind of curious again, because people get nicknames. I always think about in my college days and different fraternities and stuff, or if you're on different teams, they'll give you a nickname. Sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And there are actually some people who say you cannot give yourself a nickname. I never gave myself a nickname.
I will say this. I'm not a personal fan of giving yourself a nickname. Now, if you do, then, whatever have you. I grew up.
Kobe nicknamed himself the Black Mamba.
And hey, look, that worked out for him pretty well. But also, branding goes with that and everything. So that's a different aspect of it. But in my opinion, I don't know if you should. I think it's more fun if people give you a nickname. Like I grew up, my name is Kevin. It's 5 letters. Like you can't really do a whole lot with that. People call you Kev maybe, but more often than not, it's just Kevin. I never really thought, hey, I'm gonna get a nickname. Some people like Jet. Jet's got a cool name. It's Jet.
That's his real name.
That's a real cool name. So I never really expected anything.
He's named after a Paul McCartney song.
Yeah, there you go.
That's my theory.
Yeah, my nickname's better than like Dill Pickle.
You heard they used to call you that?
You want me to call you that?
No, I think I'm good. No.
By the way,
we could throw that in the rotation.
By the way, back in the day when Mike Bassick was on GBAG Nation, he told us when he was pitching for the Rangers, or maybe it was the Mets, wherever he was pitching back in the day, and we love Mike Bassett.
Oh, yeah.
He said when he was pitching in Toronto, the fans used to yell at him in the bullpen and, "Hey, ball sack!" And then that's when he came up with that Coach Ball Sack thing that bit he started doing. And it's just funny how. And then Jerry Jones couldn't pronounce his name one day in Oxnard or something for he was going to be go to the Jerry's party at Nobu or something, and he called him Baskey. And so sometimes you hear Baskey.
Baskey's not bad.
And then the Sean and RJ show.
Yeah.
Well, one time Ben and Skin were doing a bit with a salesperson on our staff, and Ben was pretending to be a client, a possible client, and she got caught up and called it the RJ and Choppy show. So if you guys ever hear RJ and Choppy show, that's a bit. That's for a long-time Tolos.
You can call it the RJ and Choppy show, and some people won't even.
They have no idea.
Won't even catch it.
They won't even catch it. The RJ and Choppy show.
It's got a good ring to it. That's probably why.
Yeah, so nicknames are interesting, like Beast Mode.
Yeah,
I can go down the list of all the different nicknames that are stuck with people and it fits or it doesn't fit. And I was just out of curiosity when Fred, because sometimes people look at a nickname like, oh, that means I'm in, I'm good. The group likes me for whatever reason. They give me a nickname. I'm one of the guys.
Yeah, I mean, a nickname, like I said, I never really expected to have one, so it's kind of cool to have one. And the Tolos have it, taken on to it, and, people around the station call me that now. So, and if people ask, I'll be like, yeah, my nickname is Khaki Kevin, and they'll be like, why? And I'll tell them why.
I'm going to throw something at Dylan and hope he doesn't flinch.
Uh-oh.
Bronx Bombers.
I said it!
Bronx Bombers.
Oh, man.
See, he loves baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And what the Bronx Bombers did to the Rangers today. For those who don't know the history of the Yankees, their nickname was the Bronx Bombers because they used to play in the Bronx.
See, I didn't even know that.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So check this out. They beat the Rangers because the Rangers were trying to go for the sweep.
They were.
The Rangers were trying to give the Yankees their 6th consecutive loss. They had never swept the Rangers. The Rangers never swept the Yankees at home in the last 15 years. Since 2010 was the last time they pulled it off in Texas. And they were close.
They were close.
I
had the brooms ready. Just couldn't do the sweeping.
Okay, so the final score was 4-3. Excuse me, 3-4. No, 4-3. What kills me about this is I hate it for El Bombi because he left 9 men on base. And in the 7th and in the 9th, the bases were juiced, and all he had to do was just get a single or something to tie the thing up. But there are other people who look at other guys that were more at fault for this loss. I'm going to ask each one of you, and I'm starting with Dylan because, like I said, he had to chop up the game, and he was babysitting the game, and then he had to do the show here tonight.
Yeah.
That's why I said Bronx Bombers, because I know you go, ooh, oh, oh. So who do you blame, sir, for the loss to the Yankees, the damn Yankees, the Bronx Bombers?
I think it all started with Jack Leiter. The Yankees lead the league in walks.
Mm-hmm.
He knew coming into the game he can't allow the walks.
Yeah, they're patient.
And he walked like 3 or 4 batters. As a team, I believe they walked 8 New York Yankees.
Damn!
If you walk them 8 times, if you walk anyone 8 times, you're not going to win.
It ain't going to happen.
Can't even walk the...
Final score is 3-2, by the way.
Yeah, you can't even walk the O's.
No.
Times.
No. So you're blaming Leiter. You're blaming the pitcher who we're watching him grow on the job. You're watching him and, Rocker's got sent down. But you're watching, you love the guys, but they're just learning the game.
Pitching was good enough to win outside of the 8 walks. The Rangers win the game, I believe, if the 8 turns into a 3.
So you're not even looking at Garcia.
I know he was bad.
That's who I'm looking at.
Okay, so go ahead.
That's who I'm looking at. Me and Fred Davis, we text about our good friend Robert Garcia.
Your good friend.
Yeah, outside of the fan. We're not huge fans of him. Not huge fans of him. I think he needs a stint in AAA for a little bit. I think he needs to get a reset going. 3 straight games of giving up the homer. You just can't not have it. I mean, Robert Garcia has just been on the struggle bus. And you know what? Shout out to Bruce Bochy because he didn't put him in the closer spot today. He tried him in the 7th inning. He's like, hey, I'll put you in a situation where it's not as much pressure. And even then, Garcia gave up the home run. And I was just like, man, that's a tough look. And at this point, you've got Coulomb, who's looked really good. You've had Maton, who's looked really good. there's a number of guys that you can put in that closer spot, in that 8th or 9th inning spot that aren't named Robert Garcia. I mean, hell, I think Luis Carvalho needs.
So you've given up on him. See, Bochy
I haven't necessarily given up on him.
Bochy hasn't, which is why he put him in the 7th, and not the 9th.
It takes a lot for Bochy to give up on guys. I think he needs a little bit of not a rehab stay. I think he needs to go to AAA for a little bit.
Mental rest.
Yeah, a little bit of a rest. Send him down AAA.
Right.
Let him get his mind right.
Go into the Aaron Rodgers cave.
I don't know, but I'm not recommending ayahuasca for anybody necessarily. But I think Luis Carvalho needs to get a little bit of consideration. Maybe ride your hot hand, but that's who I'm not pinning on. But I'm definitely putting a lot on Garcia.
We got a total on 817 says Fatty in 817 says Robert Garcia reminds me of Will Smith in the World Series season. Remember we had Will Smith. The deal about Will Smith I loved about Will Smith, or interesting about him, for 3 years in a row, every team he played for went to the World Series and won it. We're talking about the Astros, the Braves, and then the Rangers.
Yeah.
Then he went to Kansas City, and that was the end of that.
Well, no, because a different Will Smith went to the World Series again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to say there was a stat out there.
Same name.
Same name, different player.
Yeah, the Dodgers Will Smith?
Yeah.
The catcher?
Yeah. So that trend kept going.
Where's Will Smith at this year? We need to put in the bets right now.
Really.
Yeah. I'd have to look because I don't know if he's with the Dodgers anymore. So
the Rangers have tomorrow off, and then they're going to host the Phillies?
Yeah, they're hosting the Philadelphia Phillies, which... That's going to be another really tough series. We'll talk about it more at 9:40 when we preview a little bit more on the Rangers and what remains on the homestand. That's going to be a really big series, though, because Philly can give you fits. They're obviously a really good team. And that crowd can travel. Philly crowds travel.
Oh, yeah, and they love to hate on DFW. So
anything
it just goes with the show. By the way, the Yankees are going back home, and they will host the Florida Marlins, who whooped up on the Astros. So the Rangers didn't lose any ground on the Astros, and are they still tied with the Yankees for wild card?
I'll have to look a little bit more into that, but the Marlins did get the game today, but the Astros took the series. So you're just staying kind of even with the Astros, but you did gain some ground.
We got totals texting in on all kinds of things we've been talking about, including nicknames and the whole 9 yards. Somebody says Garcia. A17 says Garcia needs to go pitch in the Little League. KK and Triple D, that would be you dialing. I feel like CA has more years of Hall of Fame experience in the media and entertainment than y'all have years on Earth combined.
That's possible.
That's very possible.
That's possible. Dylan, how old are you? You're
22.
Yeah, so 44 years between us two.
Yeah, I've been doing this a long time, since I was 14. Okay. And they got another one. It says, question for CA. Where did you get the got you down phrase from?
That's a great question. Yeah, where did you get
that? I Googled it and I can't find the answer. Well, it started when I was down the dial on the ticket back in the day. They would call it. We take more phone calls back then. People weren't texting back then. It was phone calls. And a lot of listeners would start off their question with saying, I'm a long-time Cowboys fan and blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm a so-and-so and I'm a long-time Cowboys fan, blah, 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 blah. I'm a long-time Mavericks fan, blah, blah, blah. I'm a fan of the Rangers, but. And I'd always say, while they get started and say that, I would say, got you down. Like, I'm duly noted, got it. So I said, got you down.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, it kind of stuck. So, got you down, travel with me everywhere I go. And now you know. Coming up next, we're going to travel out to Oxnard. How about that? We got a friend of the show who works for the Star-Telegram. Used to be at DallasCowboys.com. He done graduated where he's all over the place now, and he's doing a great job. Our good friend Nick Harris joins us next on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
DFW Restaurant Week is proud to partner with FedEx Office for our 4th course promotion. Spend $10 at any FedEx office in DFW and request a 4th course certificate while supplies last. Redeem your free 4th course during DFW Restaurant Week. Restaurants serving a 4th course are listed at DFWRestaurantWeek.com.
Men, are you ready to feel unstoppable again? Join me at Men's T Clinic to become strong.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
and you're out there in Oxnard and you're doing fine work and you're doing all kinds of different things for Star Telegram as well. But you're always like, you got some thoughts about every kind of sport and you're always on top of it. But let me give you major props on this one thing, and don't be embarrassed. Kevin, I don't know if you know this, but Nick Harris broke the internet the other day.
Really?
He posted on Twitter a picture of him and his girlfriend. His girlfriend made it out to Oxnard, and everybody loved that picture. Major props on you. How the hell did you get her?
Hey, man, I wondered that myself. I appreciate you, CA. Yeah, I had her in town for a couple of days. It was good.
There you go.
A little change of pace out here.
Excellent. Is your dog there? You were saying last time I talked to you on the air, you were talking about bringing your dog out there.
Yeah, my dog's out here. He's running around this backyard, this Airbnb I have right now. It's life is good, CA. I'd be a fool to complain.
Okay, before we get into some X's and O's, Kevin can't wait to talk to you for some X's and O's. I got to keep, like, as I'm fleshing out everybody to know you a little bit better. So how long are you out there this time compared to when you're out there, you know, back in the day with the DallasCowboys.com?
Here the whole time, just as I was last year and the year before. It's a blessing to be able to be out here for camp the entirety of time, because you really get to see, you know, what things look like at the start and at the end, and the drastic differences that are involved with that, and preseason games as well. It's a blessing to be out here the whole time for sure.
I do have to ask, before we do get into the X's and O's, your thoughts on backwards visors?
No opinion. I think you know, everyone's style choices are to their own right. I think the Colin Cowherd comments were definitely an hashtag old take.
Okay.
Do we have those comments?
Well, we have.
We're efforting them right now.
Yeah, we're efforting them. He pretty much just said
we'll
that
play
the
them
Cowboys.
before the show's over with.
So he predicted the Cowboys were going to win 6 games, and then he brought it down to 2 games because Schottenheimer was wearing a backwards visor representing a $12 billion company. So, make of that what you will. Colin Cowherd's not known
Cowherd
for...
just said, "Get off my lawn."
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Jumping into the X's and O's, Nick, I do want to ask, with the remaining time we do have in Oxnard, what are you waiting to see?
Yeah, that's a good one. This preseason game is going to be a good opportunity for us to evaluate a lot of things. And as far as, what am I waiting to see? And this might not be something we necessarily see this preseason, but it's really, what exactly is this offense's identity from a passing attack standpoint? And if you could hang with me here, they have so many passing weapons. You can talk about CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, but Kevontae Turpin is really starting to emerge here in camp. Jonathan Mingo has had a good camp. How exactly is Brian Schottenheimer going to be able to use all of these weapons in an efficient way? What exactly will this passing attack look like opened up? I don't think we've necessarily seen that quite yet, and I don't think we will probably until a few weeks into the season. But that's one thing that I'm starting to get eager to see at this point. I guess for keeping it here in the preseason and training camp, the running back situation. Who exactly is going to emerge in one of those 2 feature roles? I expect this to be an offense that has 2 feature backs, but, are 3, potentially going to be able to emerge and have, significant touches going into the season? That's going to be a question that I have. But right now I would see Jaden Blue as probably the roster lock right now. Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, both of them have had good stretches, but Miles Sanders hasn't been able to stay healthy here at camp. So that's definitely hurt his case. And then you start looking at guys like Phil Maffa, who have some special teams value and what he could bring. So the running back position, that one figuring itself out, I'm excited to see that these next few practices.
Tell me about Joe Milton. He had an injury on his hand. What's the latest on that? Because he only played a few snaps before he injured his hand. And what do you expect to see him do in the preseason?
Yeah, the few snaps that he did have in that Rams joint practice yesterday were awesome. He looked great. It was the short to intermediate stuff. It was the long bomb to Jalen Brooks that I'm sure everybody saw on social media for the touchdown over the Rams secondary. That was really, really good to see. But then, like you said, for the last hour of practice yesterday, Joe Milton was on the sideline nursing a thumb injury. It sounds like he had jammed it at some point. It is not a serious one. I talked to Jerry and Stephen Jones coming off the field yesterday, but neither of them had much concern. And then Brian Schottenheimer today said that he's all good and he was actually throwing earlier today and that he's going to play on Saturday. So there's no concern about any, limited availability or, not playing at all for Milton. I expect to see quite a bit of him in the preseason. And, you look at the training camp reps, and whenever the second and third team units are in, it's mostly Milton. There have been a couple of practice sessions where Will Greer hasn't gotten one snap in 11-on-11 work. They have been feeding Milton quite a bit. They understand that these reps at this point in the year are so valuable for him because this is going to be the most coaching he gets throughout the season unless he's, thrown into a starting role. But it's an incredibly valuable time for Joe Milton, and I think they're going to take advantage of it in the preseason.
And I think they really already know what they got with Will Greer. In other words, he's solid. They just want to see the upside with Joe Milton.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they saw the upside on film from what he did in New England in preseason last year and in the one game that he started in Week 18 against the Buffalo Bills. They see that upside. They just want to unlock it on a more consistent basis, if that makes sense.
Now, I know that Schottenheimer talked about keeping majority of the clubs in the bag, saying that he was only going to use 2 coverages and everything like that. But from a one-on-ones perspective, whether that be on the defensive line, offensive line, maybe wide receiver on quarterback, whatever that one-on-one may be, what did you see or what were your takeaways from that scrimmage versus the Rams?
Yeah, from a one-on-one standpoint, I was really locked in on the Nate Thomas and Jared Verse matchup just because, I didn't expect Nate Thomas to, necessarily be a world beater against the defending defensive rookie of the year, but I expected to see some things, and I certainly did. But, I think there's some stuff in the run game that Jared Verse is just so much more talented at and skillful that he was able to get into the backfield multiple times. At least 3 tackles for loss to my count. that Jared Verse had in the run game, and the run game specifically just was not able to generate a whole lot. And then aside from that, it was really just focusing on the offensive line versus defensive line on both sides of the ball. And there wasn't a lot of positivity to take away from that. We talked to Schottenheimer and offensive line coach Connor Riley today, and they were talking about eye discipline and getting better pad level as two big coaching points coming out of that joint practice yesterday. And, I think it was probably kind of an eye-opener for those players in the trenches to see that there is still work to be done before, they head out in week 1 against Philly. But the returns yesterday against the Rams, I can't say that they were positive.
What do you think about Mazy's situation? Because I heard he got hurt a couple of days ago, and he's just kind of out there. And you got put it like this: you've got help for him. It's not like they're depending on him, but is he looking like he's making any kind of progress, or does he look lost?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that he looks lost, CA, and it's just more so like I think he is what he is.
Yeah.
And
okay. That's a good way to put it.
if you were to get rid of Mazy Smith today, the defensive tackle position is in such a dire strait in the NFL that he would get picked up and he would play elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But did he live up to his first round billing? No, and I don't think he's going to. I don't think there's gonna be a magic unlocking of the switch for him. But I think he is what he is, and what he is he is going to be a body in there that can sometimes generate you some luck in the pass rush game. But as far as in the run game, I think they're going to have to start looking towards some other options. I mean, you have Jay Toya, the 7th-round rookie out of UCLA, big body. He didn't have a great day yesterday either. But you also have Solomon Thomas. Perrion Winfrey did have some moments yesterday where he was taking on some double teams and he got skinny and was able to shed one. And then when he was back on that one-on-one matchup, he got wide again and was able to close the hole. Did a really good job. I like what Perrion Winfrey has done here in camp, and he has some experience with Aaron Whitecotton going back to a couple of months that he played for the Jets a couple of years back, and that experience you can tell is benefiting him here in Dallas early on, just because he understands the verbiage, he understands some of the things that they're asking him to do there in the middle. But the defensive tackle spot, I mean, just as it was coming into camp, it is still probably the biggest red flag for me on this team.
So I do want to ask you, because unofficial, and I do put that in bold, unofficial depth chart of the Dallas Cowboys came out yesterday. Your takeaways from that, or if you had any?
Yeah, one big takeaway that I had was they had Keemon Hall listed as the starting nickel cornerback, and that's big. And again, like you said, unofficial. There's not a whole lot of stock y'all should be putting into unofficial depth charts at this point in the preseason. But I think it is a good indicator of where guys are, especially at that nickel corner spot, right? Because they've thrown so many different options there. This is kind of an indicator of like, okay, hey, this is probably the leader of that competition right now. And Keemon Hall has had a great camp, the North Texas product. He's been in the league 6 years already, which is crazy to think about. And he's kind of been able to use that veteran savvy here in this competition. And I was able to talk to him a couple of days ago, and it was literally this week 1 year ago that he was brought in for a training camp workout and was just trying to make the 90-man roster. Ended up eventually making the 53-man roster, played in 6 games last year, and would have had an opportunity to start a couple of those games towards the back end of the year, but had a knee injury that kept him out. And now this time around, he feels like he's getting his fair shot, and he's taking advantage of it. And that was one big thing that stood out to me. Other than that, I mean, it's tough to look around and take much stock. I mean, for example, they have Donovan Ezeraku listed as a 4th stringer, and if you've seen Donovan Ezeraku here at camp, I mean, he has not played to a level of a 4th string pass rusher. So that's just partially an example of some of the quirks of an unofficial depth chart. But Marshawn Nealand still being listed in a starting role, I think that's big for him. I think that speaks to the confidence that the coaching staff certainly has in him, and we can see more of him potentially moving forward.
I do want to ask, are you staying around in Oxnard? I know you're going to be in Oxnard. Are you going to the preseason game?
Yes, I will. Yeah,
okay.
I'll be there on Saturday at SoFi.
Okay, perfect. Then that parlays perfectly into my question. What are you looking for in the preseason game? Again, I know it is just a preseason game, but what are some takeaways you could see and be like, okay, that's a successful preseason game?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 position groups specifically. I'm looking at the running back position. There's only so much you can take away at the running back spot here in training camp.
Right.
Without the full 100% go of physicality and, thud. It's more so thudding rather than tackling. But when you can actually tackle and bring guys to the ground in a preseason environment, that's really going to be able to determine a lot with this running back situation. And I'm also looking at the linebackers. Which of these linebackers are going to emerge as, a guy that is really disciplined in the run game? Damone Clark has had a pretty good camp, but is it good enough to say, hey, we're actually going to rotate him in and play him defensively, because he kind of lost that role last year under the Mike Zimmer system, and he was even declining in the Dan Quinn system. But that was just more so a product of, hey, we don't have many healthy linebackers, so Damone Clark has to play. Now I think it's more of a situation of like, okay, Damone Clark has really started to put it together, but can he figure out how to get on the field now with so many bodies in front of him? Then you talk about Shamar James, the fifth-round rookie out of Florida. You talk about Maris Leofau, the second-year guy out of Notre Dame, third-round pick from 2024. He's had a good camp. I'm excited to see what these linebackers can put together in a preseason environment. And then the Joe Milton show. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's going to be fun to watch in the preseason.
Got a guy I want you to give me some update on. Lyle Collins. I was asking Broadus, but he's back here in Dallas. What are they seeing in Lyle Collins? I know he just got there. We know he's a long-time Cowboy. He was good a few years ago. Traded him in Cincinnati or cut him. He winds up in Cincinnati. But he got a great relationship with Dak, and I think on the depth chart they got him a couple of guys behind Cooper Beebe, like third string behind, not Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker at right guard. Where do you think, is he going to be like a swing guy? Is he going to line up right there? What does it look like to you? Because you've seen him there before.
Yeah, I've talked to a couple of guys about Lyle Collins, a couple of front office personnel. And first off, when they brought him in for his workout, they're like, man, this is some of the best shape we've ever seen him in. He looks lean. He looks light. Mm-hmm. And, that's probably a product of being out of football for a little bit. But, he does look good. He looks fresh. And they're finally starting to work him in a little bit more with 11-on-11 team period stuff. Mm-hmm. And when asked about his position flexibility, they're like, we're going to start him on the right side, give him some right tackle, right guard love, and get him comfortable there. And if we see a need to put him on the left side, we certainly can. And so, that's a guy that just has pure veteran versatility that they'll be able to move around, but they're going to start him on the right side and then just kind of let it evolve from there.
All right, Nick, I'm going to put you on the spot. One guy that we're overhyping and one guy that's not getting enough hype.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one. One guy that is not getting enough hype, and I'm not going to sit here and say that he will be the starting nickel cornerback when the season rolls around, but I think you need to start factoring him into the conversation, is undrafted free agent Zion Childress out of Kentucky.
Really?
This kid has had a really strong camp. I think that's a name certainly people should keep an eye on moving forward. It's going to be tough to figure out the numbers at the corner spot, especially with these injuries that are involved, and you don't know what the timelines really look like with guys like Trayvon Diggs and Savone Revel. You expect those guys to maybe start the season on IR, but you don't know 100%. But I think Zion Childress is a guy that probably is not getting enough love, but he's just always on the ball. He's always doing his job. He's gaining love from the coaching staff. It's getting to the point now to where coaching staff members are starting to bring him up unprompted. So Zion Childress as a guy that's not getting enough love. Overhyped, let me think. That's an interesting one, because I'm going to be honest. Like I know who we hype up out here at camp, but I feel comfortable in those takes because they're mine.
He's living up to the hype. Yeah.
I'm trying to think right off the top of my head. Goodness, this is you really did put me on the spot here. This one's a tough one. I'll probably have to go
Booker?
with. I'd probably have to go with Kenneth Murray, because I've seen a lot of love for Kenneth Murray, and he just really hasn't practiced that much. I don't know how we could put together like a full conclusion on Kenneth Murray when he's barely been out there. He missed 4 or 5 practices for the birth of his baby, and so and that's no discredit to him. It's just more so we haven't seen a lot of him, and what we have seen of him, I think there is some improvement he can make in the run game. But that's just me kind of looking at a guy that really hasn't been on the field quite yet.
Okay, so Mike is walking around with a jersey. He's out there. Tank Lawrence is in Seattle. Who is the leader on this defense? We know there's a lot of talent. We know there's a lot of young guys. We know there's guys that are about equal. But who's like – I'm not talking about the green dot. I'm not talking about who's calling plays. I'm talking about who seems to be the leader.
Solomon Thomas, the guy who took number 90 from DeMarcus Lawrence. Okay. And it's not only been, an off the field in the meeting room type of guy.
He's a great guy.
It's also been on the field. When you think about the experience that he had with the New York Jets playing under Aaron Whitecotton, he's kind of that defensive line's on-field bridge, if you will, between what Whitecotton is trying to teach and instill and the personnel that they currently have in place. And it's been a natural transition. And when you talk to some of these guys on the defensive line, and even in the linebacking core and some other positions on defense, you hear Solomon Thomas's name come up quite a bit. That's definitely a testament to the leadership he's brought here early on.
That's great. And again, he's listed behind Osa. And I'm sure he's going to play not as much as Osa, because it depends on the matchups and situations and the schemes. But he's a great guy. I'm glad he's got that leadership skills, because that's definitely needed, because Tank's not there no more, and we don't know when Mike is going to start putting his hand on the ground.
100%, and it's really been well received by both the coaching staff and the players. Got
one more question for you. You've been there several years now. You're there the whole training camp. How many times have you been to the Rudder Room lately? That's the spot all the media knows about. I've been there before lots of times, but the fans hear about it. Like, what's the Rudder Room? It's a cool little hole in the wall right on the beach.
Yeah, it is, and I think we've gotten too loud about it though, CA, because it's turned from a hole in the wall to, hey, everyone has to go here at camp now.
Oh no.
It's a good thing.
Okay.
We've seen some fans over there. And it's been cool to interact with them in that type of environment. And if you're listening to this and you ever come out to training camp, come out to the Rudder Room. You're going to run into somebody that you would love to talk ball with, and it's a really good environment to do so. Shout out to the owner, George. He kind of fosters that environment too. But how many times I've been there, man, too many to count. It's more than the 10 fingers I have on my hand. I know that for sure.
In the words of the KNC masterpiece, it's a good place to take the load off.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, we'll get you out of here with this one. You've been great, so I do want to give you an opportunity for a shameless plug. Tell us about this cross chop that you've got going on. A little project for you?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, I just launched this YouTube channel with John Owning out of Pro Football Focus. And we actually just filmed our first episode before I hopped on here with you guys, and it drops tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Central. Really looking forward to sharing it with everybody, man. We've almost hit 500 subscribers without an episode even dropping.
Wow.
I appreciate all the love, and if you're into that type of content, come give us a look tomorrow.
That'll work. He is the great Nick Harris. He's the beat writer for the Cowboys for the Forward Star Telegram, and he's our friend and a regular here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks again. We will talk to you again real soon, Nick, okay?
Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, sir.
Nick Harris. Coming up next, shall we dive back into the Rangers, the good and the bad and the ugly? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your...
on The Fan.
This next segment of the Fan After Dark is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Are your Texas Rangers better than 500? We will discuss that right here, coming off a series W against the Yankees. Despite tonight's loss, the Rangers are 60-56 so far on the year, 4.5 games back of the American League West. CA, do you think that the Rangers are better than a 500 club? Because that's really what they've been playing like all up until about a month or so ago.
Got you down. Hold on a second here. You guys just hear this? This was Khaki Kevin introducing the segment. In the Pimp Cup, you got Dylan, a.k.a. Dylan Moore. I'm Chris Arnold, and this is 105.3 The Fan, and, of course, this is The Fan After Dark. I'm going to say all those things right here because, ironically, in 24 hours, there will be different Tolos in Saxe at Jake's Hamburgers, and they're going to be trying to be the fan phenom.
They're going to try, yeah.
They're going to try to have an opportunity to do what you're doing in this particular segment. And Air Chiafalo is going to be in the role of the fan phenom co-host, and the fan phenom gets to do a segment. I've done it for I don't know how many years, including when Blake became the fan phenom, sitting in that chair, watching the fan phenoms get their opportunity. So I'm looking at you in the same way. I was like, it just hit me. This is going to happen tomorrow in 24 hours. And here's Khaki Kevin doing the same damn thing. So have at it again. Let's take two. Khaki Kev doing his segment on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, back to on 105.3 The Fan. This is The Fan After Dark. My name's Khaki Kevin Walker, here with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Dial on behind the glass. I have to ask the Tolos, 877-881-1053 on the Franklin text line. Do you think that these Texas Rangers, the ones that are playing ball right now, are better than a 500 club? Because up until here, recently, they have been a 500 club. Now 60-56 so far this year. You did grab the series win over the Yankees, not the sweep, but the series win. So I have to toss it over to you, CA. Do you think that the Rangers are going to be better than a 500 club?
I think they are, and I think they're going to go to the playoffs as a wild card, and I actually believe the pitching is giving them a puncher's chance to do some damage in the playoffs. Got to be hot, though. They have been hot at home, not on the road. You know, outside of today's loss, but have they lost 2 games in the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, they've been doing really, really good on home. So, and that's going to be really important because
and they are 500 now. So it's like this. If they can just keep it doing exactly what they're doing, they're going to be better than 500.
1.5 games out of the wild card, tied with the Cleveland Guardians. Who are you behind? Well, you just played them, the New York Yankees. So I did want to go over this because, and we talked about it just before we started this segment. Some comments were made by Kevin Pillar, a little earlier on in the season. Former Ranger. So he took to.
He had a cup of coffee. Let's not say he's been here a long time.
Yeah,
it was just spring basically.
Yeah. Just here for about 40 at-bats or so. Announced his retirement after the Rangers DFA'd him. Had some comments. We won't dive into all that. But as Rangers fans and one of myself, I did want to, give him props because he put a tweet out that he said, hey, I just wanted to say that, he appreciated his time with the Rangers and that he's been rooting for the Rangers. He lives in DFW and that, he didn't want to kind of go over all the comments that he had, but he was like, look, I knew that what the Rangers were capable of. I would have loved to stay, be part of the team. But I understand why the front office did what they did, and that look, the league's going to be on notice when the Rangers are healthy.
Put it like this. He cleared up a misconception, and I think Chris Young, CY, did a great job with GBAG Nation when people took his comments out of context, so to speak.
Yeah.
He was talking about his short time here with the Rangers, and a reporter was asking him what was it like, and he was comparing it to when he was with the Atlanta Braves, and there was more of a rah-rah attitude with the Braves, whereas with the Rangers, they were going about their business. It was basically everybody was doing. They weren't like, hey, let's go party. Let's do this together.
Yeah.
It wasn't what you would expect, what he thought to expect from a team that 2 years earlier, had been to the World Series. And he's He doesn't hate the Rangers. He's just talking about the different styles in the clubhouses.
Right. 972. Rangers are a 500 team or above a 500 team, but I don't think they'll make the playoffs. It's a little too late from the offense. Another one from the 469. Yes, I think Jock has turned it around, and I think that that's a great point from that Tolo. Jock Peterson has, dare we say, turned it around. He's done really well. 7 plate appearances. He's been on base 7 times. So Jock Peterson has had, ever since that home run, has had a little bit of a coming out party, which is big. You need that from Jock Peterson. Really, you need that from all your guys. We talked about it a little earlier on the negative side. Adolis Garcia, not so good of a series. Robert Garcia, not so good here as of late. But Josh Young has had a good little turnaround.
That's where I was going to go with
Jock
this.
Peterson has had a good turnaround. Gosh Yoke has been on fire lately. On top of the pitching that you've been getting, Jack Leiter, not the best of days. Kumar Rocker getting sit down. Jacob deGrom, probably needs a little bit of a day off, a start off. But Jock Peterson turning it around. Josh Young doing what he's been doing. I think the offense is doing really well. What do you think, CA?
I think it's real simple. Josh Young is back to being Josh Young.
Yes.
In fact, when he was on with GBAG yesterday, if anybody caught that interview, he was explaining. I love this question from Broaddus. Broaddus said, when you went down to the minors, did it help you out, like get your mind right? And all of a sudden, because what was it? And he said, no, I didn't like it down there. I mean, he kept it real. He's like, I felt so bad. But he said, but I deserve to be down there. And he said, what I learned is I'm paraphrasing him. He said to be patient, that you can't just try to do everything. He said he had never played that poorly before in his career, going into his stint down in the minor leagues. So he had to go down there. He said, but it was not where he wanted to be. And he just had to be patient. Him and his hitting coach were down there, and they just worked on not just swinging at everything. But I use him for an example because just like Evaldi, come on, Evo, month of July, look at Josh Young since the end of June.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the offense doesn't have to carry this team. The offense was carrying the team when they went to the World Series, and as you know, the pitching staff is going to be the major decider. If you got a pitching staff, a rotation,
yeah,
all you need is like 3.
We've got
2. They're there, and all I can say is Jack Leiter. The reason they brought in Merrill Kelly, who's going to be pitching on Friday, the reason they traded for him is because guess what? They love Jack Leiter, but he's still learning. It's like on-the-job training, even though he's been in the majors 2 years. It's not like he's a phenom where, it's going to hand him the rock, it's going to be his turn, you got a win. No, he's still working on some things. Well, if you're a World Series champion from 2 years ago and you've got a core group that's, already in their prime, some of them a little older, you got to get it done now. You can't say, well, we got time, we're a whole young team. No, you bring in a Merrill Kelly to solidify that starting rotation. And you mentioned Garcia, that's the outlier because what just kills me is they weren't able to get a closer.
Yeah.
2 years ago when they won the World Series, they got Chapman, and he's a legit closer. Yeah, there was an adventure along the way, but you knew he had the bona fides.
Yeah, for sure.
He could get it done. So, again, I think they're going places, and the offense doesn't have to carry him. The offense is suspect, but I think it's solid enough where you can trust it most of the time.
817, doesn't matter if our relievers can't get on the same page as our starters.
That's why they brought in some more relievers.
Another 469. Smith is the Rangers' best utility player. I don't think anyone's here to argue that.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
No one's here to argue that for sure.
Real deal.
214, Rangers have good enough pitching to where I am expecting them to make a run in the playoffs. So all very good points from
I would be
Tolos.
disappointed. I'll put it like this. I would be disappointed if the Rangers are not at least the wild card.
You've had a good turnaround. Your turnaround has been too good.
And they've gotten A's across the board, across Major League Baseball, the experts on trade deadline acquisition. They got an A.
Yeah.
It wasn't like just because you don't recognize all the names. You know what I mean? Some people do. But it's like it wasn't like this big flash name like, oh, they got Scherzer. Oh, they got DeGrom. Or
right.
Come on.
Coulom's been great. I have no complaints about Coulomb. Maton's been good. And Kelly, other than not knowing how many outs there was and how many times he walked off the pitcher's mound, he had a pretty good debut.
And there's one X factor that people are sleeping on.
I've got my X factor, so I want to hear yours.
Let me hear yours.
Mine is Josh Young. I think Josh Young is the X factor of this team.
This is the X factor everybody's been sleeping on since spring training ended. Every other year, Bochy wins the World Series.
Hey, you can't
That's
deny the
all
facts.
I got to say. Mic drop.
Can't deny the facts. Bochy. Yeah, you cannot deny the facts. We'll be back on the Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
to the Tolos, 877-881-1053. We are close to football season, so CA, do you know what that means? We're close to fantasy football.
Oh, boy,
and Tolos,
everybody's getting their fantasy teams together, their leagues together.
I know y'all love to talk some fantasy football. I'm early. This is my first year doing a dynasty draft, so a draft where you just build on the team every year.
Mm-hmm.
I've already done my draft, so I'm really early to the party. But I want to talk to the Tolos, and I want to know first. I want to know who are y'all not drafting this year?
Okay, so let me go ahead and say this right off the bat. Tolos know I don't play fantasy football, but I enjoy listening to everybody talk about it. Okay, and the reason I don't is because when I watch football, I don't want to just keep up with the stats. I want to break down the game, and don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people that stay in touch with their friends with the fantasy leagues, and I'm not mad at it. I totally understand it. I totally get it. People ask me all the time for different advices and tips and stuff on, hey, who should I draft? I think it's funny and I think it's wild, but I'm not going to break my neck and lose my mind if the team I want to lose wins because a guy on a fantasy. I just can't do that. It's just too much work.
You don't want somebody on the Bengals to do well against the Cowboys if the Cowboys have to lose.
I don't look at it like
be like, well, I want the Cowboys to win, but I also need 40 points from Jamar Chase.
Or you get mad because the Cowboys win, but so and so didn't get enough touchdowns.
Yeah,
I could go on but I think it's great, and we always invite the Tolos to share their thoughts and opinions, and I get to laughing about this because there are so many people heavily invested in this.
Oh, yeah.
Not just financially, it's just they just really want to win. And so 877-881-1053, let us know what you got going on when Kevin tells us all about his fantasy stuff.
Yeah, so the first one that I want to know from the Tolos, everyone talks about the slam dunk draft picks. You got your Jamar Chases, your Justin Jeffersons, maybe even throwing a quarterback.
In other words, guys that get
whoever
you
you want. Guys who get the stats, guys who get the ball, especially in the PPR leagues. Jamar Chases, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown. But who I want to know, Kyle Pitts, I'm looking at you. Who are the guys?
Wait a minute, Kyle Pitts hadn't done nothing since he was a rookie.
Exactly. Who are the guys that we're not drafting in 2025? Who are the guys that were, hey, I'm not drafting that guy, not touching him with a 6-foot pole.
Yeah.
I don't want him on my team. I don't trust his production.
No production.
No production.
All hat and no cattle.
Exactly. So we go to a report here from CBS Sports. This is the risers and fallers from training camp. And who not to draft in the upcoming draft. One of the names mentioned in the riser category, it looks like, is Kyler Murray. So,
in other words, don't be surprised. He could be a star.
He could be a star. Now, this report, they're saying that they're moving him into the top 12, maybe even in the top 10 discussion of quarterbacks. Now, I'm not saying that this is just football production. I'm fantasy football, okay? Tolos, don't lose your mind. We're just talking fantasy football here. So they're saying Kyler Murray could be now possibly in the top 5. Another name to watch out for.
Wait. Before you leave Kyler Murray, because he's our own from this area. He won.
He is.
He owns that stadium down the street in AT&T Stadium. He won 3 straight championships with arguably the greatest high school athlete in football, Texas football history.
Yeah, definitely has that argument. Dominant run.
So are you saying you're going to put down the video games after November?
Hey, contract clauses, they talk. They talk. Ask Trayvon Diggs. Contract clauses, they talk.
Okay, this is one.
Hey, we'll see what happens.
Louisville and Arizona.
No, well, you know what? He does have a really a younger, one of the higher talents in the tight end position in Trey McBride.
That's why they're saying it.
Another guy that a lot of fantasy people are looking at. So maybe they're thinking shorter quarterback. Maybe he throws to his bigger tight end. Maybe
and he's going to get the yards and some touchdowns.
And you got to look at Marvin Harrison Jr., who's looking really good this season, bulked up. He already had a pretty decent rookie year, so another guy that they're going to be looking at. So all around that Arizona, that 30-person squad, those could all be some risers from the 682, and this could be a dig at me, which is possible. T. Higgins is on the do not draft. Well, we did a top 5, but we did a snake order draft. It was Brian Broaddus, Blake Elliott, Fred Davis, and myself. I took T. Higgins, and they all just laughed and made fun of me. If that's not, if you're not taking a dig at me, then that's fine. T. Higgins is an interesting choice, maybe because he's alongside Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase obviously gets all the numbers. 6'8", another one. Travis Kelce. Not trusting Taylor's boyfriend this year, I guess.
Well, he's older now.
He is older. This could be his last year.
And remember, he didn't do much the first half of the season last year.
He didn't do a whole lot for the whole series or whole season as a whole, if you really think about it. So that's another one from the 682. I did want to talk about, and if Trevor Beck's listening, if he's toloing, are we doing no tight ends now? Is tight ends just not given the production that we expected, Tolos? Because you see Travis Kelce, other than maybe
name a tight end.
Maybe Trey McBride and Brock Bowers, George Kittle.
Well, Kittle's not going to have his smelling. Oh, he can bring his own. That's right.
He'll have his own.
He'll bring his own.
He loves him some smelling salts, so he'll have his own. I would say that outside of those three, are we really looking at the tight end position to
I would say
produce?
I'd say a sneaky touchdown production guy might be Jake Ferguson.
Fergie Ferg.
Yeah.
Now he's got that contract. Don't got to worry about the money. That's a good point.
50 million.
That's
50
a good
million
point.
reasons to look at him.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
But they got the tight end university where they all get together in off season and stuff. So why is there people sleeping on the tight ends or thinking there's lack of production there?
That's a really good question because here in the past couple of years, after a huge year from George Kittle, that really big year from Travis Kelce, all those different kinds of tight ends. Mark Andrews was even really big that year. It was a huge year for tight ends. And then ever since then, it's kind of had like a drop off. 682, another tight end that you should think about is Sam Laporta. The only thing that worries me about Sam Laporta is what is that Lions offense going to look like without Ben Johnson? Are you going to be concerned about that offensive scheme if it's going to stay the same? That's my only concern there. But as far as the athlete himself, Sam Laporta is a really good pick. He's a really good tight end. He's really shifty, really fast. He can move around, especially in a PPR league. That they're going to get a lot of catches. So tight ends going extinct. Dylon, do you get involved in the fantasy football?
A little bit, nothing too serious though.
Okay, so do you have a draft no-go or do you have a take on if tight ends are expiring? Or
I like the tight end as a position. I don't think they're as valuable as they were in the past, but I still like playing with tight ends. They're fun.
Okay, and again, do you have I'm not going to draft that guy?
I'm really questioning Jake Ferguson.
Oh.
Because of last year? Remember I told you he had a
Last year he did not
knee.
score a
He
touchdown.
didn't. Not one touchdown.
And I'm questioning
He didn't
if it
have
was just
Dak
a fluke
Prescott
year.
throwing it to him.
And if Prescott's healthy, he may be decent. Brock Bowers is going to be the best tight end. I don't think it's going to be close, but I think Jake Ferguson would be a good late round pick.
Okay, so Jake Ferguson is on your do not draft list, or
I
just
would
a late
draft
round
him.
pick?
Okay, so let me make
I
a
would say
case.
Kelce, do not draft.
Do not draft Kelce.
I'm gonna make a case for Jake Ferguson because people are sleeping on him, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, Dylan. I'm just saying this is a case that people are sleeping.
Wrong, but you're wrong.
He is Dak Prescott's bodyguard. Who was hurt most of the year last year? Dak Prescott.
Yep.
He was not Cooper Rush's bodyguard. He wasn't the safety valve for Cooper Rush. Therefore, and I mentioned this, game 2 of this season, I believe, it looked like he snapped his knee in half the wrong way, and thank God there was no cartilage damage in the whole 9 yards. And he was just pure luck on that. With that being said, you got Dak back in the saddle. You got Ferguson right there doing what he does. I think that he's going to score lots of touchdowns because guess what? Everybody's going to be worried about Pickens and CD.
Especially in the red zone.
Exactly.
He could definitely benefit.
And that means, he's got the wherewithal. So I'm not saying he's going to be the best tight end in the NFL, but I'm saying watch him be productive.
JJ McCarthy from the 214, maybe I'm expecting that to be on the do not draft list. I'm high on the JJ McCarthy hype train. I think he's going to be good. Kevin O'Connell's an outstanding coach, and he does a really good job with pretty much any quarterback that comes into his system. So I expect JJ McCarthy to have a really good season, or at least a productive season. When you're throwing to Justin Jefferson, I know Jordan Addison's going to be out for a while. The NFL announced he'll be out for 3 games, but when he comes back, I could see the Minnesota Vikings looking pretty good behind McCarthy, but I could understand why he's on your do not draft list. A really young guy. You don't want to take that risk. 6'8", Hawkinson. Hawkinson's another really solid tight end. Schultz with Stroud. I feel like Dalton Schultz, has a little something to prove maybe.
Yeah, after last year?
Yeah, a little something to prove. Nico Collins took his spot on the receiving tree, it looks like. Dalton Schultz definitely
and they
needs
fired
a
the offensive coordinator, so you got a new coordinator down there.
6'8", Jonnu Smith. If Rodgers is worth 2 nickels.
I don't even know if he's worth 1 nickel nowadays.
Oh. That's a good point. That's a good point. I do want to ask this last part for fantasy football. We talked about the finances as far as fantasy football goes. What is the perfect average price for a buy-in?
I don't know. I don't play fantasy football.
But if you, if a friend reached out to you.
No, you asked Dylan.
Well, I will. And I'm asking the Tolos too.
Ask the Tolo.
877-881-1053. If a friend approached you and you had the interest, what is a price point where you're like, that's just too much? Or it's just like, that's just not really, that's not really even, what's the point? What's a good buy-in price? So it's like, I can understand that, or you're not interested. I
don't know.
No?
No, I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? I don't know.
Dylan?
I mean, I normally don't buy in. It's always for fun for me, but like I would not go past $50.
Okay, so anything past 50, you're
anything
like, no, that's
just
too
not
expensive.
worth it. I don't want to sweat every week over some football games. So anything past 50,
anything past 50,
I'm out of there.
That makes sense.
Solo 817 says $100 is perfect.
You're big balling over there. I don't see, that's a little bit above. I agree with Dylan. I think $50 is
me
a
and
good
Keki
amount.
Kev are broke. So
yeah, I was gonna say $100. If $100 is perfect for you, 817, then I'm glad for your pockets. For me, $100 a little bit much. From the 940, Denton Ryans owned Jatavion Sanders and Carolina sleeper tight end this year. Shed 20 pounds and looks great in price. Looks like he's starting to get it together. Anytime you're mentioning a Texas guy, hook him. I'm looking at you, CA. I'm going to be all over it.
Staring back at you.
Yeah,
daggers.
but I do think Jatavion Sanders, when he gets back to healthy, and as he progresses through that Carolina system, I think he could look really good.
940 says I'm in 7 cash leagues. Minimum is 100, and the highest I'm in is 2,500.
Whoa! Talk about big pockets from the 940.
Another 817 says $100 is $5 a week.
Okay, when you think about it like that, that's
682 says good buying at $100. Below 50 is a waste of time.
I do agree with that. If you're not doing below 50, it's kind of like, what's even the point?
Mm-hmm.
But 50, I feel like, is a good amount. But if you want to do a buy-in at $100, then hey, that's fine. 214, another one on the sleeper. Don't sleep on Zay Flowers this year. 817, I pay.
Do you trust Zay Flowers?
Do I trust Zay Flowers? Do I trust Zay Flowers? I trust Zay Flowers to be consistent, but I don't trust Zay Flowers to win me a game when I need 40 points.
Mm-hmm.
I trust him to put up 15. I don't know about 45, 40 points. 817, I pay $400 for fantasy football, and that's just one league from one solo. Daily fantasy is way better from the 903.
So there you have it. A cornucopia, potpourri of...
I guess I'm just broke. $100 is apparently a perfect one. So,
I'm with you, though. We'll be broke together.
214, $100 perfect to care, and not to be too much.
And 917 says, CA, you want to co-manage a fantasy team with me this year? You can be a shadow manager. Hell no, I don't want to do it.
He doesn't want any participation.
I do not want to. I got to keep up with so many different sports. There's only so much bandwidth. Remember, a lot of my brain is taken up with stuff from back in the day too.
Yeah.
And I haven't forgot, and I will not let go.
Fair enough. Coming
up next, you know what? Something from the past, like how about a staple from the Fan After Dark? At this time, like a couple of days ago when the Fan After Dark was on the air, Fred and Blake, they do their top 5, right?
Oh, they do.
And what's the top 5 this time?
Top 5 inspired.
It's hot. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.
This next segment on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thanks, Dylan, a.k.a. Dylon. I'm Chris Arnold. This is the Fan After Dark, 105.3 The Fan. I am in tonight because Blake finished up at 9 because he and I were both in for, how about the nosebleeds and Gavin Dawson, because only Brian Broaddus was available to do GBAG today. It's been that kind of day. Fred, Fred, he was on for Kevin for KNC because Kevin is in Germany right now this week. So Fred has been enjoying the midday show with Corey Majors and Alec Medford. With that being said, a staple at about 15 minutes after 10 every night when Fan After Dark is on, you've got the top 5. We had a Tolo actually text in, what about the haiku?
Cannot do haikus.
Cannot do the haiku.
Haiku is
that's Fred's deal.
That's a copyright by Fred Davis himself.
That's
I
right.
did reach out to Fred and I said, hey, Fred, I would love it if I could get your, hey, you're okay on us running a top 5. He did give me the okay for the top 5. So we're A-okay on that.
That's right. The fatties are used to this time of night.
Fatties need the top 5. Fatties need the top 5. I do apologize on the no haikus, but Fred Davis.
Well, there was a total from the 469 who asked that question, said, you know what, damn, I wanted to hear a 3-time haiku, a 3-time. Thanks, Say. How's the Puppy Bowl puppy doing? Yeah, we got a puppy that was in the Puppy Bowl. Did I ever tell you that story?
I don't think you did, no.
This is the craziest thing. We got a French bulldog, a Frenchie, rescue pup. Rescue from Dallas Rescue.
Yeah.
And they said, this is the craziest story. Maybe I'll save it for a CA story. No, well, I'll tell you real quick.
Okay.
This puppy, we did not know anything about this puppy except for his rescue pet. All right. They said, we can't let you have him immediately. Even though we got him, they said, you can't, it was her. You can't have her yet because she's got some obligations that we had to have you sign a non-disclosure. We didn't know if this dog was going to be on commercials and a movie. What? It turns out the dog was invited to play in the Puppy Bowl that they play on Sundays, on the Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah.
On all the different networks. I swear to God, scored a touchdown, whole 9 yards. And they had a big Puppy Bowl party for the Puppy Bowl down here. He made all the morning shows. I mean, it was just crazy. This puppy was a star. And she's just our little puppy Coda right now. But, yeah, she made the Puppy Bowl. Got all the video, the whole 9 yards.
All right.
And they even had a Puppy Bowl. They had her sign an autograph with a puppy paw.
That's nuts.
On ink, on the card. It was crazy.
Oh, maybe I might want one of those autographs.
But we do have a top 5, and you got the topic, and I love this.
Okay, so inspired by Tolo's. I don't want you to get don't get hurt on me.
Oh, they've turned the page because he has.
Okay, well,
he said he's turned the page.
Inspired by Luka Doncic. Doing his press, doing his press tour, going to NYC and LA and all those different stuff, doing Jordan stuff. He reportedly recorded an episode of Hot Ones with Sean Evans. Now, if you don't know what Hot Ones is the show where they have the guests sit down, they'll eat the hot wings, they'll run up the Scoville scale, and Sean Evans, who does an incredible job, he'll interview them while they do it. So inspired by that,
and can you hold it? It's just they're sweating. And I've seen so
crying.
I think Lewis Hamilton did it. The race car driver.
Yes.
Saquon did it.
Shaq is another notable one. He did it when it was really, really early on. Yeah, he's got a meme face from that. So, and top 5 today, top 5 athletes you want to do.
Oh, they haven't
Hot
done
Ones. Have it or haven't done it. If you haven't watched the show and you name someone who's done it, it's not a big deal. But top 5 athletes you want to do Hot Ones. So, Dylon, are you ready for this? Did you write down stuff for this? Jet, did Jet get ready for this?
This like combined, me and Jet.
Okay.
We combined ours.
All right, perfect. So we'll do snake draft. CA, you are up first. Who is your number 5?
Okay. I'm going to go with Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. Okay.
Yes, he's known to eat spicy food.
Yeah.
And he's also been able to rate different concessions in different stadiums.
Loves popcorn.
He loves popcorn in particular, and he says the American Airlines Center has the best popcorn in the NBA.
He is on record of saying that.
Mm-hmm.
He is
so I'm
on
going
record.
to go with Steph Curry because I think he likes spicy foods too.
You'd have to have a curry-inspired sauce, which I do. I want to say
they're making mine.
Yeah, of course you do. My number 5. This is just for the trip itself. Aaron Rodgers.
Nah.
I think Aaron Rodgers would be such an interesting interview.
Hot mushrooms, mush wings.
You know, they say you get a different kind of
Have you ever had a
high.
mush wing?
I have not.
Vegan stores, those restaurants,
Yeah.
they will have, I swear, I've had them before.
Yeah.
My cousin actually has a place up in Oklahoma City, and it serves mush wings. They're mushrooms, but they taste like wings.
Interesting.
And you hot sauce the whole 9 yards. You would not know you were not eating wings. It's vegan.
Oh, really? Okay. So
and guess who goes there all the time to eat them? Mush wings. Kawhi Leonard, of all people. Really? When he goes to Oklahoma City, he goes to my cousin's place to get the mush wings.
Kawhi Leonard's he's an oddball. So I say Aaron Rodgers because I think the questions you could ask him are, there's so many, including who are you married to for one, but also they say you get a different kind of high when you're eating spicy food. And that's definitely somebody who has an experience with certain highs. So my number 5 is Aaron Rodgers. Dylon?
Well, see, you can watch. Apparently, Steph has done hot ones before. So you can see how he does it from the 979. So look it up, maybe.
I didn't know he did it.
Jet brought this one to my attention. We just want to know how he's going to react because he never reacts on the court. Nikola Jokic.
Ooh. Now, if you ask him about some horse racing, he'd probably react.
Didn't his horse win the championship?
Yeah, and he was
crazy?
literally bawling his eyes out.
And he wins the championship and he goes, great, I get to go into hone my horses.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look, the man loves his horses. Basketball's a side hobby.
So we'll see how he does with hot wings.
Okay. I like that. You're number 4?
And then we also had Aaron Rodgers at number 4.
Okay, we were thinking the same thing. Did y'all have a different angle than I did or same angle?
He's just such an interesting guy.
He is an interesting... I mean, Netflix thought the same thing. That's why they made the documentary. My number 4 is going to be, and I guess this will be a layup, but I'll do an honorable mention with it. Honorable mention, Cooper Flagg.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem like he has a lot of, not necessarily that he doesn't have a lot of emotion, but he is a very reserved guy, all basketball, and that's fine. I want to get him out of his shell a little bit. I want to get him out of his comfort zone. I want to get him a little uncomfortable, get him with some good questions, learn a little bit more from Cooper Flagg.
I think you picked a good guy to do that with because he said at his press conference when he came down here, he loves some Tex-Mex and some barbecue.
There you go.
So just put it like this. He's willing to try.
So my number 4 though is going to be Luka because Luka, I
thought you just said Cooper Flagg.
No, Cooper is my honorable mention. And then number 4 is Luka.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
I'm excited for that. We are getting some text in, so 979. Thank you for letting us know. Steph has done that.
Yep. I had no idea.
214. I don't know if Jerry counts, but
that's who I was going to put. I got Jerry Jones written.
I want to see him hit a Scoville. 2 million.
In fact, he is my number. He is my number 4 because remember when he did that? It was a breakfast. A McDonald's breakfast egg or something. He put all that salt on it when he was at Oxnard. Did you see on the Cowboys special?
Okay.
Well, we call it not Hard Knocks. The other thing they did, they followed them in training camp.
The training camp,
and they showed Jerry, and he was getting this. We call it a McGriddle or something with an egg,
it'd be a
McGriddle or egg sausage biscuit or something. And he put he almost emptied the entire salt shaker in there. So in my mind, Jerry will try anything and throw some hot sauce on it. So I want to see Jerry's do it. And that's my number 4. I have it written down here.
Okay, number 4. All right, and then your number 3?
Arch Manning.
Oh, I was thinking about doing Arch Manning,
let me tell
too.
You why.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why. He grew up in Louisiana.
He can't handle the spice.
He can handle the spice.
He can handle the spice.
Yeah, put some spice on that. Who that? I can just see him doing it. Yep. Arch Manning.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely mark me down for an Arch Manning episode. 979 again. How about Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, man. Dallas's own.
You could ask
South
him
Oak Cliff.
all the questions.
That's on our list too. We have Rodman on our list.
Is that right?
Really?
Yeah.
He seemed like he would try it.
Oh, I mean, I could definitely see Dennis Rodman trying it.
Oh, and 214 says, I want to see Jerry do it for a darker reason.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Well,
he ain't ready to give up the Cowboys yet.
My number 3, shout out to Fred Davis, the real GOAT, Michael Jordan. If you could ever get him on the show, I think Michael Jordan would be an interesting interview.
He sure would. The hot wings and stuff.
Yeah, he may not say much, but the reactions you can't mask the reactions.
You're gonna get a crying Jordan for real, huh?
Really? Yeah, you are.
You have a repeat of the meme.
Yeah. That's my number 3, boys. Y'all got a number 3?
Our 3 was Dennis Rodman.
Okay. All right. So
we're
the
on
totals
same
are beating y'all
waves.
to the punch.
They're beating us to the punch here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But he's so interesting. I also want to talk to him because I hate how the NBA doesn't play defense nowadays. I want to get his takes on why the NBA doesn't play any defense.
So he's about 6 wings in, and you're just like, so Michael Jordan,
Yeah, pretty much.
no defense in the NBA.
Rodman,
What's your
yeah.
takes on that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then number 2, Pat McAfee.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Pat McAfee show's great. He's such a big, fun personality. We'd have a lot of fun.
I like that. I like that pick. Y'all are killing it over there in the Pimp Cup. I do like Pat McAfee on the top 5 list. You laughing at that 817?
Yes, I am.
Shohei and his translator.
Both of them.
Get both of them on there. Hey,
hey,
he does have a drop saying he loves meat. So there's that.
But also, what's the hottest thing in Japan when you put it on your sushi?
Wasabi.
Wasabi.
Right?
Yeah.
If he can take some wasabi, come on. He can take the wings.
Yep, good point. All right, boys, your number 2.
My
we
number
just did our 2. McAfee. It's your turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
My
we did
bad,
Rodman the
my bad.
McAfee.
Okay. Hey, snake draft. My number 2, Dirk. I think Dirk would be a good interview. I think Dirk would be a really good interview. I don't know
keep
why.
saying interview. I'm talking about the eating the wings.
Yeah, but they're
I know
going
they
to be
talk
doing
to
the
him,
interview,
too.
but they're going to be opening
Yeah.
up.
DA just wants to see him eat some wings.
I focus on
Yeah.
the interview part because it puts you in
It
an
opens you up.
uncomfortable. Yeah,
It's kind of like the car karaoke.
yeah. Everybody can set you up for a PR disaster,
Uh-huh.
right? But not a whole lot of people can set you up for. Hey, you're going to be eating wings. You're really not going to be thinking straight. You're probably going to be sweating. Maybe you're crying here and there, and then you're going to have to ask or answer all these rapid questions. So Dirk is going to be my number 2.
Mm-hmm. My number 2 is, I'm going to have to switch it. My number 2 was supposed to be Marcus Spears. Because
Okay.
Marcus Spears, former Cowboy great, ESPN right now. Marcus Spears grew up in Louisiana too.
All right.
And Marcus Spears loves to cook. And I figured he might be a great guy to challenge or to handle the wings and have a good conversation. You hear him on TV all the time. I think he makes great football points.
Okay. So that's who you're switching
my
it
number
to?
2. Well, that's who I switch it to. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The Tolos are putting in a lot of really good
Uh-huh.
suggestions.
Nick Saban and Bill Belichick.
Okay. Nick Saban and Bill Belichick. 214. Jameis Winston.
Yes, Jameis.
Winston. That would be gold.
Yes.
That would be gold.
Make it lobster too. And
860 says Gronk.
Yep.
Another really good one. Jason Garrett from the 469. I don't know if I would want Jason Garrett on Hot Ones, but
put it like this: you won't get the coach speak. Jason Garrett is really interesting when he doesn't do coach speak, and when he's acting like an analyst on TV. But regular guy. He's
a lot of F bombs if we seen anything from training camp. All right, and then your number 1. Drum roll.
He is a quarterback. He looks like Home Alone.
Oh no,
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Okay.
Yes.
I like that.
I like Joe Burrow because I just really like Joe Burrow. I just think he's a great guy.
Did you watch quarterbacks? Have you watched
I haven't
quarterbacks
seen
on
that
Netflix?
yet, and I wanted to. I saw the first season of quarterbacks, but you know how to get that watch TV that much. But I can't wait to get more on Joe Burrow's story.
A lot of Joe Burrow and quarterbacks.
Yeah,
you would enjoy it.
Yeah,
You would
and
enjoy
I
it.
always thought he's just Joe Cool, and he's just cool to death as far as I'm concerned.
He is Joe Cool. Never affected by any of the situations. My number 1. I'm going to start with my honorable mention. Honorable mention: Ricky Williams,
former UT running back.
Former UT running back Ricky Williams. Yeah. Another kind of a little bit off the wall. Never really know what he's going to say. Ricky Williams. My number 1: Tom Brady.
Why not?
Why not? Why not ask Tom Brady, right? You could ask him all the questions you want about commentary, about playing in the NFL,
Spygate.
about if you want to ask him about
Deflategate,
Spygate, if you can get him to talk
Deflategate.
about it a little bit. I don't know the likeliness of it. It seems like his press tour has kind of decreased since doing his roast, but Tom Brady would be my number 1. Tolos are blowing it up, boys.
They sure are.
Tolos are blowing it
972 says 979 says Gilbert Arenas. Yes. Did you hear about his arrest on the
I did.
poker?
He said that he didn't have any involvement. He just owned the house.
But did you read the story about him or what kind of a person he is?
I did not. What was that?
There's a NBA writer for the Lakers, I believe, that knew all about him growing up, and he said he's a great guy. and he's always laughing about stuff, and he doesn't take things seriously. This may be a serious charge, but watch how he handles it. It's like the gun charge thing he had when he was with the Wizards. It was like all a joke, and he didn't realize the ramifications of the joke. So here, this is a house that he was renting.
Yeah.
And the owners of the house, they're the ones. So he's like, I want to see how Gilbert gets out of this, because he's not a bad guy, but he doesn't take anything seriously. He just doesn't. But he's real smart, and that's why he's got a really good podcast.
It's something to keep up with. 469 says John Daly. Mike Bassick from the 817 469, Anthony Edwards. Boys, in the Pimp Cut, what do we got for number one?
Keeping it simple, my favorite baseball player of all time, Adrian Beltre.
I did think about Beltre up there.
So much fun. I'd love to meet him.
Don't put the hot sauce on his hair.
Yeah,
don't touch his head.
Don't touch his head. Don't touch his head. All right, well, that is it for the top five. 877-881-1053. If y'all want to submit y'all's top five, we'll get you out with the final segment here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers complete the sweep? We'll have the payload at 6:40, a Nelly ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway, and Tommy Yarsh from Oxnard. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
With the Bosch 18-volt Bulldog rotary hammer, you can conquer your construction needs. And when you can powerfully break through concrete, the more you...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
from Cowboys Cap. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
This final segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thanks, Dylan. Dial on. This is The Fan After Dark. I'm Chris Arnold along with Khaki Kev. That's Kevin Walker. Fred and Blake will be back at some point in time, but not this week because they've got other things to do. And we've been holding it down. Blake was on a little bit earlier. He was on with GBAG Nation with me because guess what? No nosebleeds and no Gavin Dawson. Only Brian brought us, but it was still a killer show. And we want to thank all the Tolos for listening us all evening long. I mean, this has been a blast. Following the Rangers post-game show. The Rangers, if you didn't hear, did not get the sweep against the Yankees. They lost 3-2, and they will take on the Philadelphia Eagles on Friday. All right, so you got more Fan After Dark tomorrow, and you just have to listen to see who the lineup might be. Speaking of the Fan After Dark, at the same time, about this time tomorrow, 24 hours from now, head to Saxy at Jake's Burgers because Jake's Burgers is going to be hosting the Fan Phenom 2025. Any Tolo has an opportunity to get a chance to possibly be a host on 105.3 The Fan. The tryouts are going on out there. Eric Chiafalo is going to be a part of that thing. And also the GBAG Nation will be broadcasting live from there. In the meantime, as you hear the music, that means it's time for a little CA Stories Confidential. Different Tolos say you got to get at least a CA Stories Confidential in. I said, yes, I will. One Tolo not too long ago asked me, who is the most talented person you've ever interviewed or talked to or got to know? And I was like, wow, that's hard. Because I've been doing this a long time, since I was 14 years old. And, Super Bowls, World Series, NBA Finals, entertainment stuff, all kinds of stuff. And I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what? It's not even an athlete that's the most talented person I've ever spent time with, got to know, and become friends with. And he's a superstar. And that would be Jamie Foxx.
Really?
Jamie Foxx is that damn talented. And for those who don't know, Jamie Foxx grew up in Terrell. He was a quarterback for Terrell High School. So yeah, he's athletic. You've seen him in the movies. Sometimes he's athletic in these movies. In fact, he played wide receiver in the movie On Any Given Sunday. I had him on my show then when he was shooting the film. I'm pointing out that way because they shot some of the scenes. This is Al Pacino's movie. They shot some of the scenes at Texas Stadium. I interviewed Jamie a couple of times when he was sitting courtside at Mavericks games back in the day when the Mavericks were no good. Mavericks, when they won the championship, he got to be in the parade. I was in the parade with a broadcaster's float, but Jamie was in one of the cars with Tadima Ussery. And and of course, K104 stuff. Last time I saw Jamie, he was this was this was just a couple of years ago. He was in town. This is the year the Mavericks went to the Western Conference Finals when it was Luka and Jalen Brunson. So it was 2023. And I'm doing the PA, filling in for Sean Heath. Jamie comes in with his family from Terrell. And so, I have to give him a shout out on Mike P. And before that, he was doing some shoot around stuff by himself, having a good time, just taking shots. And I'm talking about hitting threes, because he's athletic. And he's won an Academy Award. Did you guys know that? For the movie Ray.
Really?
Playing Ray Charles. Won the Academy Award. Won several Grammy Awards because he can sing. Mm-hmm. He give me money when I'm in need. Or blame it on the alcohol. I mean, Jamie is talented. If you ever see him in concert, he can play the piano and play any song just off the top of his head. He's that talented. And he can sing perfectly. He can imitate anybody. He's an impressionist. Did an interview with Mike Tyson. Had Tyson come out to the station. We did it downstairs in the showroom. And Jamie knows Mike Tyson backwards. And we were talking about, Mike, you going to do a movie? Who would star in the movie as you? He said, we're working on Jamie Foxx is going to play me in this movie. And it just never happened. They were going to do this movie. It never happened. And Jamie was going to gain the weight and pick up the pound. And so Jamie is just that talented. And I was on YouTube and I was looking at some of his stuff because he does. There's this one reel of him doing like the top 10 impersonations that he can do. Because Jamie can do anybody.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who they are. Men, women, children. He can do anybody. And he's hilarious. So I'm looking at this you know how you go on YouTube, you go down a rabbit hole. And I'm trying to think of some of the other stuff that me and Jamie have done. Just this stuff. Like I said, bowling, K104. I can go down the list. And anytime I want to get a hold of Jamie, if he doesn't text me back, we got a mutual friend who used to work at K104. His name is Guy Black. And Guy Black was his program director when Jamie was doing a satellite show. He used to do a satellite show like Howard Stern. And this was just a few years ago. So I'm down going on YouTube, and I'm looking at all of Jamie's stuff. And he's on Jimmy Kimmel's show. And he's doing impersonations. He's doing all this stuff. And he's talking about this movie he was doing. This was about 3 years ago. It's an old episode. It's called Robin Hood. And not Robin Hood Men in Tights, just Robin Hood. And it's going to be a completely different kind of movie. Didn't do too much. I don't think it was any good at all. But he was talking about how he had to get in shape for the movie. And then I started laughing because, Kevin, I don't know about you. How often do you go to the gym?
Not enough.
Okay, but just every now and then, or every once a week, or
yeah, I would say every
month?
now and then as of right now. Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of guys. I go to the gym, at least 2 or 3 times a week. At least 2 or 3 times. And I've always done this for years and years and years. It's how I stay in shape. And Jamie was talking about something. And see, this is so funny to me because Blake and Fred talk about this all the time on the Fan After Dark because both of them go to the gym all the time. Yeah, they do. And they're always talking about these things at the gym that drive them crazy or whatever they think about.
They're pet peeves. Yeah.
Or, guys on the cell phone. I was at the gym earlier today and the guy was tying up a machine, on his phone, just killing time, sitting there like, dude, I need to get on this.
Yeah.
Jamie brought up something that I fell out laughing about because it's true. It's about white guys and brothers in the gym and what each one does and what the other one don't. And he explained it talking about himself. Here's Jamie Foxx.
I don't do calf. I don't do legs. Brothers I just bench press, I've never seen brothers doing legs in the gym. It's all, And then like jailhouse bill. No, I don't know. The white dude. Yeah, the white dude. White dude. You doing that? You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, man, I ain't doing all that. I have my legs are so tiny. I don't even wear shorts. I wear shants. Like they come all the way down to here, the fan, and then there's socks, and then just a little bit of meat.
Just a little bit of meat.
A little bit of meat. I have on
I'm telling you.
Because I don't have
like RJ Chop was always talking about diamond calves. Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you something. If you go to the gym, you will not see too many brothers doing legs. It just don't happen like that.
Yeah, I mean,
work at the chest. You'll see all that, but no. And Jamie got these little bird legs anyway, and he might have a little bit of a calf.
Yeah,
but he ain't the only one. So I just thought that was funny and kind of apropos. But Jamie, like I say, he's from Terrell, and that's in our listening audience as well. I even had, I do the show called Better Living about people or organizations having a big impact in North Texas. Jamie, his best friend, runs his foundation in Terrell.
Okay.
And they built some basketball courts out there. So I had him on when Jamie was going through he had that brain thing that happened where he was out and there was a rumor, Jamie's in the hospital, he's out. So I had his.
Yeah, it looked. It was sounding like it was bad. It was like really
real bad. He did a special. Go to Netflix. You can see the special because he almost died. And it took a long. It was like he was recovering from a stroke. It was stroke-like symptoms, the whole 9 yards. So I had his best friend on the show over here on the Better Living, and we knew, but we didn't talk about it in specifics. We just kind of talked around it because you got to respect his privacy,
of course.
And like I said, Jamie's just one of a kind, and he's arguably the most talented person I have ever got to know in this career in radio and TV and stuff, I mean, they made Michael Jordan, he's greatest basketball player. He tries to play golf. He's not a good golfer. I can go down the list of other guys who excel at their particular individual sports. And there are people who are talented in music or, Michael Jackson or Prince. But guess what?
But to be multi-talented.
Oh, my God. Jamie Foxx, and like I said, he can sing, he dances, he can act, won an Academy Award, and he's athletic.
And he's funny.
And can do impersonations too. I'm telling you. Sometimes some people can do one of those things or a couple of those things, but they can't do it all.
Yeah.
So, again, and he's local. He's ours. He's no Texas own.
Yeah.
He's Jamie Foxx. And when he comes back into town, we'll drag him back up here or put him on the phone or something like that, and we'll get it done. So, Kevin, want to thank you again for co-hosting. We've done this before a couple of times. You may be in the spot tomorrow with Blake. And want to thank you, too, Dylan. Dylan. You know the joke now. Did you ever see the clip?
Yeah.
Where it came from? Yeah. Now you know. It's too funny. But anyway, at the same time, I want to thank all the Tolos, especially all the Tolos who are listening at night, the Fatties. And what does that stand for?
Fatties is Fan After Dark. Yeah, we're not calling y'all fat, so calm down. Fatties.
Exactly.
Fatties.
And for all the Fatties and any other Tolos who want to try to be the next Blake, the next fan phenom, your opportunity is in Saxe tomorrow night at Jake's Burgers in Saxe. And by the way, Jake's Burgers is going to sponsor all of our Fan Phenom locations. And by the way, the GBAG Nation will be broadcasting live from there. So if you feel like some hamburgers tomorrow afternoon, you're definitely going to see Brian Broaddus. You could see me out there. You could see the General Gavin Dawson, or you could see the nosebleed seats. You won't see Bochuck, but you will see she'll follow. And we want to thank you all again for listening to The Fan After Dark, because this is 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No,